exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
The Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys Radio Network is on the air.
Touchdown, Cowboys!
This is the 2024 NFL Draft with Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt, Nick Harris, and Aisha Morrison.
It's finally here. Months of preparation, a lot of combine workouts, interviews, a ton of film study, and the night has arrived. We are an hour away from the opening of the 2024 NFL Draft. Zach Wolchuk alongside Bobby Belt, Nick Harris, Brian Broaddus, of course, the Super Bowl winning NFL scout, and Aisha Morrison of DallasCowboys.com. This is a special day. I think that this is something where, with the Cowboys picking at 24, we are at the mercy of the board. There's so many things that can happen. The rumors are flying. Brian Broaddus, what are the feelings like for you right now, as we're an hour away from this opening and some of the things that you're hearing from around the league?
Yeah, first off, guys, I really appreciate being with you. You all have done a hell of a job to get us to this point. We've got boards. We've got players in mind. We're going to have some opinions. This should be a fascinating 3 days of trying to make football teams better. This is the best thing in the world, in my opinion. I wish they'd let us do this all the time. Playing the game's hard, but this is the fun part right here when you get to do this. So, again, congratulations to all you guys for doing that. Yeah, this is the time where you're going to look up at that board and you're going to say, please, just let those tags start glowing. Let them all glow of all the Hall of Fame players and Pro Bowl players, because, again, you're trying to build your roster. You're trying to build your team. And you just want to make sure you make the right selection. You want to make sure you have everything buttoned down. You want to make sure, though, you know team needs ahead of you, behind you. Are you prepared if something were to happen where your guy falls to you? Are you willing to take that guy? Your stack is there. Your board's there. Follow it. Trust it. You usually do a pretty good job doing it that way.
Nick, I know you live in the building, and we like to lean on you. You've done a fantastic job in your first year here on the draft show.
Thanks,
with
Zach.
us.
I appreciate that.
What are some of the whispers that you might be hearing in the hallways?
Yeah, whispers really didn't start kicking around until about a couple of hours ago. It was funny. My last year, it was probably around 10, 11 a.m. is when those whispers started kicking, but now it's a little bit later this time around. But all indications are pointing, at least in my eyes and the conversations I've had, of trade back scenarios. And I think those are there's a really high likelihood that's probably what happens tonight. Graham Barton being heavily pursued by the Pittsburgh Steelers, and if he gets past 20, you're looking at the Miami Dolphins at 21. So you got to get through those two landmines for your ideal center and Graham Barton to get to you at 24. I think there's an expectation that he's probably not going to be. So trade back scenarios, if you're a fan looking for some extra picks throughout the weekend, I think you might be in store for something tonight. But there's a certain element of chaos with this draft specifically, and specifically in this first round. It's going to start as early as the top 5 picks, whoever moves up to grab J.J. McCarthy, and it's going to extend throughout the entire first round. There's a chaos that I think all GMs, all scouts would kind of agree that is a little bit unique to previous drafts. And so that's going to cause a lot of things to be really different. So, the plan now could be trade back, and it could be a completely different scenario when 24 rolls around. So we will see, but everything that I've heard so far is that trade back scenarios are looking pretty likely.
You have to be very mindful of, again, who's behind you in the trade back. If San Francisco is a team this afternoon, I was hearing that San Francisco was a team that was going to come up in this draft. San Francisco could be looking for an offensive tackle. They know that you like Guyton potentially. And so with that being said, be very mindful of San Francisco trying to get ahead. The team that currently owns the pick ahead of you right now is the Minnesota Vikings. Nick's talked about that. The Vikings are trying to get up. Could the Chargers end up with that pick? There's a lot of things that are kind of moving around, but the Cowboys have to be aware of that. San Francisco moving up, maybe ahead of you. Another team behind you is the Green Bay Packers. Talking to people in the Green Bay organization about it, they're looking at some of the similar players you are, but they're hunting cornerbacks, but they're willing, if their guys aren't there, they're going to maybe think about diving there. If one team comes up, it might only be one team, but you want to be ready. You want to be the team that they're coming up for. You do not want to get stuck ahead of you or behind you if that call is being made.
Also, to add on to that, the Washington Commanders have 6 top 100 picks that they can kind of work with these first 2 days. They're looking to get back into the first round after taking their quarterback at number 2, and Tyler Guyton is getting a lot of smoke around Washington over the course of the last 24 hours. So definitely another team that's coming up from those late 30s looking to jump up and make a potential pick there.
Yeah, Washington's sitting there with picks 36 and 40 in the second round. You bring up the Chargers as a team maybe looking to move back with Minnesota. Minnesota wants to get a quarterback. It's interesting. You've seen J.C. Latham out of Alabama. He has been linked to the Chargers heavily here over the last couple of days. Makes a lot of sense. They took Rashawn Slater, who plays left tackle. Latham, who I do believe is a true right tackle, could maybe kick into guard. I don't think he can play left, but that would be a heck of a pick. If they were to go take him wherever they moved back, maybe that's at 11, if they can get him there. Maybe you don't have to worry about 23, but then do they double back and move back again? Maybe Green Bay says, we need to get ahead of Dallas. Maybe it is San Francisco. There is going to be a lot of movement, Bobby Belt, and the rumorooskies are flying. It seems as though, Jordan Schultz is already reporting, and so is Adam Schefter, Tom Pelissero. Patriots at 3. We wondered Elliott Wolf, your buddy there, Brian, would he get out? Right now, after weeks of listening to offers, according to Pelissero, the number 3 overall pick, all signs now point to the Patriots standing pat and picking Drake May, the quarterback out of North Carolina. Bobby, is that a surprise at all?
No, I think that's where this was ultimately heading, where the momentum had been going. It's funny, we always talk about this. I know we mentioned it on one of the last draft shows that we did, was Nick was talking about, trying to figure out where does the draft begin, quote unquote, which is what we're always trying to figure out. Where does the predictability end and where do we start getting some of the turmoil? And I think the first pressure point we're going to get here is the Chargers. And what are the Chargers doing? Because I think we all figure quarterbacks at the top 3. It seems like it's trending towards Marvin Harrison to Arizona at number 4. So then it's a matter of, okay, what do the Chargers do? It's funny, in the days leading up to this, I was hearing more and more that, the Vikings were wrestling with the idea of, do we want to go up and get McCarthy, or is it worth it to hold on to the capital and see if Penix can get here?
Right.
And if Penix is starting to slide down the board, does that trigger the Raiders behind you going, well, we like Penix, and so Chicago, you're looking to bail out of 9, pick up some more stuff, move down, but fine, we'll go up to 9, we'll jump that. There's a lot of movement, I feel like, that as soon as we figure out what the Chargers are doing at 5, that there's a lot of trade movement and a lot of different directions that this could go, and it could start a number of different runs, whether it be quarterback, tackle, whatever else.
I can't remember. Was it chaotic last year at all? It didn't feel chaotic.
Not this chaotic. There was an element of chaos for sure, but not this chaotic.
But you know what it was is last year I don't think we had the quarterback class that you've got this year. Now you've got, as many as 6 possible quarterbacks that could go in the first round, which, big picture, Cowboys sitting there at 24, you'd like all 6 of those guys to go ahead of you because it's dropping players down. The Giants are interesting because they've also been linked to Drake May, and they've been trying to move up with the Patriots. The Patriots stay there. Another player that they've done a lot of homework on, according to J.J. McCarthy himself, is the Giants. That's the team he's had the most conversations with. So you look within the NFC East. Giants picking at 6, right behind the Chargers. If the rumors are true, Minnesota does want McCarthy that much. They've got to leapfrog the Giants. If they do, in which case, do the Giants pivot to a Michael Penix Jr., and we get 4 quarterbacks go in the top 6 picks?
Man, that would be crazy, because I was on some Giant podcasts, and all they were talking about were wide receivers. I mean, they were asking me, it never one time did it ever come up. And maybe it's something that they feel like that maybe they could get their quarterback in the 2nd or 3rd round. Maybe it's Pratt or somebody like that we're looking at. But it to me, that would be, if they're going quarterback, that was something that they had not talked about. I know with their group of people, much like the Giants.com folks, they're like, tell me about all these wide receivers. Tell me what you think about Adunze. Tell me what you think about Neighbors. Tell me what you think about Harrison. That's their thing. Let me tell you something new about New England. This, to me, them staying is not a surprise. And it's not a surprise in this way, because I think that Bob Kraft and Jonathan Kraft have given Elliott Wolf the mandate that he needs to select a quarterback. That's where that's at. And so them moving back, it was nice talks and things like that. But from up high, from ownership, they're saying we need to go get a quarterback. They've been through the last couple of years of not having very quality quarterback play after having it for 20 years, the best quarterback in the league. So it makes a lot of sense why New England is going to sit tight here.
It's going to be fascinating to see what happens with the quarterbacks, but also with inside the division. You talk about the Giants there. Washington, you already mentioned, is a team to move up. Another team that we're hearing could be very aggressive, the Eagles in Philadelphia.
They're hunting a tackle, and they're trying to get Fuaga is who they're trying to go for.
How would we feel about Fuaga, Oregon State, who I think we all like a lot? Might be. I mean, I look at him. He might be the best run-blocking offensive lineman in the draft. Right tackle, can maybe move over to the left side, could also kick in and be a really good guard. Maybe they're looking ahead at the future to replace Lane Johnson, who is getting a little bit older.
That's fair.
Yeah, they're talking about playing maybe Fuaga at guard. And then when they lose Lane Johnson, kicking him out to tackle is what they want to do.
There's a lot of teams that look at Fuaga as
a guard.
Yeah. There's a lot of them.
Which makes sense to me because his arms.
Yeah. I think you're right about that. I mean, but to me, there's like you say, the two positions that I've heard they were hunting, the tackle and then the corner were the two positions. I know, Aisha, we were talking about in some of these when we did our show, when we were talking about in the division, who would you not want to see the Eagles potentially get? I think Aisha brought up the cornerbacks would be a possibility.
Was it Nate Wiggins? Was that the player,
No,
Aisha?
we talked about, you were like, would you feel bad about Nate Wiggins?
I'd be like, okay, take Nate Wiggins. That's all right.
Because I know how Philly get down.
I think with Philadelphia, their goal would be to trade up to 12 and get Denver's pick there.
Yeah.
I think it would be to grab a corner. It could be Fuaga, but I think it would be to go grab Terry and Arnold. Denver, there's a specific tango there that I think you could play with them to where they are able to pick up 23 and potentially one of the two Eagles second round picks and still grab Bo Nix there at 23 or 22 if that was the deal to be done. But they've been on the phone with Denver, they've been on the phone with Minnesota. We'll kind of see what those picks look like as the teams play out. But you were talking about when does the draft start? I think it's going to be around that time. I think that's when it's really going to get chaotic.
It's interesting too, the idea of Denver willing to jump back as far as they are, sitting there at 12. I know coming in here today, Ed Werder is from ESPN. He is stationed with the Broncos today. And Ed Werder had reported the Broncos have 26 first-round grades this year. Wow. Is what they've ended up with. And so for them, if you feel like I've got 26 guys, so if I go back to 22 or whatever that is there, I'm totally comfortable that I'm still going to get a first-round player. And so that would make some sense that they'd be a vulnerable one to say, hey, let's jump back. Sean Payton's trying to, their first pick last year was 64.
Yeah.
It was very back into the second round. So I mean, you're trying to make up a pretty big talent deficit.
They're still eating huge cap money for that quarterback, right?
Yeah, with Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Well, and they need a quarterback. They just made the trade for Zach Wilson, and it seems as though they're going to be out of the realm of possibility unless Penix does end up sliding, right? Maybe the Giants do take Roma Dunze, the wide receiver from Washington. Penix is around, and they have an option there. The Bo Nix link there, to me, it's just been befuddling. It's been one of those draft rumors that I have not wanted to buy. I see it there.
I think he likes McCarthy better than Bo Nix. I do. I mean, I just conversations, back channeling some stuff, because he was on the McCarthy thing before it was really kind of going down the road.
And Peyton Manning just kind of outed him on that.
Exactly. So to me, the Knicks thing is surprising. Can I throw another team in there?
Yeah,
I mean,
man.
you're talking about chaos.
Let's spitball it.
The Los Angeles Rams. Okay,
Yes,
welcome back to the draft. The Rams. F them picks is back to picking players now. But this thing about it is they're trying to move this thing up. They're trying to get Brock Bowers. Either they're looking at wide receiver or Brock Bowers here. Is with the
What you got, Bobby?
I know McVay loves Bowers.
And that makes so
McVay
much
loves
sense.
Brock Bowers.
That makes so much sense him to go after Bowers.
It makes me sick thinking about it. Him and then
Puka
Cooper
Nacua.
Kupp and Puka Nacua.
Yeah.
Secondary.
Kyron Williams at running back.
Yeah.
That's a heck of a team. Now, there's other rumors out there. Jordan Schultz reporting some surprise first rounders to keep an eye on. Florida State wide receiver Keon Coleman.
Okay.
Who I thought was first round caliber, in my opinion. He ended up kind of during this whole process. I don't know if it's fault to him, but because there's so many other really outstanding receivers kind of getting elevated, could also be medicals with some of these other receivers that we're kind of hearing about now.
Yeah, Thomas, I think, is a concern for some teams on their board about some of the things with the hips. possibly some tears there.
We know McConkey with the back.
McConkey, yeah, there's some things going on right now there with some of these receivers. So, yeah, we'll see.
The other offensive tackle to monitor, and maybe this could be a San Francisco move late in the first round, Washington offensive tackle Roger Rosengarten.
Yeah.
Who's a good player. I mean, you talk about Washington, they're going to have – it's no wonder they were in the national championship game. You're going to have a lot of people come off the board over the weekend.
Oh, my goodness.
Aisha, you got Coleman in front of you? Because I'm interested in what you're thinking about Coleman.
I was going to touch on him, but I wanted to ask really quickly, when you mentioned I can't remember who you were talking about just now. It'll come back to me, but I want to ask you a question. It'll come back to me. I forgot.
Was it Coleman or Rosengarten?
No, it wasn't about Rosengarten.
Okay.
It'll come
Bowers?
back to me. No,
Okay.
it'll come back to me.
Okay. Now, the other stuff here is we're looking at kind of some rumors that are happening. Patriots, Bills. Bills might be looking to move up, go get a wide receiver. Seen some things as though they might try and double up, get 2 first-round players in this thing. The wide receivers, look, I know a lot of people kind of mocked the Cowboys going wide receiver. Would any of us believe that that's a possibility tonight? Xavier Worthy is a name that I saw mocked with Dallas quite a bit. I don't see it. The team that I do know likes Miami.
Miami
loves Xavier Worthy. It's really their head coach, Mike McDaniel. You know he's a speed guy. He has an affinity for Texas' own Xavier Worthy. That's a team to monitor there. I hope they go that route.
Yeah.
Like Graham Barton, keep falling to 24.
Mike McDaniel was at the Texas Pro Day and spent a lot of time talking to not only Xavier Worthy, but Adonai Mitchell as well. But, man, imagine that speed in that offense. My goodness. I mean, they were able to pick up Devon Chain last year and then add just another speed weapon to with Xavier Worthy to Tyreek Hill already and Jalen Waddle. Jalen Waddle, you put him on any other team, he's probably the fastest skill guy that they have. And on this team, he's probably the third guy. And then Braxton Berrios, you can say the same thing about him too. But, yeah, Xavier Worthy would be absolutely nutty in that offense.
Somewhere Al Davis is smiling.
Yes.
Right? Looking at that Dolphins roster right now. It's funny you mentioned something. You mentioned something a second ago, Zach, about the idea of like the more of these quarterbacks that go ahead of you. Brian and I know we're talking about that. The idea of like, which guys are we watching here where it's like, hey, it's beneficial if you see these players start going off the board?
I'd say as many receivers as possible, personally.
Yeah.
I think the quarterbacks are fantastic. Really, the defensive players. You know, go ahead and let the edges go off the board. Let Dallas Turner, let Laitu Latu from UCLA, Verse from Florida State, Byron Murphy from Texas.
Maybe Newton.
Yeah, Jerzan Newton from Illinois. All of as many defensive, the corners. If you want to run on corner, Cooper DeJean from Iowa, Nate Wiggins we brought up from Clemson, Terrion Arnold, Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo. As many defensive players, receivers, and quarterbacks that can be plucked off the board. Darius Robinson would be another name that I know our buddy Todd Archer threw out there for the Cowboys. As many of those guys that can come off the board, so the Cowboys have as many offensive linemen at their disposal to where they can say, okay, if we want to move back, we're still in a good spot. Or at 24, Troy Faltanu from Washington's there, or Graham Barton's there. We're staying here. We're thrilled. We're turning in the card right now. Hold that thought there, Aisha. We'll come back. We'll talk more about whatever player that you have in mind. I also want to talk about Bobby. Give me a short list of some names here that we should be monitoring at 24 if the Cowboys were to stay. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft from the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com. All right.
My bad. I wanted you to explain how the heck Washington.
Are we on the stream?
We're live on the stream. We're live on the stream.
Yep.
I apologize.
No, you're good. We can keep talking. The stream wants this info. The stream's our friends. These are ride or dies right here.
I just wanted to know how the heck Washington has that many picks. I mean, because it's kind of outlandish. Am I tripping?
Washington, because they traded
those edges.
Both ends.
that.
Sweat. They got the Bears pick for Sweat in the second round, right?
Right.
And then they traded
Young.
Yes.
To San Francisco. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just couldn't.
What pick did they get from San Francisco?
That just sounds
let's
wild.
see.
That's so many picks.
Yeah.
They're loaded.
Yeah. What you want to do though is as you're looking at teams you're trying to trade up to or trade back to, who's got multiple picks in the round. Those are the teams that are easy to deal with because sometimes they don't want to give their own pick. You know, they're not willing to move on from their own pick.
Gotcha.
They'd like to say, okay, yeah, sure, we'll give you this pick 82 that we got from Cincinnati, you know, kind of a thing. So
Okay,
you got something over there, Bobby, you're working on, or you just
I'm just
so they can hear
texting
the
Peyton
ads.
saying I'm hearing the commercials in my ear during the break.
Well, I'm going to throw it to you here, Bob,
Sorry.
for whatever you got that's juicy and good. What was the player we were talking about, Aisha?
Keon Coleman.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to talk about him.
Okay, I'll
because
change
a lot
it.
of people consider him a first-round pick.
I have him.
Yeah.
I think I do
What you
have
think
him as a
about him,
first
Bobby?
rounder.
He's top of the second round. I mean, he's the
Okay.
fourth receiver.
He's
I
a-
like Keon Coleman a lot.
It's my 25th best player.
Okay.
He just missed being a first rounder for me.
I got him right behind when you start to talk about Neighbors and Harrison Odunze, Thomas. The thing with Thomas, I think, is concerning with the hips stuff. I mean, he played through that at LSU. That's something he's probably going to have to get fixed going
Man.
forward. But Coleman is a bad man. I mean, you watch him
Yeah.
play,
It-
and he's
he
back there
is.
returning punts, and they're like, "Hey, listen, we don't have a punt returner." He goes like, "Let me do it." And you're just like going, "Oh,
Yeah,
okay."
he's getting knocked for the speed, but the
Yeah.
guy just makes plays. I got Mitchell as my wide receiver 4. I just love his game, man. But it's going to be interesting to see where Mitchell ends up going in this draft with all the things that he's been dealing with.
It's interesting when you mentioned Thomas there. Like, there's already so many questions about the idea of, to me anyway, like Brian Thomas's frame. He's such a like slender,
Very,
like
Yeah.
big
yes.
guy. When you're then telling me that like he might have hip issues too
Yeah,
on top
sure.
of that, when I'm already curious about a frame and how it's going to hold up, taking the NFL beating across the middle and with some of these physical corners, I'm going to be very fascinated to see which teams say we're comfortable with that. We're going to go ahead and do it.
Well, I think that's why Coleman might go ahead of him. You know, every year we'll get to that point where we see somebody sliding, and then we're in tune to it now to understand. Okay, we didn't have the medical on that guy. And I think so. Now we have a little bit of an advantage there with knowing what's going on with him. If he's sliding, and all of a sudden you see Coleman, Mitchell, and those guys go ahead of him in this draft.
It's going to be interesting with these receivers. There's so many. I mean, where's Corley going to go? Where's Baker going to go? The Washington kids, Polk.
Legette's interesting too.
Yeah.
I'm
Xavier Legette, man, and we
Some
talked
teams
about him
love him.
early. He is a fun
and you
player.
saw him at the Senior Bowl, right, Nick?
Yeah.
And you said he had a couple of rough days, yeah.
He had a great day and a bad day.
his
He
first,
had one
his
great
first
day
day,
and one bad day.
His first
Yeah.
day was kind of poor. But all right, I guess we're coming back here.
Let's party.
All right.
Got anything you want to say in 10 seconds, Zach?
The 2024 NFL Draft continues on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
Your Dallas Cowboys picking number 24 in the first round tonight. That's as of now. We don't know what's going to happen when it comes to all the trade possibilities. Do they stay at 24? Do they maybe say, bleep this, we're being aggressive, we're moving up? I don't think that's happening. I think it's more like, let's back. Chris Berman style in the home run derby. Let's go ahead and add some extra picks. But your pick at 24, if you are waiting to kind of find out when will I be able to enjoy the Cowboys selection, it could be any time from 9:30 to about 10 o'clock. Anywhere between those 30 minutes, 9:30 to 10, depending on the speed of the draft, is when we can expect the Cowboys to get on the clock and get that selection. We've got a lot to get to. If you were following along on DallasCowboys.com, you heard us talking some wide receivers. We mentioned Keon Coleman, the wide receiver from Florida State, maybe being a potential sleeper to slide into the first round. I think you've got 3 solidified first-round wide receivers with Marvin Harrison Jr. out of Ohio State, Malik Neighbors out of LSU, and then Rome Odunze out of Washington. Who is that fourth guy will be interesting. Aisha, what is it about Keon Coleman that you like?
I mean, well, Bobby brought up the fact that Brian Thomas Jr. has kind of that slender frame.
Yeah.
This ain't Keon Coleman ain't got that. Like, he's 6'4", 215, but it's also too because Bobby brought up the fact that you worry about like him taking contact and stuff. Keon will extend, strong hands, red zone threat. He's very strong at the catch point as well. I think he just has like the right build for a receiver. I feel like he's similar to Rashee Rice when you look at, he's not going to create a whole bunch of separation, but it's like just enough for you to get going and be able to release and be effective. I think he does need to improve as a blocker, but yeah, I like the guy's game, and he has that very much so like, this is my ball, big dog. I know you here, but this is for me. So he was a Michigan State transfer, and he's made the best of it at FSU. He made a big difference in their offense.
Yeah, this kid played basketball at Michigan State too. I mean, he's got the
And
build.
that's a hell of a basketball school there with Tom Izzo.
he has the build, and Aisha's right. He's got the build of an NFL receiver. This
Yeah.
guy reminds me of Cedric Tillman Remember, it came out of Tennessee that the Cleveland Browns
I
had.
remember.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit of that kind of a guy. But this guy, he's an explosive player with the ball in his hands. We were talking about it during the break here that when they needed a punt returner, he went back there. He volunteered, like, let me do it. And now you're watching like all these highlights of him bringing the ball back, and he's the elusiveness for a guy that's 6'3", 200. Yeah. There was a guy, I brought this guy up before, Anquan Bolden, who was who played at Florida State. Same thing. Anquan Bolden couldn't run out of sight. And I remember Walter Jewett, the scout at the time, going, I don't care what you MFers do. Mm-hmm. He goes, you can put him wherever you want. That guy's going to play a long time in this league. And sure enough, Anquan Bolden had a hell of a career. And it was all because of speed. Sometimes these guys, he might not run fast in T-shirts and shorts, but he plays fast in pads.
Right.
Or he plays that with some quickness there.
I remember it was the note everybody kept going to, because what did Coleman run, 4.6?
It was 4.6.
It wasn't fast
It
at
was
all.
not fast. But I remember they talked about the GPS tracking. A big discussion was how he went through the gauntlet drill.
Mm-hmm.
And he clocked like the fastest gauntlet drill time. And so people are like, well, how do you reconcile that? And what they came back to was they said, well, think about who did that last year. Who ran through the gauntlet drill without top end speed? It was Puka Nacua. Mm-hmm. And then who was the most dominant pass catcher as a rookie last year, coming out and really changing the game? And so to me, I get so scared with guys like Keon Coleman. I like him a lot. He's my fourth receiver, but there's too many Laquan Treadwells.
Oh, I knew you were going
in
to
my
throw
life.
that name.
Oh my gosh.
There's too many Laquan Treadwells. There's
Cedric Tillman.
Yeah, no, I mean, Cedric Tillman. There's still time.
I
there.
wasn't a Cedric Tillman guy.
There's still time.
But
But
to
the
me,
same kind of build.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
But he's a guy that I feel like most of the things I have to say that are negative about him are nitpicky. Like,
It's
I feel
really
like
just
I'm
the
just
separation,
trying,
right?
it's
He's a guy that doesn't
separation.
create a ton of separation, but he catches everything that's thrown his way.
So for a guy who, he's still working on his footwork, I think, in terms of releases and getting off the line of scrimmage and everything else. Like, that is a guy who is so light on his feet in open space and is so difficult to bring down, has such great balance. He is, I really, really like him. He is very top of the second round for me.
Man, this guy, he's got a nasty side to his game, too.
Yes.
You watch him play. He is an intimidating guy out there. With that number 4 running around, just blasting through people and stuff like that. He's a hard guy to bring down.
Okay.
You can't fool me, Brian. I know why you like him. He's a Louisiana native.
Oh, there we go.
What it is.
There we go.
I wasn't expecting that.
Call me a fool.
This is
I
only the
probably
start.
am.
This is only the
This is only
start.
the beginning.
This is
of
the only
Louisiana,
beginning.
and this is why we love Nick. I put in my notes, with the ball in his hands, he reminds me of a bigger Zay Flowers from last year.
Oh, that's
Okay.
crazy.
And Zay Flowers is much more explosive, but just the violent nature, not quite as much as a Corley or a Neighbors, right, with that yak. But Keon Coleman, I don't care what his 40 time was.
Yeah.
You get him the football, good luck getting him down and good luck chasing him down. He's a heck of a player. We talk about the receivers in the draft here. You might be interested in this, Bobby Bell. Tom Curran.
Don't assume what I'm interested in.
Tom Curran, of course, NBC Sports Boston, very
Boston.
plugged in there with the Patriots. There is conversations being had about the Patriots trying to trade for Brandon Ayuk of the San Francisco 49ers. So nothing confirmed on that, but I think draft day trades for other receivers we've seen happen. A.J. Brown very recently. Marquise Hollywood Brown happened. I believe that was in the same draft. So that's another layer to this whole thing we got to be looking at, Bobby, is, okay, what players are going to be traded as well from teams?
Yeah, and a lot of times that would be interesting because, Brian, I know you're talking about it. The idea of San Francisco moving up, you thought was maybe more for tackle, potentially,
Yeah,
right?
offensive tackle.
Yeah, so what's interesting there is historically when you have seen teams move up, specifically you mentioned the A.J. Brown trade. Trade A.J. Brown, get the pick, take Traylon Burks, who a lot of people had compared to A.J. Brown coming out. Like you find somebody, you go, all right, we're purging this. Let me go get my replacement now. Here's the guy that's stepping in. So for them to walk away from, the rumors today have been Ayuk, Samuel, like that they're entertaining discussions on both, and then to not replace that is that would be very interesting to me if you'd go all the way up for something like that and then not look to replace. But I feel like if you're going up to 3, you're not going up to 3 to take a tackle. Like maybe if you go up to 5, 6, but if you're going up to 3, doesn't that say you're trying to get Harrison or a Dunze or Neighbors or one of the receivers that you're worried about?
New England also has 34.
I think that would be the more likely swap, right? Because
Yeah.
right
I don't
now
think
There
it's
probably need to be a 6th or 7th.
I don't think
involved,
I don't think it's a first round deal here. I think what the way that New England can pull this off is the fact that they're picking so early in this draft in every round. That's inviting for San Francisco.
This kind of slides
there.
right into what you were talking about, Brian, because if they do move, let's say 34 for Ayuk, and now they've got 34 and 31, you've now got prime ammunition to jump up in the first round for one of these offensive linemen.
There you go.
So they're setting themselves up very, very nicely. From a Cowboys standpoint, Bobby, our Cowboys insider, what's at your top of the star mind right now? Is it? I mean, you're working the phones over here like a madman, I see.
It's just that it's because I'm trying to save space, so I have two phones up like Kevin Gates.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do here. No, it's funny. I think that Brian and I talked about this earlier today. I think there are a bunch of different things that you're watching with interest from a Cowboys perspective of, okay, do teams start saying Penix is definitely top 12 quarterback, take him? Does that put pressure then to take Nix? Does the run on receivers start? Like you're going to watch all that, and then you're going to be watching the Graham Barton landmines, and then you're going to start watching how active are teams trading right now, and not just how are they trading. I remember there was a couple years ago, I think it was 2 years ago. I don't think it was last year. But Brian, you remember the cost of going up was not equal to trade chart history.
Right.
So it's one of those things where teams took advantage of, all right, let's go up. So do you start seeing, is it matching up on either end? Is there lopsided to the trade value chart, either to go up or go back? Is it a lopsided value? And how do the Cowboys then respond to that? Because to me, I think they got criticized for it roundly at the time, but when they traded back for Travis Frederick,
yes,
and they went down, it was 12 picks.
It was from 18 to 30.
Yeah,
30, 31.
So 13. They went down 13.
Should have got
picks.
a second round and only got back a third.
Got a third, a late third.
Yeah, got back a third.
That was Terrence Williams.
Williams, yeah.
And so, even still, for me in this draft where you don't have a fourth round pick, I'm not upset losing a little value on the trade chart just to get me the pieces to, if I got to move back and it's a little in their favor, fine. I can live with that in order to get me the depth pieces that I need, because right now they've got a lot of different holes that they have to fill, primary openings that they have to fill, and they got a lot of depth that they have to fill. And if you want this scouting staff that's done such a great job, Will McClay's group over the years, replenishing the talent, consistently, give them some more darts to throw. Give them some more ammo.
Yeah, looking at just Kansas City, for example, they have the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And looking at the trade chart, if they were to combo the 3rd and the 4th to move up to 24 from 32, that would put them right above the point mark. Like if the Cowboys would be able to benefit just a little bit. Yeah. But if they package the 3rd and the 5th, it puts them right below. It's only by about 4 or 5 points. So you're saying even if they can't come away with a 4th round pick, if it's a 3rd and a 5th, you'd still feel pretty good about that, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree. I think just to be able to pick up another top 100 pick and get a pick where you're not waiting 87 picks in between the 3rd and the 5th round, that's a prime real estate, especially in this draft. I feel like on day 3 you need to get some talent early.
What do you guys feel like? The projections of compensatories, and I know it's for the 2025 draft, but with that being in your back pocket, do you think about moving that capital? Can you move future capital that way and think about it, that maybe hey, if we can use one of these picks or 2 of these picks, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's certainly a thought. As of right now on overthecap.com, Cowboys are projected to have 3 5th compensatory picks next season, 1 6th and 1 7th. Granted, Stephon Gilmore hasn't really been factored into that yet, granted because he hasn't signed to another team. So it could potentially be even another one. I think you have to think about it. It is kind of like the old saying: you want the egg or the chicken, which comes first on that? Yeah. Or the eggs in the basket, whatever it is. You know what I'm talking about. I think they do have these eggs in the basket though. It's a little bit different here. I think if you can package a couple of 5ths to grab a 4th, you do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
You do that, especially considering as of today, you'll have 4 5th round picks next season. So I think you have to look into that. It's certainly something that has been tossed around in this building, 100%.
Nick, if, the assumption that, all right, they do find a trade back partner and they move back, how real does the possibility of another position, not an offensive lineman, but say a Jonathan Brooks, the running back out of Texas, or a linebacker like Edgerrin Cooper from Texas A&M, come into the conversation?
Yeah, I still have. I would. It depends on where. Let's say it's early in the 2nd round, because that's probably when you're starting to look at different positions, and most of the tackles have probably come off the board after the 24. I think then you could probably look at an Edgerrin Cooper or potentially a Jonathan Brooks. I still feel like you can get Brooks at at 56, it'd be really tough. It's going to be close, and there's a couple of landmines in front. We're going to be talking about those after the Graham Barton landmines. But
goodness.
I think you can still get a really valuable non-offensive lineman in those 30s that will make you feel like it's valuable at the end of the day.
I'm with you on that. Aisha knows this is going to be stressful here in about 26 minutes or so. This entire draft, waiting for Graham Barton to come off the board. Hopefully he doesn't before 24. But Brian, how real do you think it is that Philly, the whispers that we've kind of heard,
We're trying to go up.
well, not only going up, but in the second round, they're picking ahead of the Cowboys there, and they're being linked a little bit to Jonathan Brooks.
You know what? It's going to
At
sound.
53.
It's going to sound really weird here. The way I'm going to say this, I don't know if necessarily they're going to pick Brooks. I don't know.
The Eagles or the Cowboys?
The Cowboys.
Okay.
I don't know. And to me, I'm hearing two different things. I'm hearing this, hey, don't connect. Now, maybe they're trying to deflect some stuff here, but they're saying don't connect just because of doctor and workouts and 30 visits and all that. That maybe that there's some of these backs that we're going to talk about at 87. Maybe our guy from Kentucky, Davis.
Ray Davis.
Yeah. Maybe our guy from USC.
Marshawn Lloyd.
Yeah. See, to me, it's been so much hammered to us, Brooks, and there's a side of me that's like, I'm a little bit, I don't know, because I'm kind of thinking that maybe this thing is going to go into the third round, and they're going to look for a running back. That maybe the other positions, maybe something more valuable to them in the second round, whether that's that linebacker or another position might be in play more than what we have with Brooks.
That's interesting. Aisha, what other running backs do you think would come to mind in that scenario?
In that scenario, if you waited to like the third-ish round situation, I mean, I've talked about Isaac Orendo and what I think about him and how he's able to be elusive in the open field. Tyron Tracy, he put on a hell of a clinic at Purdue, broke a lot of records. This guy can accelerate and get to the second level quickly as well. He can put his shoulder into your chest. I like him as well. And if you wanted to go even later than that, which I don't know if you would want to do that, but if you wanted to go even later than that, I like Dylan Lube. Is that how you say his name?
Lobby.
Lobby.
Mm-hmm.
Lobby. Okay, cool. Like some of what he's able to do, and he's a willing pass blocker as well. So there's
options.
This, Kamani Vidal. I know a lot of people don't like
5'8",
him.
that dude, his ability to pass block,
Dog,
though. I mean,
like,
he's got some like MJD in there.
I know a lot of people don't like him, but
yeah,
I enjoyed his tape. I did personally.
yeah.
Anyway,
late in the draft, I see you there. We'll get back more into the running back conversation, and then we'll talk more Cowboy scenarios. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
You're on the internet side now.
I was just waiting for the clear from Peyton. But yeah, all right, so here we go. We're good. We're good. All right, back on the internet.
A lot going on the roller coaster ride.
Gosh, I have wondered that. Like, are they trying to put
Nick,
off the
can you
sense
prove me wrong there?
of another
On
running
what?
back? Like,
On Brooks?
Do they actually
Brooks,
love Benson? Do they love
Brooks.
Wright?
No,
They love
yeah.
Brooks.
I was going to say they may or may not pick him. They absolutely love him.
They love Brooks.
They do.
They do.
It's funny because I've been getting two sets of vibes on him. Like I love him, and then maybe they're trying to deflect us talking about him as much.
Yeah.
But I'm getting that, well, don't always connect the dots there, guy.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Yeah, and look, I think it's important to remember, and Brian, I know that you're familiar with this too, the idea that this process, how many different people have slapped a grade on Jonathan Brooks in all likelihood at this point? 6, 7 different people in the building, probably?
oh, yeah, you've got the two. Yeah, exactly.
So I mean, you know what? There could be somebody who doesn't love Jonathan Brooks that much.
Yeah.
It could be that there's a couple people who love Jonathan Brooks, but cumulatively the grade doesn't come out to a certain way. I think that he is somebody that they absolutely like. The question of course, of how enamored, or do they like him enough to say, this has got to be our running back? We can't wait till the third round. Maybe not. And that may be where some of that perspective comes from. But I think that it is more than safe to say they really, really like Jonathan Brooks.
I agree. I think if 56, if they had their pick, I think it would be Brooks, Benson, and if both of those guys are off the board, they look at other positions. It wouldn't surprise me if they went with another position over Benson, but I still feel like if he's on the board,
I hope you're right,
Brooks at
because
56,
he is my number one back when you start to talk about But it's just one of those things like late in the day, the last few hours of the draft, it's like, man, you guys are talking about Brooks a lot, talking about him a lot. I wouldn't always connect the dots, and you're like going, okay, don't play this game with me today.
Yeah, like what's the deal?
Don't play. But
Is he going to be there?
I don't know.
Are we confident that he's even going to be there?
Brooks?
Yes.
I mean, Adam Schefter wrote the other day that he thinks 56 is the floor. That is the very latest he gets to. So, I mean, anybody who has interest in him, I think Jonathan Brooks pretty much universally, just from conversations I have with other people that I know in other teams and stuff like that, I think Jonathan Brooks is pretty close to unanimously the top back for most teams. Yeah.
And I think that's probably because Benson, you look at him as like an outside zone scheme guy, like kind of what we saw with Joey Porter Jr. last year with Penn State.
Sure.
Teams evidently felt he was a scheme-specific corner. And I think Trey Benson might slide because of that as well.
I know I've heard from a couple different people, around the league and other spots, their concern with Benson, and it didn't stand out to me, but I know that there are different people that have the concern that with Benson, he doesn't see it fast enough. He doesn't see the hole quick enough. He doesn't process it. He doesn't hit it quick enough.
Interesting.
And so I know that that's something that some teams have dinged him for,
Yeah.
or they feel like
The vision.
They like him, and it's not even necessarily the vision. I think it's more the processing. Like how quickly do you see it, process it, and go? I mean, that was for all of Emmitt Smith's limitations physically, like as an athlete when he was coming out, that was one of the things that historically he was one of the greatest of all time at, was seeing it, finding it, hitting, finding the spot, getting through there. And that's something that I think that their teams wonder, does Trey Benson do that really well?
When does the first running back go off the board?
Second round.
Second round, yeah. I mean, maybe as early as, I don't know, a team that.
What has this
I'm
position become?
I am keeping an eye on Carolina just to pull some crazy things, because they have those 2 early second-round picks. If they move back from 39, they brought in Jonathan Brooks for a 30 visit. That's a team you could probably look at. Green Bay, that's another team that could be looking at a running back potentially. Philadelphia, we mentioned, but I mean, bringing in Saquon Barkley, how needy do they feel like they need to be?
That's what I'm saying. If you got I think Blake Corum will probably be the Chargers.
It seems likely.
It seems like that guy's going to
too
pick
easy.
Blake Corum. That now you talk about lining up the dots and all that.
Yeah,
it's just something I wanted to throw out there because, like I said, I trust this guy that what he said, but we have and Brooks is, again, I ain't adjusting my board. I got Brooks as a second round running back. If at 56, would I love to see him come to Dallas? Absolutely, I would. But I just worry if that's going to be a reality here today.
I'd be very content waiting till the 3rd, and then we end up having some other. Do we have a hard out here, Peyton, or no?
You could text him.
The 2024 NFL Draft continues on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
So much conversation about the running backs. How early do you think a running back could come off the board tonight? I don't think we will get one. Zach Wolchuk alongside Bobby Belt. Of course, Nick Harris and Aisha Morrison of DallasCowboys.com, and the Super Bowl champion scout Brian Broaddus. Of course, we are 2/5 of the G-Bag Nation on the flagship, 105.3 The Fan. But, Bobby, you can hear in the mornings with Sean and RJ. This is going to be a fascinating conversation because with the Cowboys, I do think we know the positions that they're probably eyeing, whether that's center, offensive tackle, maybe both, 2 in the first 3 rounds potentially, running back, and then linebacker. Somewhat of that ordering will probably happen out of 3 of the first 4 rounds. They don't have a 4th-round pick right now. We'll see if that changes. If you could ideally, Nick, go ahead and maybe project out as we're getting closer and closer to the start of this first round, the order of operations that they might attack those position groups.
From a draft pick perspective, as far as first, second, third round, it's going to depend on the board and how it falls completely. I think first round, I'm still sticking to offensive line. Second round, running back if their guy is there. If not, I think they pivot to linebacker. And then third round, linebacker if they didn't address in the second round.
Aisha, looking at kind of how we've got our board set, could you wait on linebacker? Could you maybe go ahead and let's just strengthen offensive line if you do go tackle and then you need to get a center maybe in the second round? Maybe it's Zach Frazier from West Virginia. And then in the third, you go ahead and wait on linebacker. Could you wait until if you're able to move back and you get a 4th, then you look at an Eichenberg from Ohio State maybe at linebacker or Trayvon Wallace from Kentucky. You can cross your fingers there. Me too. You can cross your fingers. Maybe he slides.
I think I mean, yeah, I think you could do that because honestly, we've talked about it. The gap between the junior, even the gap between Edgerrin Cooper and then Peyton Wilson, and then to Junior Colson, to a lot of people, is a big jump. I think Junior Colson need a little bit more love, but that's just me. But yeah, I think because that gap is kind of evident, then yeah, you could go to a Trevin Wallace like that Brian likes from Kentucky. I liked some of Cedric Gray's tape, but
Yeah,
I know that
you and me both.
Yeah,
I mean, Wallace and Gray, I'd be happy with either one of those guys.
yeah, either one. I think there's similarities in their play. That's just me.
Yeah, athleticism.
But if you did want to wait a little bit later, we got to see Curtis Jacobs at the Senior Bowl, and I feel like he's a guy also too, a lot of experience, played a lot of time, could come in and be beneficial. I will say, we haven't talked about it a whole bunch, but with DeMarvion Overshown, what are y'all's expectations for him? Because, I mean, you got Damone Clark, you have Big
Kendricks.
Dog Kendricks, and then you have DeMarvion Overshown. What are y'all expectations from him? I
mean, Damone Clark's not going to stop me from putting DeMarvion Overshown on the field. I think they really missed DeMarvion Overshown last year in terms of what they had planned to do. It's one of those things where you get a sense. I remember the story years ago with Sean Payton where New Orleans took Alvin Kamara in the second round, third round, whatever it was. And Alvin Kamara got there, and it was early on in OTAs, and they went, "Oh, he's so good!" like you knew it. It was like, "Oh, okay." Like they get a sense of those things pretty quick. Like, "Oh, he's really good." There's the famous mic'd up moment from Hard Knocks where Micah's first practice, Dak is like, "He's good." Like you know it pretty quick, and there were just so many people around this team that were talking about DeMarvion Overshown in August and going, "He's so good, and he's going to make such a difference." And I think it really hurt when he went down. I think there's a lot they're still trying to work out with Damone Clark. I think Damone Clark can be a good player. I think Damone Clark is a great locker room guy. I think in terms of who's going to be stepping on the field, I don't think they're struggling to figure out who they want taking the majority of those snaps.
I think Damone Clark's worst enemy might be himself. I think at times he just hesitates. He doesn't trust his own eyes.
Yeah.
And just trust, because you've seen flashes from him. That New England game, I thought Damone Clark, that's exactly what you envisioned when you drafted him.
Even the San Fran game, not this past year, but the year before, like you saw towards the end in that playoff game, you see him coming downhill, being more decisive. But one thing about Damone, and we talked about it even on Girls Talk, Boys Talk, when he came on, is the fact that it matters that he has not had a consistent veteran here. Linebacker is not a position to me that you can just go into without having consistent guidance there. And what veteran besides
Leighton Vander Esch.
Yeah, Leighton Vander Esch, of course. But then
Anthony Barr.
Anthony Barr has he had. It's kind of been a revolving door with the veteran linebackers here. And I also think that the Cowboys scheme plays a big part in these linebackers and their usage and even their consistent flow for the game. You see the San Fran core of linebackers and how they're always on the field. I think that matters. You're not getting rotated in as and a safety's taking your spot every couple of plays and things like that. I really think that matters for development wise.
Yeah, I also think though, it's easier not to have to rotate when you've got Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw on the field.
And that's my point. I mean, I get that,
and that's one of those things where I think that there's a lot that he's had to grow up quickly. He's had to recover from very significant injuries and get himself ready. I think it's really impressive what he did, what the training staff did to get him ready to play the way he did. But the other thing was there's been a lot asked of Damone Clark in terms of kind of being, because it is a young linebacker core, he's had to they've wanted him to kind of be a veteran type of presence. They've wanted him to be a good influence on teach these guys how to be pros, teach them how to do these sort of things. And so there's been a lot asked of him that is tough. But I mean, there are some who would, I think, argue that being asked to take on those responsibilities early and having them for a couple of years, that on-the-job training is just as valuable as somebody who could have been sitting there and telling them, "Hey, do this, do that."
Yeah, I think it's very. It makes sense to question what DeMarvion Overshown can bring next season. Going back to that point really quick, I was able to catch up with DeMarvion about a month ago, just kind of ask where he is in his recovery. And first off, physically, he's added at least 15 more pounds, and it's all muscle. He looks great. He looks shredded. He's definitely been in that weight room, and he's already been well on track to be ready by training camp. But he said more hungry. All of the excitement that was built up in year one is still in there. It's ready to be unleashed on people. The glimpse that y'all got last year, you should expect 10 times more than than that. This ACL injury will not be an excuse for anything going into the season at all. I'm going to be ready to play, and fans should expect that. So, I mean, coming from DeMarvion, of course, like that's what he would love to accomplish. I still have high hopes that he can come off that ACL and have a really good, quote unquote, second year in the NFL. I think he's going to have a productive season.
Okay, so we got some news out of Filthy, and that would be Philadelphia, of course, just in case we do have some Eagle fans that are listening. It appears the Eagles are not going to be trading A.J. Brown. He has agreed to terms on a new 3-year extension for $96 million, highest for any wide receiver in NFL history. He's now under contract through 2029. His total guarantees of $84 million is also the highest. The deal, his third, which is at the age of 27, done by Tory Dandy of CAA. That's per Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network.
And why does that matter?
CeeDee Lamb.
Another leaf has fallen.
Well, that's a leaf, and
Okay.
that's the.
Bobby, real quick, because I know, Brian, you brought this up like with Tyreek Hill's numbers. Is it the guarantee, like you would divide the $84 million guaranteed by the 3 years? Is that roughly kind of the better projection of what it is per year?
Not necessarily, even because without seeing what the contract details are, that $84 million could be the 2 years of the deal. And there's also, if it's an extension that you're tacking on, you can do different things to kind of orchestrate the money a certain way. I think that's why Dak kind of smiled the other day when they were talking about his contract, and he went, I'm not trying to be the highest paid necessarily, because it's like there's 7 different definitions in the public of what the highest paid is going to be. I think it's important, though, that $32 million annually for A.J. Brown, that is CeeDee Lamb's agent. Tory Dandy is CeeDee Lamb's agent too, and so this is another negotiation he just got done within the division, and he can say, all right, this is another benchmark. This is another leaf, as they say.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Interesting. What do you got, Aisha?
I don't know. I don't even have a whole bunch to say
Just
about
upset?
it. I'm just it's starting to stress me out a little bit.
Okay, well, speaking of stress, as we get close to the start of the first round, you guys know I will be hoping and praying Graham Barton evades all of the minefields and makes it to 24. If the Cowboys don't take him and he's available at 24, I don't know what I will do. I'll find a way to be positive about it, but I'll be very, very sad. I'm sure that just means there's a better player on the board in that case. Who's the guy you guys are going to be watching throughout this process, thinking, please, please, please make your way down to 24?
Troy Fautanu would be awesome.
Yeah.
Other than Graham Barton.
Well, and that's the guy. Like, if both of them end up being there in a dream world, and you took Fautanu, I'd be okay.
I think they would take Fautanu.
And I'd be okay with that.
And the thing about it is, though, it's like, I'm not expecting it, though.
Me either.
It's kind of like I'm not expecting the Graham Barton. There's 2 things here. I want them to be able to grab the tackle that they want, whether it's who's on the board, whether it's Guyton or whether it's, but I want them to have the flexibility to be able to get out of there if it's not the way it is. I mean, I would hate for them to get stuck and then all of a sudden maybe they have to force a pick. If all those tackles are gone and they can't move, that would be the scenario. And we talked about Robinson from Missouri, the edge, and people would go, well, does it help you? Yeah, it helps you because, Aisha's been sitting there telling us for the last month and a half, you don't have any edges.
You just lost 2 guys that went to Washington.
And you got a guy that, you got Tank situation, how much do you really, really trust Sam Williams now? There's a lot of things that are kind of playing into this thing. And an edge wouldn't be a bad pick.
No.
But, man, I just hope that Dallas can survive the chaos and that if people are diving in front of them and stuff like that, that it all works out for them. That's what I'm going to be, as Aisha likes to say, that's what I'm going to be tracking.
Aisha, what are you going to be tracking?
Listen, I know Bobby's going to hate it, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to be tracking. I'm going to be sitting here looking at either Johnny Newton or Byron Murphy. Like, I would rejoice if either one of them fell. And the reason why is just because I just feel like your lack of DT depth is just insane. And you might as well bring in somebody that's just going to wreck shop just because. I don't care if he's just a pass rusher. I don't care about some of those things. For me, I'm just looking at you don't have any DT depth, and not only do you not have any, you can be patient and wait to post June cuts or whatever, but even in free agency, the top free agents are gone. Like those veteran guys that can play that position are gone. So it's like, okay, so if we're not going to address it, if you're not going to address it like that, at least just go get a star that's going to wreak havoc at least sometimes, because I'm very worried about the lack of depth at the DT position, and it's not funny to me no more. It was never funny. It's really not funny now.
Those are 2 special talents that I think that would be certainly a conversation. Byron Murphy's a top 10 player for me. He's number 9 on my board overall. He's a special player out of Texas.
Do you guys feel like, though, the best players on our boards or their board is going to be a defensive player?
At 24.
It might
At 24?
When they're on the clock, I think that it's
Probably.
possible.
I
Yeah,
think it can just
it's
fall
possible.
that way.
I don't think they're jumping tags. I don't think that's a dangerous way to run your boards and stuff like that. But I'm gonna guarantee you these tackles we're talking about, maybe with Guyton, I bet you they got some of these defensive tackles where those tags are right underneath.
The one
those
name
guys.
we haven't discussed, and Bobby, real quick, because I know
Robinson as well.
Like we got
Those
about
are-
30 seconds or so, but Amarius Mims out of Georgia. I know he's terrifying for a lot of people because of the lack of tape. But I wonder where he is, Bobby, because that guy, if I think for all of us, like 5 years from now, if we look back on the draft and he ends up being the best one, the talent's there. I don't think
Absolutely.
we'd be shocked.
Yeah.
This is such a traits league.
Yes.
I know people would wrestle with it if he was sitting right there, but I'm just not convinced he even gets down there because the traits and the measurables, it feels like somebody's going to go, there's some offensive line coach sitting there going like, I can turn that guy into a player. Yep, give him to
absolutely.
me.
Absolutely.
All right, let's open up the first round. The Chicago Bears about to be on the clock for the first round of the 2024 NFL Draft. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com. Okay. Oh, yes. Draft night is here. These are our faithful followers, our loyal listeners. We love you dearly here on the DallasCowboys.com side as you've been rocking with us on the draft show through the last couple of months. Zach Wolchuk alongside Bobby Belt, Nick Harris, Brian Broaddus, Aisha Morrison. It's starting. It's real now. It's setting in. We're about to have Roger Goodell and his bad back that he had, I think, surgically repaired. What was it, 3 weeks ago? Is he going to be hugging people? I don't know. That's all going to be a question mark. We'll have to see the adrenaline. I think he will be. If I were to bet on the odds there, I'd say, yeah, I think that he's going to be hugging guys as they get selected. But what are the feelings right now in the room? I'm starting to get nervous. Oh, we got the War Room cam. Oh, baby. Here we go.
Oh, cool.
Who do we have in there? Is that Mike standing there in the back?
Looks like Mike there in the back.
That's Mitch LaPointe on the right.
Mitch is a good guy. We got to interview him last year.
And I can't tell who's sitting down.
Looks like Will McClay sitting down in his seat.
No, I mean in the center spot there, and I can't see who's sitting down there.
Oh, that's the IT. That's their IT guy.
John Stephen Jones was in the shot there for a little bit. Yeah, just getting ready. Maybe they're on the phone.
Maybe
they're off screen on the phone.
It's nice to know it's working.
Already.
It's nice to know it's working.
Man, that's going to be fun.
My favorite part is when they start getting on the phone and Bobby goes into like Inspector Gadget mode.
Yeah.
It was the best thing to see last year.
Which coach is in the room?
Which coach, which area scout, which they've done better in recent years of not stepping up there until the pick is announced, and then they'll just like move
Pop
into frame.
in.
Yeah, they'll do the Chris Collins.
Chris Collinsworth slide in.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's gonna.
It's like, oh, it's Justin Stuckey. It's a Midwest player.
Oh my gosh, who is it? Who could it be? But yeah, that's a luxury that we have here when it comes to having the War Room cam up. I know last year one of our best moments, I think, was the Deuce Vaughn selection.
Sure.
How are we feeling about Deuce going into this year?
Yeah, there's one caveat with Deuce over the offseason that I think might help him get him on the roster at least. John Fossil has been talking about these new kickoff rules and the fact that you might need 2 kick returners back there.
Right.
And if that's the case, then Deuce has a roster spot that he can go claim more so than he did before that kickoff rule was initiated. So now how does he factor in offensively? That's where he's going to really have to earn it because you're expecting another running back to come into the equation. Cowboys are talking with Ezekiel Elliott. I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen in that running back room between now and July 24th or whenever they head off to Oxnard.
Were you guys surprised at just how kind of uncomfortable he looked when it came to returning last year? Because at K-State, I mean, he was an impact player in special teams.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. He was never able to build confidence.
Yes.
When you look at what the opportunities that he was given offensively early in the season against the Jets, I believe there was another opportunity against the Patriots. It was with the second and third team offensive linemen, and he was never really able to find running lanes. Granted, he wasn't necessarily finding holes himself, but typically he was having to shed off guys in the backfield as soon as he was getting the carry. So, and then after that, he never saw carries again. He stepped in when Turpin Dalton was hurt as a returner. But again, as you said, didn't really get many opportunities. It's going to be a confidence thing. But the thing I keep coming back to is the fact that Darren Sproles did not do anything the first 2 seasons in the league. And if that's the comparison, then I'm going to continue riding with that.
Yeah, no, he's working. I'm sure he's working. But I do think he's at the mercy of this offensive scheme and this run game. And one of the things that he does well is, get behind blocks in the screen game. And the Cowboys' screen game was non-existent. You brought up some fantastic points, Nick, about just the times that he was able to get in. There were times that guys were meeting him in the backfield consistently. I think we all saw, what Deuce was capable of in college, and he wasn't just this one-trick pony. So I'm curious to see how things are going to be for him. I know he's going to battle to get on the roster, but if they don't do some of the things that he does well in the run game, I don't.
Yeah, I've seen Deuce make 1 miss. I haven't seen him make 3 miss.
Yeah.
There was a lot of that going on for him. And, unfortunately, the thing that you have to think about, you talk about the kickoff return stuff, how many opportunities are you going to get to do that? Yeah. And then how many offensive snaps are you going to play?
Right.
So that's going to be a tough thing for him to have to maybe deal with.
Just saw Jeremy Fowler put out, Byron Murphy, we were just talking about him. He's got a chance to be the first defensive player taken.
There's a lot of buzz about him going around 8 or 9.
Yeah.
Tater tots.
8 to Atlanta, maybe 11 to Minnesota if they stay there.
Chicago likes him a lot.
Ooh.
This is the 2024 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
It's here. The Chicago Bears about to be on the clock with the first overall selection. Who will they take? Oh my gosh, the possibilities are endless for the first overall pick. I don't know who could be going number 1 overall here to the Bears. This is going to be a fun 4 hours with you, Zach Wolchuk, alongside Bobby Belt. We've got our partners from the .com side, Nick Harris and Aisha Morrison, and our Super Bowl winning scout who is repping his championship ring, Brian Broaddus, says we're ready for the first round of this draft. We've talked a lot breaking down Cowboy possibilities, some players that might end up being sneaky first rounders. Was there anyone else that you wanted to throw out there that, all right, watch this player's name? Because we've seen like a Cole Strange, the New England Patriots, taking him, an offensive lineman, do some wacky things. Is there anybody that you think, okay, if he ended up being selected, and it doesn't have to happen, like throw me some wacky wild card darts here, Nick.
As far as first round guys,
yeah, first round guy, like, oh my gosh.
I'm going to give you a couple of corners. One cornerback, Kyrie Jackson out of Oregon, and then another cornerback, Andrew Phillips out of Kentucky. Andrew Phillips has picked up a ton of steam over the course of the last couple of weeks. I would have to put the 2 and 2 together that it's a fact of 30 visits really being impressive out of him. And then Kyrie Jackson, he's got this long frame. I was able to talk to somebody at Oregon yesterday just to kind of catch up on all of their prospects and just kind of their thoughts on those guys. He said that Kyrie Jackson, he feels like was the best corner in the Pac-12 last year. Obviously, he's an Oregon guy. He's probably getting paid to say that, but he is 6'2", 200 pounds, has great press ability, but can still mirror routes. You see the guys that have length at corner. Let's look at Nahshon Wright, for example.
Sure.
And sometimes they sacrifice a little bit fluidity in the change of direction with their movement of their hips and things of that nature. But Kyrie Jackson doesn't have that, and I feel really confident that he's going to go higher than people expect. But yeah, that's a dart I'll throw out as a potential first rounder.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Kyrie Jackson. I know we, along with Brian, you and I, we both love that guy. I mean, you talk about kind of an alpha mentality. Kyrie Jackson brings that when you watch that Oregon defense. He's absolutely fantastic. What's the name for you that stands out, Brian?
Jaden Hicks from Washington State. And if depending on how people have with, Tyler Nubin from Minnesota, Jaden Hicks, safety is a position probably like running back that's going down the wayside, and then people are like, you can find guys. But, man, if you gave me the opportunity, you said, listen, in the first round, I'm going to pick a badass football player, Jaden Hicks is that guy for me as well.
I'm with you.
I think that maybe people like him a little more than Nubin, and I'm a Nubin fan. But I think there's a lot of qualities of somebody, if they were looking for a safety, if they were saying, hey, we're not going to get a guy like this coming back around. He's probably going to go to a really good team, probably at the end of the draft, at the end of the round, And then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, we're not going to get a guy of the quality like this when we pick again, say in the second round. Jaden Hicks from Washington State might be a guy you're looking at.
There's really not anything to dislike about his game. Plays with a ton of range, physicality, can blitz off the edge, super competitive, tackles anything that moves. And where did he go to high school, Nick Harris?
Who are we talking about right here?
Jaden Hicks.
Jaden Hicks, I couldn't give you that one.
Bishop
I'm sorry.
Gorman.
Oh, let's go.
In
Las Vegas, Nevada.
Certainly one of the biggest powerhouse high schools in the country. I've actually got, you guys know,
for one.
I love me Javon Bullard. I've got him as safety 1. Hicks is my safety 2. I've got both of them ahead of Newman, but it's not a knock on Newman. There's actually a lot of talent in this safety class. Waiting for Roger Goodell to come out and officially open the draft. Aisha, what's the name you want to throw out there?
All right, so with what happened with Tavondre Sweat out of Texas, that would put Chris Jenkins, DT out of Michigan. I know y'all hate me. Chris Jenkins out of Michigan at maybe my 3rd or 4th DT. There's a lot to like about his game and the commitment that he's shown to the game. I mean, he started off as 240 pounds. He transitioned from D to DT. He's about 305 pounds. You just see some of the stuff he's able to do, especially against the run. He was second in run stopping percentage in this draft class. He handles double teams well at a high clip. He's getting double teamed a lot, so he was able to get off and use good technique with that. Very strength and power is there, and he can play the leverage game as well. He has a football family.
Yeah.
I know that we ain't huge fans of I know the Cowboys Nation feels a way about Michigan DTs, but I do think this is a guy that can maybe slip into the first round with what happened to Tavondre Sweat. And if we're talking about Byron Murphy going as early as 9, there's the next DT is Newton, and he might get picked up in those rounds. So it could happen.
I scouted this guy's dad.
Even though I think Ruko.
That's how old I am.
I think
There's a couple of those in this year's class.
A couple of them I've been here, but Aisha's right about this guy. I mean, there's times when he gets blocked, but he finds ways to make plays. And he doesn't stay blocked, though. He moves well laterally and stuff like that. So I think if you watch the Washington playoff game, he had a really nice game handling those guys, those blockers for the Huskies. So Chris Jenkins would be a good name. And again, if this defensive tackle class, it just doesn't have a lot of depth. You got to really kind of maybe go around earlier on a guy that you're not going to get coming back around.
I will say that I have Rook Ororo ahead of him.
Oh, the Clemson defensive tackle? Ruke Orahoro?
Yeah.
Something crazy. I mean, he's got so many H's, O's, and R's in there.
Oro. I have him.
That's an intriguing player as well. That guy can play. That's a piano player up and down the defensive line right there.
Crazy.
I mean, that's become my new favorite trend. All right, we're a minute away from Roger Goodell going out and opening this draft here. Bobby, what's a player you think could sneak into the first that we're not talking about?
Oh, luckily, I prepared for this question because that's asked every year. So I asked around. Ricky Pearsall, Florida. Braden Fisk, Florida State. Marshawn Nealand, Western Michigan.
Wow.
Those are they're not that they all will, but it's just there are enough teams out there who like them and think highly of them that if they're in the back end of the first round and there's a certain run on a position or whatever else, they may go, oh, that's the next guy that we'd like to grab there.
Ricky, huh?
I'm curious to see in the post-draft process, whenever everybody gets a little bit more open about what their evaluations look like, what everyone thought about Marshawn Nealand. Because especially given where he might get picked, I have him in the top 10 of the second round, but you talk to some people, they love him. You talk to some people, and it's like, stay away. So I think I'm somewhere in the middle. I think he could be a productive player. I think if it was me, I probably wouldn't go on him until the 3rd, but he is an interesting one. It wouldn't surprise me to see him get picked in the 1st.
Yeah, I've got him as a more of a 3rd-round player as well, but I can see the traits there. TJ Tampa, the corner out of Iowa State, would be a player that I'd watch. I've heard some whispers he could slide into the bottom of the 1st. I love this guy, 6'2", 200 pounds, an interesting player. As we've got Roger Goodell, bad back and all. Whoa. He's here. He's doing this. Will he be hugging and hand pounding the players as they get selected? Oh, we've got Eminem coming out with the commissioner. Of course, it is Detroit, right? We've got to go ahead and have an Eminem sighting.
So Cooper DeJean's going in the 1st round? Is that
maybe,
Marshall?
maybe we get Cooper DeJean as Eminem's getting the crowd going. Let's hand things over to the commissioner, Roger Goodell, as he opens the draft.
Welcome to the NFL draft in Detroit. Let's go, Big D. How you like that? Em, I was just kidding about the rap battle. We were going to save that for another day. But the pride of Detroit has got a little some surprise for you and bringing out a few other surprises for you. So, Em, here you go. Detroit! What up? It's here. Make some noise for the Detroit Lions. Let's go!
Oh, Jared Goff coming out.
Good man is paid.
We got several Detroit Lions players, Aiden Hutchinson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, of course, Jared Goff coming on out. And then is that Calvin Johnson?
What's going on here?
Oh, my gosh. Calvin's had a reunion with the Lions, one of the best receivers to ever do it, as they go ahead. And we got Barry Sanders. My goodness, Barry Sanders is coming out. How do we not have I guess Dan Campbell's got other responsibilities right now.
If he
was
was
about to ask a
if he would
very
walk
dumb
out
question.
with the lion on the chain, that
Glad
would be
you
even
caught
better.
yourself.
Yeah.
My gosh, like, where's Man Campbell? How can you not have Dan Campbell out here? He's got to give a speech to pump up the crowd. No, he's ready to draft right now is what Dan Campbell's doing. Let's go back over to the NFL.
This is crazy. I can't believe it. But before we get off the stage, I need to hear one thing. Jerry Goff. Jerry Goff. Jerry Goff.
What's up, Detroit? Let's go, baby! Hey, Detroit! Let's turn up tonight, baby! Let's get it!
All right, give us the commish. Oh,
Yeah,
here's
here we
Barry
go.
Sanders.
What's up, Detroit? What's up, football fans? Thank you for showing the world how we do it here in Detroit. Great job, guys.
Thanks, Barry.
That looks great.
It's the most he's talked in his entire career.
I just got one thing to say. What up, though?
It's good to see Calvin Johnson back. Both him and Barry. And now here's the commish.
All right, Detroit.
They start looking around.
Start booing him, man.
Detroit, we got fans from 32 teams right down here, and of course, all the Detroit faithful in the back. Welcome to all of you, and most importantly, thank you to Detroit. You guys have been awesome. All right, you ready to get the show on the road? Okay, the 2024 NFL Draft is now underway.
All right, I can tell you, it's pretty cool. And shout out to my buddy Kyle Yeomans, who we do miss. We hope he's having a good time with the triplets. But he let me know, he's like, okay, we've got projected times by round for every pick. Well, the slow time to get the first overall pick would be at 7:08 Central Time. It's now 7:12 when we've opened up this thing. I can tell you we'll be running slow tonight early on as the Chicago Bears are now on the clock.
Can I tell my quick draft story then?
Lay it on us.
When we were in Philly in '98 and we took Trey Thomas, you know who you're going to pick. And this is a rule I'd like to make. If you have the first pick of the draft, you have 1 minute to hand your card in. That's it. You've had all this time. Go ahead, just go for it. You know who you're going to pick. But when we were in Philly, we were. If you go back and look at who handed in their pick the quickest in the first round, it was the Philadelphia Eagles. We took that thing. We had 15 minutes to make a pick, and we waited about 7.5 minutes is what we did. And we threw that card in there. So I'm not going to make these people wait around for this.
That's the way to do it.
We know who we're going to take.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's get this thing kind of moving along.
I appreciate that. I'm interested to see how long the Bears actually take, as they've got about 8.5 minutes or so here on the clock. They do need a quarterback. That would be probably number one position of need.
Yeah. Let me ask you guys a question here. This is a franchise that has struggled. The last three quarterbacks that they have drafted, we've all felt like that they were looking for franchise quarterbacks, right? When you go through who they've picked, and now here we are, first overall pick, thanks to Carolina, for this. But if you're a Bears fan, are you kind of like, is this our guy? Is this the one? Is this the guy that's going to, bring back the 85 Bears championship glory to our team, or is this the Mitch Trubisky's and the Fields and the other quarterbacks that have come through here that haven't lived up to the promise?
I certainly not Mitchell Trubisky. I can say that.
Oh
But I think with Caleb Williams, what has made him so special throughout this draft process, and even with all this parity that we're expecting tonight, him being consistently the consensus number one guy, is all of the intangibles that he brings to the game. Him being able to move outside of the pocket, throw on the run. There's some certain things that we've seen from that specifically that we haven't seen at the college level in a really long time, if ever. And gamer, I think, is something that you could have said before this last season, and now there's a lot more concerns about he went 7-5 last year.
Yeah.
Granted, he didn't have a lot of things around him. There's still like some off the field things that, people are concerned about. For me, I think Caleb Williams is going to be a perennial Pro Bowler. I think he's going to be fantastic. I think he's going to get Chicago back into the playoffs consistently, at least. They're going to need a couple more pieces to actually win the damn thing.
Is this the closest we've seen to Pat Mahomes then since Pat Mahomes?
I believe so.
It's close.
I can say
he's
that.
unique.
Yeah.
He's unique in his play. Some of the things he does when he's scrambling are all striking. I agree. I think he's the closest thing we've seen thus far.
And it's unfair, right? Because I don't think there is going to be another Pat Mahomes. But now we're always scouting, the Pat Mahomes-like traits, right? We talked about that with Jordan Love coming out of the draft. Trey Lance in the Cowboys building. Does he have some of those? You talk about the playmaking ability. He was one of the rare quarterbacks in the history of college football. The longer he held the football, the bigger plays would end up happening. You look at his numbers versus the rest of the draft class, and that is a knock on him. He will hold the ball, but he holds the ball, and he's keeping his eyes downfield, and his ability to navigate the pocket, then extend, roll out of the pocket, throw from any type of platform, angle, are his feet set, are his shoulders square. Caleb Williams is a dynamic, rare type of talent. Now, I did write in my notes, we don't have the luxury of being able to meet these guys and find out how they are as people. I can't tell you about the intangibles, like leadership qualities, but he is one of their rare generational talents at the position. Maybe you could knock him a little bit for his size, but his running ability. I mean, Bobby, I got to be there for the Texas OU game where he replaces Spencer Rattler, another quarterback in this draft class. He comes out, and you've got OU down 3 scores. Caleb Williams brings them back to victory, running all over Texas, had one of the most amazing throws you'll see with a touchdown in the corner to Marvin Mims, Frisco Lone Star Zone, who's now a Denver Bronco. The kid's special. And I don't really care that he went 7-5 last year personally, because if you looked at that defense, I don't know how they won 7 games, right? I mean, Patrick Mahomes was a guy that went 5-7, 5-7 at Texas Tech.
Bad defenses as well.
Sure.
There, yeah.
And to be fair, the Oklahoma game, that was a bad Texas team, Zach. We'll say that first.
Was it?
No. The when you look at Arjun Menon, who's into NFL analytics, he tweeted out this note the other day that the top quarterbacks in the draft, percentage of their dropbacks throwing to the first read. Caleb Williams did it 68% of the time, which was way less than anybody else. By comparison, Bo Nix, 84% of the time was throwing to his first read.
That is not a surprise. Bo Nix is a first read quarterback.
Mr. First Read.
Now, who was closest to Caleb Williams? Can you guess?
Don't make a scene.
Let me
Michael Penix.
I'm going to go
Jaden Daniels, because you hate him so
the
much.
guy with the most
I'm going to go May.
The guy with the most pro throws on his tape.
JJ McCarthy.
JJ McCarthy.
Yeah. Interesting. That's fascinating. Caleb Williams, just a little bit more context into his career. Went to Gonzaga High School in D.C. D.C. is not really known for being a quarterback haven. Like, typically you see these number one quarterbacks coming out of the state of California or the state of Texas. Very rarely do you see D.C. put out prospects like this. D.C. is more so known for offensive linemen. They put out some running backs in the past as well. But him to be able to come out of this program, it's really special. Him and Olu Fashanu, who we'll get to at some point tonight, they graduated at Gonzaga together. And will probably end up getting drafted in the top 15 together tonight. So very fascinating career that he's had, going to Oklahoma, following Lincoln Riley to USC, and now potentially here in about 2 minutes, the pick is in, being the first overall pick.
Oh, it's about time. All right, we've got the Bears fans in Detroit going crazy. They've got Caleb Williams fatheads. I don't think there's much doubt as to who this selection is going to be. It's been quite the offseason there in Chicago with the additions of Keenan Allen, who they traded for. They added DeAndre Sweat, who's been a member of the Detroit Lions as well, most recently with Philadelphia. They went ahead and added center Ryan Bates, Gerald Everett, the tight end, Jonathan Owens, a.k.a. Mr. Simone Biles. You've got Kevin Byard, who they added as well at safety. And they did lose, of course, Dante Foreman, former Texas running back. Maybe running back comes into play a little bit later on in the draft for the Bears. Wide receiver, I think that they've done an excellent job this offseason adding weapons. When you talk about the DJ Moore trade a year ago, the Keenan Allen move this year, I think Caleb Williams, and you're right, Brian, I mean, they have not had a good history of luck when it comes to quarterbacks, whether it was Justin Fields, who I did think had a chance to be that guy. Certainly Trubisky was a big bust, but that's been a starved franchise for quarterback play. Maybe finally this is their guy as Roger Goodell gives us the selection.
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft.
I think we just got Buffalo.
Southern California.
There he is.
So it was indeed Caleb Williams, quarterback out of USC. Not a surprise. And you look at the situation, the fit matters. We will talk about that when it comes to the players now on the roster around Caleb Williams. And then we'll preview what is Dan Quinn and the Washington Commanders going to do at number 2 overall. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com. Does Roger Goodell hug Caleb Williams? We're going to find out.
That is the question.
This is number 1.
I wonder if there's like prop bets on this.
There's got to be. There's got to be some props on this.
There you go, Brian. 1 pick.
Here we go. I think Caleb's going to dap him up anyway.
So there we go. Taking off the tie.
My Gelkin just goes, Fran Barton's still on the board.
There's the hug.
Soft hug, huh?
Yeah.
They're worried about Roger's back.
Boy, Roger went with a stunning lack of buttons tonight on the top.
Again, he's just kind of become casual guy. Remember
ever since the COVID draft, where he was sitting there with like a
COVID
bottle
draft
of scotch or
when
whatever
it was in his underwear.
That really made him so likable, though. I thought the COVID draft, he became like, okay, Roger Goodell's fun.
I will say it's funny. I've brought this up before, and we're on the the offline side, so these kind of little factoids are fun for it. It's funny how often you hear, like, obviously, I know Roger Goodell people feel like, oh man, he's the guy at the top who's got all these different punishments, stuff like that. Players genuinely really like him for the most part. Players around the league think he looks out for them.
Well, that's encouraging. I would, because everybody else seems like that they, with the safety stuff and all that they really, maybe it's a little bit of a,
So you've already got the
too
time
much.
off, Bobby?
Yeah, he's already taken the time.
Gosh, come on.
Can I tell a quick recruiting story about Caleb Williams?
Sure.
Really quick?
Please.
Yeah,
This is why we have you.
So whenever he was committed to Oklahoma, he committed July 4th of 2019. It was July 4th of 2020. And whenever that was going on, recruits were not allowed to take visits during the COVID pandemic. Just to keep everybody healthy, obviously.
Unless you're at Arizona State.
Unless you were at Arizona State. And those a few other schools too. But Herm Edwards is just bad at keeping it private. But what Caleb Williams and his family did to kind of mitigate that and kind of help build Oklahoma's recruiting class, they arranged a weekend where they all went and basically took over a hotel in Norman, and they said, hey, recruits, come here. We got some people that are going to kind of help pitch in to get this hotel, and it was a Oklahoma grad I think had the hotel, and we're going to go walk ourselves around campus this weekend, play some football at a local high school, get to know each other, and then kind of recruit that way. And Caleb Williams and his family took that initiative to go do that, and I like to bring that up because I think part of the off the field concerns that have kind of come throughout the draft process is him being very selfish and very in his own world. But going back to that's a story that always kind of I come back to because he didn't have to do that. No. His family didn't have to do that, and that helped get 3-4 commits that weekend in that Oklahoma class, and those are guys that ended up following him and Lincoln Riley to USC. So I think he is a team guy. Is he team first? I don't know. We'll see as time goes on, but he is a team guy overall.
And that's going to be one of these unknowns. Like, we can all have our outside opinion or whatever else of Caleb Williams. Like, the reality is we don't get to know him like the same sort of way that these scouts do during the process, and that's why they have the jobs that they do, where they go and put in this work. But from our outside opinion, when we're looking at him and trying to say how prepared is he to command a huddle, to be a field general, whatever else, does it give you any pause at all? Because I'm just looking for talking points here. Does it give you any pause at all to look at the history of Lincoln Riley quarterbacks that have had the exact same question? Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield, Caleb, obviously. What was the other? There was one. Jalen Hurts. Yeah. Another one. So just those sort of questions have existed about Lincoln Riley's quarterbacks, and what kind of culture is he potentially fostering for quarterbacks there?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it's very healthy to assume, because Lincoln Riley and kind of his philosophy around bringing in a quarterback, he gets so attached to that guy that guy feels very, one and of himself to be that team.
The 2024 NFL Draft continues on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
And there you have it. Shout out to Peyton Russell rolling back at Master Control. We get the audio of Roger Goodell announcing Caleb Williams as the first overall selection. We do have the Washington Commanders now on the clock. They've got about 3 minutes left. We'll dive into the Commanders here in just a second. Nick, did you want to wrap up some final thoughts on Caleb Williams and the Bears?
Yeah, I just think it's, again, kind of going back to the points that I had before the break. I think he is the guy that can get them back to the playoffs on a consistent level. I wonder how quick he's able to do it, because Keenan Allen doesn't have a lot of time left. I don't think DeAndre Swift has a lot of tread left on his tires. So is this something that can happen in his rookie season? I think it's something to keep an eye on. The Cowboys, they go up to Soldier Field in 2025. So that'll be a fun one to track going into his second season.
All right, we've got the Washington Commanders and their new head coach, who we know very, very well, Dan Quinn, as the Commanders definitely looking to maybe draft a quarterback here. A couple of names they could go after. Jaden Daniels, the quarterback of LSU, Brian brought it, so I know you've watched every single Saturday, is the guy most likely linked to them. I do have Daniels as my QB2. I know there might be some disagreement in the room. Bobby Belt, I don't think, is a huge fan, but we can debate about that. I mean, I think if I were Washington here, and they have Cliff Kingsbury as their new offensive coordinator, which will be interesting, you talk about the skill set of a Jaden Daniels with him as the offensive coordinator. Jaden Daniels, who there's been a lot of comps to a Lamar Jackson, because Daniels can run, and goodness gracious, is he exciting in the open field. I think Daniels is a much better passer than what Lamar Jackson was coming out of Louisville. I think this is a player that can win inside the pocket. I think he navigates the pocket well. If you're looking at a knock on Jaden Daniels, to me, it's just he needs to protect his own body more. The guy takes unnecessary shots all the time. As Washington finally does have their pick in here, they have made some notable moves in the offseason that we will get to as we await Roger Goodell to step up to the podium and announce the pick here for the Commanders.
It is the first Washington draft choice of the post Dan Snyder.
Here he comes.
Who are we going to see twice a year?
It's the Josh Harris,
Yeah.
Johnson et al.
Let's find out.
Yep.
Who is the first pick
This is going to be interesting.
tonight?
With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels, quarterback, LSU.
Brian, how do you feel? The LSU Tiger is now inside the division. The Cowboys are going to have to play him twice a year.
Yeah, this is a quarterback, and I've seen him. He's a transfer from Arizona State. I've seen him the last 2 years. Very similar path to what you saw with Joe Burrow going from junior year to senior year, and Daniels much the same. Daniels didn't have the defense that Burrow had, but this guy doesn't give up on plays. And the thing with the Commanders is they've got good skill players. They've got the legitimate running game. They've got wide receivers that are talented. They've got a tight end. We'll see how the fit with what Cliff's able to do with him. But, man, this guy is super elusive in the way he plays and his ability to move around. He knows how to move around in order to buy himself an extra second or two there. He's rail thin. There's no question about that. He shows incredible toughness because he takes some vicious hits and bounces right back into the play. He's not afraid to throw it into the tight windows. His receivers at LSU were some of the best in the country. We're going to talk about some of them here in this draft, but he makes game-changing plays, and I think that's why the Commanders have drafted him second overall.
Yeah, I mean, even when you talk about the scrambling ability, I love his ability to scramble, but one of the things that I did look at from him is that there were times where he was using that elusiveness unnecessarily, where you're just like, hey, man, sit in that pocket, but it also ties back into the size. So that is something that's going to be a concern, but just an explosive player, and obviously the other receivers that he had around him did a lot for him, but he was also dangerous as a runner as well with his acceleration. So, yeah, he's going to be not fun to watch every year. So,
all right, Bobby, tell us why this is a good thing for the Cowboys.
I don't know that guy's gonna improve any more from where he's at as a passer. I think he's tapped out his potential. I think you look at I think you look at a guy who does not have NFL velocity on his throws. I don't trust that he's going to be able to throw 17-yard comebacks. I think that the accuracy in the short and intermediate area is something that Lamar Jackson also struggled with. See, you said you thought he was a much better passer. Maybe
I do.
Maybe deep down the field, I thought it looked very similar to the stuff Lamar Jackson struggled with in the short and intermediate areas when he was coming out, although it looked worse to me. And I don't think that he had the same sort of ability to get the ball there in a hurry the way Lamar Jackson did. So for me, he's a weapon. He's going to be difficult to defend because of his athleticism, and that's going to create some natural opportunities and windows to throw the ball and to have some easy pitch and catch. But I mean, ultimately here, I am, in the interest of the Cowboys, I am thankful that Cliff Kingsbury and that Brian Johnson and that whole group there at Washington, I am very thankful they're not working with Drake May. I would much rather have Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, I feel the opposite because I watched Drake May miss more passes than his accuracy I didn't think was all that great either. And Drake May has had some talented receivers. I mean, we're going to talk about again a couple of guys, here in this draft. But to me, with Drake May, I watch him. You talk about the throws, the outs, the ends, the throws he has to make. He will wildly overthrow balls. He gets in. He's one of those guys. I think he's a streaky thrower.
He is.
When he gets going, he could be really tough. But when he's bad, he is. You can watch the Bowling Green game, and they're like playing Bowling Green, and he's having all kinds of problems connecting on passes. They're intercepting him. He beat one top 25 team in this year, Miami. Other than that, I think that there's a lot of things that are highly overrated about his game.
Drake May is not a safe pick. Like by any means. I don't want to give off the impression that he is. Drake May's ability to become a franchise quarterback to me is that's more within his reach and that's more within his capacity than it is with Jaden Daniels. So to me, it's there's a certain baseline you're going to reach when you have an athlete like Jaden Daniels that Washington's always going to have that benefit. But in terms of the boom or bust lottery ticket, Drake May was the lottery ticket to me. That was Jaden Daniels is a $20 scratcher.
A couple of notes on Jaden Daniels that I have. One, it's making sense why Washington might be getting aggressive later in the night to get back in the first round to get an offensive tackle. They are going to need to protect Jaden Daniels.
Yes.
I mean, with that scrawny frame, I mean, he's going to be able to add weight in an NFL weight development program, but you still
maybe not.
You need to be able to protect him.
Maybe not. I mean, the LSU strength program is not. It's not like he's and no offense to Troy or any smaller programs or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, LSU, when you start to talk about weight rooms and dining halls and stuff, he ain't missing meals.
Mm-hmm.
That's how he's built. So, yeah, you've got to find a way to protect him.
Yeah, you do. They need to address that offensive
Second
line.
thing, who do you put as a spy on him twice a year?
Overshown.
Yeah, that'd be fun. It'd be
my
fun.
gosh.
Watching him go to work on him and
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels, his experience and how much time he spent in college. It's always a fun note to say that he threw a touchdown to Brandon Ayuk, or he was throwing touchdowns to Brandon
beat
Ayuk.
Justin Herbert in a game.
Yeah. It's just it's wild to call back to.
Yeah, it's a fascinating conversation. We got the Patriots picks in, so we're waiting on Roger Goodell to come out, and maybe they take Drake May so we can talk more about comparing the two players here. But it's interesting. You talk about the boom or bust. You think May's the better lottery ticket. I think the way that the NFL is moving towards the mobile playmaking quarterback, the running ability, so different. Here's Roger Goodell here with the Patriots selection.
With the third pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots Patriots select Drake May, quarterback, North Carolina.
All right, 1, 2, 3, boom, go the quarterbacks. Caleb Williams, number 1 to the Bears. Jaden Daniels, 2 to Washington, and Drake May out of North Carolina going here to New England. There were a lot of conversations about, hey, is New England going to trade this pick? They stay, they draft Drake May, and you know Elliot Wolf, who's running that draft very well, Brian. I think you were babysitting him when he was in diapers.
I was. Actually, he was giving him juice boxes, and he was working on drafts when he was 10 years old. But, yeah, this is the Drake May pick. We've talked about this. This is a mandate that he got from ownership about drafting a quarterback. I think Elliott knew that he has a roster that doesn't have a lot of talent on it. I think he would have loved to have backed up, found a way to add some more selections. They've got a lot of early selections because of their record and stuff like that. This will be the fascinating study now. Again, Bobby, I think, makes some excellent points about Drake May. I see it on the other end. Me, personally, I would have loved to have seen the Commanders draft Drake May, because I think there's maybe that in that type of a setting and stuff like that, he would, if you're a Cowboy fan, I don't fear Drake May like I fear Jaden Daniels. So to me, with the Patriots, here they are. They're picking 3rd overall, and they've drafted a quarterback. Their future for 20 some odd years, they had a 6th round quarterback that was taking them to Super Bowls. I don't think this guy is that guy. So to me, I would be, if I telling Elliot Wolf, I'd probably just keep my mouth shut to him. But I don't think they got the right guy here. I really don't.
Yeah, for me, one of the things that stood out to me when I watched his tape was just how many times you see him. He looks consistent. He looks in a rhythm. And then a couple plays, he just be like, I don't care. Like there's an irresponsibility to some of the decisions he makes sometimes.
He believes
you know what I'm
in
saying?
his arm, and he will force some throws that you're thinking, what are you doing there?
Yeah, but on the flip side, though, you'll see him maybe a couple games later, and the feet look good. The ball delivery's on time. You see him changing his arm angles and stuff like that. So I guess I kind of hear Bobby, like your point about the complete quarterback situation, or a guy developing into that. And when you look at Jaden Daniels, you're like, okay, well, he does some of the playmaking stuff, elusiveness, getting out the pocket, scrambling stuff that you just can't teach. I think that maybe what you were saying is like you can teach Drake May some of the stuff, or is that what you were saying?
He's not a bad athlete. Drake May is not a bad athlete, and he moves well enough.
In fact, I'll be completely honest. I talked to somebody in NFL circles. The criticism you guys were just levying to Jaden Daniels about too quick to bail from the pocket or whatever else. Like, it's the opposite with Drake May at times, where they're like, he's a good enough athlete to do it, and he can extend plays, and he just is stubborn and says, I'm gonna throw from here. To me, I know you love the ceiling and the floor comparison, Brian.
Love those.
I'm gonna illustrate it just with players. Okay, as like, here to me is the potential of what he can be, and here's the bad end of the potential of what he can be. It's Justin Herbert or Connor Cook. To me, that there were so many times I saw Connor Cook like stuff on tape with him. The biggest thing to me with there was a lot of really poor decision making, and there were a lot of really bad reads at times. There's two ways. The question you have to answer there is, did he not see it, or did he not care? If he didn't care, that's Matthew Stafford. That's guys who go, I can fit it in there. If he didn't see it, that's a much bigger problem, and that's something that you have to answer during the draft process.
I do feel like there's times where he doesn't see it, and it turns into staring. That it's just, okay, I'm waiting for you, I'm waiting for you, I'm waiting for you, I'm waiting for you, and then it's that processing of not coming off and going to another spot.
He is my 4th overall player. He's quarterback number 2. He's player number 4 for me.
I think this is another guy that's going to need a lot of protection, but New England will be doing him a disservice if they do not come out of this weekend with a playmaker at wide receiver. They need a guy that can win downfield. We're looking at Kendrick Bourne, Demario Douglas, KJ Osborne, and Juju Smith-Schuster, who's been up to some things this offseason. So it's like, what are we
he
doing?
Sure has, hasn't he?
Because TikTok's just been banned?
Something like that. But they will be doing him a disservice if they cannot get him a downfield weapon, because you look at the times that Drake May shined last season, and it was whenever he was able to push the ball downfield. And I think that's what what makes him so intriguing as a prospect here as a top 5 guy, is to be able to trust him in a situation where they need yards quick. He's able to pick those up. Now, can he do that on the sidelines? Can he do that outside the hashes? Can he be a little bit more mobile in situations where he needs to be? Those are the big questions. But the Mayflower has landed in Massachusetts.
No doubt.
I like
we will be tracking that one pretty closely.
That's good. Now, and that's why we have the rumors about like a Brandon Ayuk trade potentially.
Yeah.
With New England and San Francisco, because you're right, they need to get him some weapons. I mean, when he's on, the ball placement and the touch is there, but there are some times where, my goodness gracious, you don't know where that ball is going to end up. All right, we got Arizona on the clock. The pick is in. Here's Roger Goodell to give us the Cardinal selection.
Eric Swan.
I remember that.
With the 4th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver, Ohio State.
Oh, this is going about according to plan. Marvin Harrison Jr. out of Ohio State, one of the best prospects that we've seen in a long time at wide receiver. We'll break him down in just a minute, and then we will get to maybe the Chargers selection if they stay on the clock. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com. Todd thought. All right, back on the .com side. I still cannot hear you, Peyton, if you were talking downline at all. But, all right, now we're waiting on it. I think this is where maybe we get a trade. Oh, we got – nope, Giants aren't on the clock. I thought maybe the Giants moved up.
Yeah, Ian Rappaport reporting that no trade talks were had with Arizona leading into this pick. So they're riding on Marvin Harrison Jr.
Wow.
Yeah, I got you now. Good stuff, buddy. Thank you. Yeah, I like the Mayfield has landed in Massachusetts. All right, well, that's Marvin Harrison Jr. I mean, I think he was my number 2 player on the board. Like I wasn't going to go off him as being the top overall wide receiver. I mean, the dude's. We'll talk more about him when we come back on the other side, but he's just smooth.
Isn't it easier with a guy like Harrison to try to let me find a hole? Like to me, it's like okay, he's a little thin. So press gives him some trouble sometimes. Like he's not necessarily going to be, Malachi Corley. He's not the Yak God or the Yak King or whatever it is.
Yeah.
He's not that. But that's kind of where the criticism of Marvin Harrison Jr. ends.
Yeah, I don't. To me, man, his dad was an incredible player as well out of Syracuse. I remember that day.
Yeah, he was a lot of things.
Yeah, he's a lot of things. The thing about the thing about him. I felt like the game was important to him. You watched him, and I, the big games, Penn State, Michigan, those games, you could tell that him playing it meant a lot to him. But he can come up with a ball. You think he's got no shot at all, and the next thing you know, he's got it. And I was like, man, this guy he gets it. He really, really does. And I think he's a super – I had a hard time finding a lot of faults in him.
Yeah.
I really did. The more you watch the tape, you're like, oh, okay, well, here he is. He's doing that again. Oh, again, you're looking for something, and it's just not there. I mean, he's as solid and dependable and as you want in a wide receiver.
Yeah, he moves like a machine.
Yeah.
Like everything goes together. The feet go together. The hands go together. It is like poetry in motion watching him play, and I agree with you, Bobby. If you're nitpicking about it, it's very hard to find things you don't like about him, because even if we've talked about the Malik Neighbors comparisons and things like that, you're like, okay, well, Malik just has a little bit more in how he runs through people, but I do think that Marvin can get off. I think that Marvin can route people up and be more smooth out of his releases at the top of his releases specifically. And the ball just finds him.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
The ball just
You're
finds him,
right. Yeah.
and he doesn't. It's not like, I don't know, it's one motion with him consistently. And so, I'm not surprised that he's gone.
Yeah, he
right
makes
now.
some catches where it's like, man, how was he able to stay in bounds?
Yeah.
Like, how did
It's a
he
lot
get
of
his
control.
toes down? The hands, he's smooth. It's really just the yak. I mean, that's the only thing when you're comparing him. I think that's why some people were leaning Neighbors. Right, yes, we got you. I think that's why people were leaning Neighbors was the yards. Like, there's times Marvin Harrison Jr. will catch the ball and he goes down.
He gets brought down with the first guy.
Well, how important is Zach? And I mean, I understand it's important to, depending on your system, your scheme, but if that's not something that you're valuing like that, like why?
No, I mean, I definitely think you can't minimize the idea of like, well, how important is it to gain more yards when you catch the ball?
I'm
But like,
tracking
but I
that.
mean, like, is it West Coast where it's all timing and
Exactly.
things like it's obviously more of a necessity, but also like West Coast schemes are going to naturally create some of those opportunities for somebody like Harrison anyway, because of like, getting the ball on the move and the timing and the slants and things like that. And so to me, it's, again, it is, you wish he was, like I said, you wish he was a little thicker. You wish he was, somebody who had a little bit more yards after catch, but outside of that, it's like, that's kind of it. Yeah. And that, to me, that's why he was number 2 player for me.
Yeah, I mean, for me as well, he was number 2. I mean, I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is awesome. He's fantastic.
You said machine, Aisha. You hear that, the machine in the background? If you listen closely, that's the ATM of Ohio State wide receivers coach Brian Hartline, continuing to put out first round picks.
No
man.
kidding.
I mean, he finally got the co-offensive coordinator title, and he's just continuing to make some bread. It's really
You
special.
think Chip Kelly's going to mess him up?
Who knows?
Mekeg Buka, he'll be the next one next year. A guy that could have maybe gone in the first round this year. I think it was probably smart for him to go back with how darn good they were. All right, hold on one second.
The 2024 NFL Draft continues on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
All right, the Chargers are on the clock right now, number 5 here in the first round. They've got about 2.5 minutes left to go before it's time for them to select, and I'm sure they're also working on maybe a trade potentially, as we've had 3 quarterbacks come off the board in the first 4 picks, number 1 being Caleb Williams to the Bears. Then you had Jaden Daniels to Washington, followed by Drake May going to the New England Patriots. We just had Marvin Harrison Jr. selected to the Arizona Cardinals. We were talking about him on the .com side for those that were listening over there. But just a clean prospect. I mean, you look now at what Arizona's got to work with for Kyler Murray there. You've got James Conner at running back, Marvin Harrison Jr., Trey McBride at tight end. The other 2 receiver spots, you got Michael Wilson and Greg Dortch. So they were in desperate need of a wide receiver.
All guys that torched Dallas last year.
Yeah,
and they're really expecting for Michael Wilson to take another step as well. So yeah, it's they're trying to put something together over there.
They still waiting on Andy Isabella over there, Brian?
Still waiting on Andy.
Okay, let's talk about the Chargers here, who are on the clock. Wide receiver, probably their number 1 need, but you know that Harbaugh, being their new head coach, I mean, his background is offensive lineman. When he was with San Francisco, he would continue to go to the lineman well. I think this was a popular spot to put like Malik Neighbors from LSU or Roma Dunze. That still could very well end up being the selection there. But when it comes to the Chargers, would we be surprised if it ends up being a lineman like a J.C. Latham out of Alabama, who's been very, very linked to them here in recent days?
Yeah, right before we went live, the odds makers were quickly going in favor of J.C. Latham here at 5.
They
so
picked.
It's going to be very interesting.
So we had the Chargers stay here. There were a lot of possibilities. Would they end up trading this? Could Minnesota move up? They didn't trade. We've got Malik Neighbors being shown in the green room right now. Could that be a hint that it ends up being a wide receiver? They need one. I mean, they lost Mike Williams. They traded Keenan Allen. They're in desperate need of a wide receiver. But I don't think you can go wrong, especially when you want to play that physical brand of football that Harbaugh wants to play. When you've got Rashawn Slater on the left side, if you have J.C. Latham on the right, your offensive line is pretty solidified here, Bobby.
Yeah, and look, I mean, that is definitely a Harbaugh type of player, I feel like. But look, we mentioned that there's a lot of steam gaining momentum for J.C. Latham. The right person mocked him there yesterday, and that's Daniel Jeremiah. Jeremiah, who is A, incredibly connected, B, used to work in the league, C, that's his team. He's the color analyst. And when Daniel Jeremiah drops that 24 hours out, and that's the first time you've seen it, it's like, it's usually a pretty good indication that that's somebody that they're on.
If you look at your board, like when it comes to the linemen here, Brian, where did you have Latham compared to some of these other tackles like an Alt or a Fashanu, a Fuaga?
I actually had, when you look at it, Alt, Fuaga, Fashanu, Guyton, Latham. I had Latham as as 5 first-round offensive tackles. He was the 5th one, is where I had him. So, the thought about him maybe being a right tackle only, that kind of was playing into my evaluation.
Okay, let's see. Do they go offensive line? Roger Goodell with the pick here for the Chargers.
With the fifth pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt.
Oh,
Notre Dame.
Okay, so they go tackle.
Yeah.
It's not Latham. It's Alt. That's interesting. So Joe Alt, who I do think the consensus top tackle for most in this draft. When we look at Joe Alt out of Notre Dame, the guy's massive. Nick, what do you like about Joe Alt?
Yeah, he's clean. He's super clean. He's so athletic at tackle for Notre Dame. You see what he's done at that 6'8" frame, 321 pounds, but he's still able to get downfield. He can get to the second level. I mean, he's so instinctual. I love what he brings to the field. He's a former tight end and defensive end in high school, and you see that athleticism and that footwork kind of translate to the tackle position. I love finding former tight ends that are able to play inside at tackle just because they're able to still have that inline blocking knacks that they had at the former position, but now they can hone in on it, and they can hone in on the athleticism and tight ranges. And I think that's what Joe Alt does so well. Run blocking, pass pro. You ask him to do something, he's going to be able to do it. He's going to protect Justin Herbert for a really long time.
I love how low he gets in his stance. I mean, every time you watch him, you just see in how he understands the leverage game and he drives with force. He's very and the sustainability as well with his blocks. He's a finisher. He's fantastic with double teams and helping out his buddy as well. The awareness is there from him. He has this thing where he snatches these grown men and lets them know who their daddy is as well. He does a lot with his hand technique and hand fighting. I thought this was one of the most consistent, if not the consistent player that I watched film on this year. It's just hard to deny what he's going to be, and he's a starter. Like, there's no doubt about it. He's gonna go in there and make a difference on any offense that he's on. So, yeah, love the player.
I'll say this, and Bobby, I want to get your thoughts on Alt.
Oh, I know what you're about to say.
He is clean, and he's really good, and I had him graded as a first-rounder. But I do wonder, when you look at a Joe Alt, and some people want to say this about a Fashanu, is this like a Jake Matthews type of pick, where he's going to be a 10-year starter, but you don't get an elite all-pro type of tackle? And look, I think you would take that if you're the Chargers. But I see that, and that was kind of my question when you're looking at Alt. There's a lot of things you like, but there were also things where I don't see the nasty dominance like I saw from some of these other tackles.
Well, possibly. I mean, when you say it's just one of those things where what he is right now is good. Is he going to be able to sustain or get better from where he is right now? Because we've seen the competition he's gone up against as well. It kind of reminds me of like a guy we were talking about a few minutes ago was Jaden Daniels. Is like Bobby said, like what he is, I don't know how much he's going to grow. I feel like that I can hear why you would argue that with Joe Alt, because it's just so consistent. It's just like, what can he really get better at this point, or even on the second level?
I don't even know that it's a what can he get better or what does he do wrong thing. It's a mentality. Like, I don't see Joe Alt is very clean. Like Nick just said, he's incredibly clean. He's incredibly consistent. That feels like one of the safer picks you could make in this draft.
Yeah. That's what you're trying to do in the first round.
Right. 100%. 100%.
That makes sense.
He is. You're not going to see a lot of just mauling, like killer mentality, like tenacious, aggressive blocking. It's just going to look consistent.
Yeah.
And it's going to get the job done, but you're not seeing like giant holes being blown out for Notre Dame to run through. You're not seeing guys get dropped to the ground, and you don't need to have that necessarily. I do think that if you're talking about what is the safest thing, Alt. Do I think that we're going to be talking 10 years from now and could potentially be saying Fashanu's better, Fuaga's better, Fatanu's better? Yeah, I think we could absolutely be saying that.
Yeah, I would lean to agree with that. I mean, when I watched Alt, and I know everyone had him as the number one guy, for me, I ended up putting Fuaga as the top tackle. And it's not like I don't like the player. I think he's good. But you're right, Brian. I mean, you're trying not to miss here.
Right.
And Harbaugh, when you already have a Rashawn Slater, Alt could pull a Tyron Smith here, where he could start his career on the right side if you wanted to, let him kind of ease into that transition, even though we've heard that is tough to do, switching sides. Or you can move Slater to guard like they've done previously, and you play Alt at left tackle. It's not surprising to me, though, that they went offensive line. I feel like that is right up Harbaugh's alley.
Is it so are you guys saying it's more of a temperament thing?
To me, it's more of a temperament, yeah.
So we're just, I mean, I'm not, Well, never mind.
Wow, the
Let's go
Giants pick is in. Are the Giants going to go quarterback here? Do they go wide receiver? They've got Neighbors and Adunze both on the board. Giants.
Had good luck with an LSU guy last time.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Malik Neighbors.
That makes me sick to my stomach.
LSU.
Okay, we will come back. We will break down Malik Neighbors, who now the Dallas Cowboys will play twice a year. LSU's own Brian Broaddus, go Tigers, as he is a New York Giant. They haven't had a first-round receiver that's eclipsed 1,000 yards since 2018. Happened to be Odell Beckham
LSU
Jr.,
guy.
also an LSU player. We will recap what the Giants just did. We will also tell you what the Titans are about to do. No trades yet. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com. Wow. They didn't go quarterback, and McCarthy was there.
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping they would.
When are these trades going to start happening?
What's going on? We were lied to.
Well, at what point do we start wondering, okay, if these quarterbacks aren't going to fly off the board, how's this affecting what's going to happen behind Dallas?
That's a great point, and I'm not happy right now.
Yep. It'll be all right.
I think somebody still gets aggressive.
I think you might get a trade. To me, I
mean, if you're Minnesota, you're in great shape right now. If you're Denver, you're in great shape.
I've got the first 5 off my board, off my stack, and I got Brock Bowers at 6. And we're hearing about the Rams trying to go up, go up in this draft. I mean, do you find a way now? Does Tennessee said, well, they were kind of penciled in that they were alt, or do you draft one of these offensive tackles? That's that. Maybe Tennessee's the team that might back out of there, and maybe this is where we see the Rams come sliding up in that spot and grab maybe a Brock Bowers here, or one of these wide receivers. Adunze would be the last one out of the big 3, right? That you would have.
Yes, Adunze would be my third guy. I would agree with that. In fact, I had those 3 receivers in my stack, 2, 3, and 4. I thought I had them as the second, third, and fourth best players in the draft, and then Daniels at number 5. Same. I mean, those receivers are amazing. I mean, Tennessee now, they need an offensive lineman.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. Do you back up, or do you just go ahead? Everybody had alt penciled in right here at their spot.
It's just if you're Minnesota, right, and let's say J.J. McCarthy's your guy, I don't know why. I think you're right. I think Bowers would be the guy maybe for the Rams to get ahead of the Jets, because you've heard those rumors. Like, could Bowers go to the Jets? So maybe if you're the Rams, you're getting on the phone with, say, Chicago or Atlanta to try and jump them. But I think now, like, where's J.J. McCarthy going to go? Unless there's a team behind Minnesota, like the Raiders at 13 or the Saints at 14 that say, or if the Broncos really do like him and they know that the Vikings want him, does Denver get aggressive?
Yeah, I mean, the thought all along, people, or for a lot of the time up until the last couple of days, was that people assumed Minnesota went. They got picked 23 from Houston, and they wanted to go up. Like they wanted to get up to 5 and pick McCarthy so that he didn't slide down the board or potentially get picked off there. The last couple of days, you've started hearing more of like, well, is it really that? Is it really something where they value J.J. McCarthy as a guy that they would trade up for enough to just say, we'll trade up for it instead of let's keep the capital and watch Penix come down potentially.
Yeah.
And so now, I mean, look, if that was their play, they're in a decent spot right now to potentially have that happen. Because you look at it, you're going to say Atlanta's not going to take a quarterback. I wouldn't think Tennessee's going to take a quarterback.
No.
Chicago's clearly not going to do it, and the Jets are still hoping for a one-legged 60-year-old man to be their quarterback next year. So
tell it like it is, then, Bobby.
Man, okay, so this is going to be, I mean, I would assume this is still offensive tackle for the Titans, but when exactly are you going to get some movement? I did see this, and we can talk about that when we come back, but both the Patriots and Vikings apparently reached out to the Chargers to see if they had any interest in trading Justin Herbert. The answer was a flat-out no. So you did have those tires that were kicked around between the Pats and the Vikings.
We might be finding out that the price of going up is becoming pretty expensive here.
Yeah.
That teams are not willing to, depart with the pick, and teams we thought might bail, but all of a sudden you're trying to get up there if you're Philadelphia or the Rams or San Francisco, these teams that are trying to get up, the price of going up might be pretty steep here as we're running this draft.
But if it was alt and a drop for the Chargers, like if that's how they viewed it, they may have said, we're not there's no value to us to let Tennessee pick off Joe Alt for us. So that, because I mean that's really the only spot that we've expected to trade at this point, right? Was 5.
Yeah.
And if they just decided Alt is the guy that we value the most, and we're not gonna be able to trade down past Tennessee and still get him, we're not gonna play that game here. But it also could be, like you say, Brian, that they were kind of, holding people hostage and they didn't get what they wanted. There was a lot of chatter that they were talking about, you're going to have to blow us away to come up here and take pick 5.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So we're expecting a tackle from the Titans.
Yeah, I
Nick's
think
mentioned
so.
how much they need to protect that young.
Yeah, they do.
Out there.
I mean, they haven't been the same since Taylor Lewan left.
Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
Okay, we just had the Giants select Malik Neighbors, the wide receiver out of LSU. We've got the Tennessee Titans on the clock right now. The expectation was they will take an offensive tackle. Joe Alt, just going to a couple picks ago, you had him come off the board. He goes to the Chargers, in which we thought maybe was going to be J.C. Latham. Maybe the Titans now pivot. Do they go with J.C. Latham? Do they take Olu Fashanu, who is a left tackle from Penn State? But we go back to the Malik Neighbors pick, because now the Giants, that's a player the Cowboys are going to have to see twice a year. Neighbors is a desperate need for the Giants, Brian, who needed a wide receiver. Another player that we talked about, Jaden Daniels. You know Neighbors very well. The yards after catch with him. I mean, this is a dude that wins at every single level. Short, intermediate, deep. You get the ball in his hands. Good luck bringing that man down. Brian, what do you got on Malik Neighbors?
Yeah, he's one of the most productive receivers in in LSU history. And he has the type of game that matches those that have come before him. This kid loves to play the game. He's got a real passion for the way he competes. He can eat up cushion on the defensive backs. He could just blow by him. He generates a ton of speed when he's going up the field. He's an outstanding route runner. He could sell it with the best of them. He's a master of the double move, the stutter go. He can turn a defender around in a heartbeat. He's outstanding in the open field with run after catch. He's a game breaker in every sense. Physical finish, gets north-south in a hurry. The adjusting catches and all that. I mean, he will adjust his body to come down to the ball. Sideline awareness, body control at the highest levels. Opponents knew he was getting the football at LSU, and he still managed to come up with it. This kid is a very, very impressive player. Last line in my notes is he's going to be a great pro.
Yeah, continuing through multiple coaching staffs and many different eras at LSU, they have continued to produce first-round wide receivers from the state of Louisiana. That's such a big thing for them. And Malik Neighbors is just the next in line. You look at Odell Beckham, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson. You could also call back to Jarvis Landry. I knew he was a second-round pick, but still factors into that equation. I was able to catch up with somebody who was really close in his circle back in at his time in high school a couple weeks ago, talking about Malik Neighbors. He played for the Louisiana Bootlegger 7-on-7 team down there, which if you know anything about the 7-on-7 circle, it's one of the best in the country. They put out a lot of different guys. They had all those receivers. Malik Neighbors had the most yak ability out of all those guys.
Here's the Titans. Is it another tackle? Roger Goodell telling us the Tennessee selection.
With the 7th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select J.C. Latham.
Hey,
tough guy.
Alabama.
Okay. All right.
Guy.
So Alt and Latham now off the board. There's 2 offensive tackles. Now, J.C. Latham, I mean, I love this dude. Super consistent, beautiful kick out. He's got great lateral movement. You know, he's a guy that's mean. This dude is an angry, nasty, tough offensive lineman. I'm not surprised he went this high. But, Bobby, you brought up a great point now. There's 2 offensive tackles that have gone in the top 7. We were talking about, okay, what do the Cowboys need to get some of these players to slide? Is this now becoming a concern?
It's interesting. I was curious if Latham or Fuaga was going to go first. And I'm wondering if we're sitting here going, the quarterbacks aren't going fast enough. This is creating a slide that harms the Cowboys. I wonder if it inadvertently starts a run, though, because the Bears have been talked about wanting to bail out of 9. Does Denver say, we had no idea McCarthy was going to get to 9, and does that start a bidding war to say, we're going to jump Minnesota, we're going to go up to 9? Does that start, does Chicago hold Minnesota hostage for extra capital to say, well, we're going to give this order to Denver? Does Chicago say, there's no way in hell we're giving you your quarterback in our division? We're going to send that over to Denver. So the Raiders right behind that. I do think that with these tackles going a little early, Latham going here, Fashanu, Fuaga, those guys still being out there, I think what it has done by pushing the quarterbacks down the board a little bit is it's going to create a hyper run in the coming picks where you might still see the same effect of the quarterbacks pushing guys down the board of the Cowboys.
So is the draft starting now? Is that what we're talking about here?
I mean, the draft really started at 5 when they said Joe Alt.
Yeah. Chicago, they don't pick again until 75 in the 3rd round. So, I mean, to pick up an extra pick or two to move back a few spots and let another team come up and grab J.J. McCarthy, that could play into their favor, and they could still find their guy. I also wonder where Roma Dunze kind of falls in that entire equation as well. Dallas Turner, these are names that are getting mocked around this area. So, very fascinating. When do the Rams come up and do that top 10 thing?
Yeah, that's where I'm kind of looking at right now, because the Rams aren't afraid to give up picks. We've seen that with what they've done. Chicago seems like a team that would be open for business. I talked to some people in Minnesota. And Minnesota's they've talked about are they going to stay there? Are they going to go back? We'll see what's on the board for them right there. But Chicago seems like I would now worry about, if Philadelphia is serious about going and getting Fuaga, could they get to Chicago? That would be where I would start to have a little bit of, how aggressive is Howie Roseman going to be here and make this happen? But there's a couple of teams that are trying to get in that top 10 right now, and that would be the Rams, and that would be the Philadelphia Eagles.
Wow.
Yeah, Aisha, we're not happy about
my face.
The Fuaga possibility there with the Eagles.
Being at Philly,
we would not like that. That would not be good. We'll see. I mean, so far you've got a couple of good players that have ended up in the NFCs. We'll see about Jaden Daniels. You never know about quarterbacks. I know some of us like him. Bobby is out. The rest of us, I think, are in. And then Malik Neighbors, who's a very intriguing player as well, going to the Giants there.
Bill Callahan's the new line coach. We knew Bill when he was here.
That's right.
Running game Moses.
Yeah, no kidding.
With Tennessee, his son's now the coach over there. And so, to me, man, Latham, this is a Billy Callahan kind of guy. 342 pounds, really strong hands. That I feel like the ease of movements. He's a hard guy to rock back. Right tackle only, sure. If that's what the guy is, I've had guys tell me could be an all-pro guard. But this kid will benefit for playing for Bill Callahan. He will get better, and when he gets there to Tennessee.
When he latches on you, it's good night.
Yeah. Game over.
I just wanted to circle back because
please.
I have the utmost respect for running game Moses. As a line coach.
That's a good nugget.
Yeah.
Falcons pick is in now as well as we await for Roger Goodell to take the podium. They've been mocked to go with Dallas Turner. We've seen Laitu Latu because of the Ricky Lake connection there. Former coach there at Washington had Latu. The medicals are really the only thing that I think we have questions when it comes to Latu. He's fantastic.
That's tough on a lot of folks right there. On those boards, there's probably a lot of red tags with a guy like Latu.
Corner and then quarterback. I mean, they just brought in Kirk Cousins, but with J.J. McCarthy there, Michael Penix Jr. there, they
might not be able to pass on that, right?
Yeah.
I see them going defense.
You think it's going to be defense?
Defense has just been.
I mean, I think the fact that you've got Kirk Cousins, it makes it a little bit easier to pass on it. But I'd be talking about the quarterback spot. If they love like a McCarthy or a Penix here, I would definitely have that conversation. I think you've got to.
Yeah, I've had it spoiled for me, so I'm not going to say
do you know the
anything.
pick?
Yeah, Twitter. Damn Twitter.
Yeah, Twitter.
We're trying not to. Well, we're going to find out. Roger Goodell's coming out, no tie, unbuttoned shirt.
Is it like Club and Raj?
Oh, he's ready to rock. He's probably having some fun there in Detroit right now.
We're about to have some fun, all right.
In the 2024 NFL Draft,
all right.
The Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr.
Well, there you go.
I'm happy about that.
I am too.
Oh, baby.
I'm glad that somebody just
I am too.
hushed all the noise and just decided to take the player.
This is how, to me, when you watch these quarterbacks, this is how it should have gone. Because you've had J.J. McCarthy getting all of this love and all of this hype. And, okay, J.J. could end up being a good player. But to me, Michael Penix Jr. was better. He was my 4th overall quarterback. Penix Jr. has some it factor about him. All this dude's done is win everywhere he goes.
No question.
Transfer from Indiana. He's improved a ton as a passer, but specifically, you talk about the deep ball. I don't know that we've seen a quarterback throw a prettier deep ball than Michael Penix Jr. You will fall in love with him if you just watch the Texas game alone, and Beamer's got some of those highlights rolling right now. Some of the touch, just drop it into a bucket throws that he had in some really, really good coverage moments by the Texas secondary. Unbelievable. Footwork, pretty consistent for me. Can move within the pocket. Yeah, he's got some injury red flags, but I think that we had heard a lot of that had been cleared. I love this pick for the Falcons because now Michael Penix Jr. is not forced to play right away. He can sit behind Kirk Cousins, and that he can be groomed to be the heir apparent there in Atlanta.
Yeah, this is fascinating. And I'm calling back to a note that I had seen probably about a month ago whenever 30 Visits had started getting going, that Raheem Morris loved Michael Penix Jr. And at the time, I was thinking, okay, that makes sense at potentially 43 to start off the second round. But they go ahead and grab their guy. I love the aggression, but you also do question, they just gave $100 million guaranteed to Kirk Cousins. And if they're already drafting his eventual successor, how confident do they feel in Atlanta about Kirk Cousins' future? It's going to be a fascinating quarterback development as time goes on, but loving to see a lefty back in Atlanta. Right. Obviously not the mobility at all as Michael Vick, but it's going to be fun to kind of have those same vibes.
Man, you look at the last 4 picks for the Falcons: Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Bijan, and now Michael Penix Jr.
They like
That's an all vibes team. That's an all vibes team.
Man, and all on offense, and you've got a defensive-minded head coach now who I think, and they've done a good job when it comes to filling out the roster in free agency.
But maybe they know something that we don't about Michael Penix. Maybe there were a couple teams that were interested in him in this moment, and they decided to go get him.
Or maybe they don't know what we all know. That is, I don't know. This is, you know what this is equal to me, Brian? This is with the 34th pick in the 2016 NFL draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Jalen Smith. Like, this is as floored as I've been since the Jalen Smith pick.
Really?
Are you for real?
Yeah.
I mean, it is surprising. I did not have the thought.
Boy, we're finding out J.J. McCarthy is this year's Mac Jones, though. Where you remember the vibe was Mac Jones could go 2, could go 3, and then it's like, oh no, he's going 15, and he's going behind other quarterbacks that he was supposed to go in front of.
But this is good for J.J. McCarthy. He's going to end up going to a better situation
Chicago
with Minnesota
didn't
or
trade this pick
Denver.
either. This has got to be a
I'm going to put you guys on the spot real quick here, and I hope I don't. Where do you guys have McCarthy on your stacks?
I've got him in the second round, 44th best player.
44. Bobby, do you have him on a stack?
Yeah, he is in the, I got to get my stack up. He's in the 60s, but he's my 4th quarterback after Penix.
Okay, I got him at 30.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I never saw him. Now, Penix I had as my 3rd best quarterback in my stack.
Same.
You know, on my board.
Me too.
But see, this is where I think a lot of us, the hype, I couldn't get the hype about McCarthy. He's a winner.
He is a winner.
He is a winner. And, you lost 1 game collegiately. They beat Ohio State, national champ and all that. There's a lot to like about J.J. McCarthy. But I wasn't buying he's going to get picked at 5. He's going to get picked at 6. He's going to get picked at 8. I didn't see that. I didn't see it. So if he's coming down the board, I'm like, yeah, that's kind of where I think he is.
Man, if you are Minnesota, you just hit the lottery.
You did.
Sure you did.
You just hit the lottery.
Sure
You're going to end up getting your guy, and you didn't have to trade 11 or 23. I mean, we're starting to talk about, okay, Minnesota might be the team that's picking before the Cowboys at this point. We'll see as that progresses.
Bears with their 2nd pick, 9 overall now with their selection.
And the Bears don't pick until 101.
With the 9th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze.
There you go.
Wide receiver, Washington.
Oh, my goodness. That's a beautiful selection. Roma Dunze, smooth as butter right there. Smooth as silk. I don't know why I said butter. That one didn't really make a lot of sense. All right, let's not talk about butter. Let's recap what went down with this Roma Dunze selection, the quarterbacks. This is moving quickly here as we are at pick number 10. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com. Man, how about this Bears offense?
Yeah.
Caleb Williams just tweeted on Tuesday. He was like, "Oh, y'all, I just saw Roma Dunze on my flight to Detroit. Big fan."
Yeah, they're about to be really big fans.
Maybe he
of each
knew
other.
something.
I respect this move from Chicago because, yes, they have some other needs, but this is a BPA pick. It's Roma Dunze, who everyone has been comparing Larry Fitzgerald to during the draft process. I hate Hall of Fame comparisons, but I understand where this is coming from because of the big body, because of his ability to separate downfield, the long strides, his ability to work along the sideline. I mean, there's so much that you can call back to. But, joining a receiver room with Keenan Allen and DJ Moore, he's basically going back to Washington. He had two guys around him. He's going to continue to have two guys around him. I mean, this is beauty for Caleb Williams. If you're
Do you
looking
think
at
there's any
situation.
chance that he's could have a better career than Marvin Harrison and Neighbors?
I do.
Yeah, I think
all
he's
those
right
three
on
guys.
par.
I think all three of those guys. Yeah.
2, 3, 4 on my stack, and I think you say the
They're
same
also
thing.
productive. Yeah. You just.
So I have a Dunze. Like he's for me, Harrison. No, a Dunze.
I got him at 31.
No. A Dunze.
I had him in the third.
I had a Minnesota just traded up to 10.
Yep.
Okay. Well, this could be interesting because this is with the Jets now. Depending on what they gave up, if the Jets are picking ahead of you now at 23, that's another team that needs an offensive line.
The Jets receive 11, 129, and 157.
Okay.
The
To move up a
Vikings
spot?
Yeah, the Vikings get 10 and 203. So
Sean Payton.
Okay.
You should not have said what you said about Nathaniel Hackett.
So this has got to be J.J. McCarthy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this has got to be.
I bet you.
They probably did this to ensure that Denver didn't move up.
Right.
Who are they worried about? Are they worried about Denver?
They had to be worried about Denver.
Yeah,
it's got to be
that makes
Denver.
sense.
I mean, maybe the Raiders, but
This had to be a situation where somebody else was on the phone.
You know who-
New York was like, "Hey, last chance."
yeah.
I don't believe the whole Bo Nix and Denver thing, but I wouldn't be shocked if the Raiders took Nix. That seems like something dumb the Raiders would do.
yeah.
Doesn't it?
Oh, why are you talking about my team like that?
Al, you're not there anymore.
Oh, I wish I was.
Do you think
I would
when
save him if I was there right now? I promise you.
Do you think when Sean Payton called and was like, "Hey, what's it take to get up to pick 10?" They were like, "Hold on, we're gonna let you negotiate with Nathaniel Hackett." Here, take the phone. Nathaniel, tell us if you think we should trade this pick to Denver.
Nathaniel, what do you think?
No,
Please.
I think I'll pass.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Finally, we got a trade, though. I'm excited for this. Well, I'll give it to you, Nick, to give us the breakdown on this. I'm sure it won't take long to get the pick in. But I love what the Bears are doing here. I mean, now you've got DJ Moore, a Dunze, Keenan Allen. It's a good situation there for Caleb. They just need to be able to block for him.
Yeah.
That's really what it's all about. We got that big Penix energy going to Atlanta now.
Yes, sir.
I love that they did that. I want all the quarterbacks to go. Just keep pushing the linemen down. Let's go. Okay, there's the trade deets. Yeah, so a 4 and a 5 basically to move up one spot. And they kicked in a 6.
Yeah.
I mean, on the trade chart, does that make sense? I guess that's probably good.
Let's have Austin Pratt go here. Let's just get all the quarterbacks off the board.
Michael Pratt?
No, Austin Pratt.
Who's Austin?
Austin Pratt is the where the hell did he play?
You're talking about Austin Reed at Western Kentucky?
Or yeah, Austin Reed. Yeah, see, I'm mixing up
That's
guys.
say Pratt to me is like one of my favorite guys.
Now.
I like Michael Pratt.
And I was thinking his name was not Austin, but anyway.
I wonder how Kirk Cousins is feeling.
He's probably okay.
He's coming off an Achilles.
Yeah, and he's 36.
Do you think he
Sit
likes
his tail
that?
down somewhere.
The 2024 NFL Draft continues on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
Okay, Rome Odunze, the wide receiver from Washington. 2 Huskies going back-to-back with the pick of Michael Penix Jr., going at 8 to Atlanta. That's a big wow for shocker of the draft. And then at 10, we now have our first trade. So after Odunze goes to be teammates with Caleb Williams as they double up on offense, picks 1 and 9 do the Bears. Quite the trio of receivers they've got now with DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Odunze, weapons for Caleb Williams. We have our first trade as the Vikings moving up a spot, just flipping around here with the Jets. What are the details on this trade here, Nick Harris?
Yeah, the Minnesota Vikings, to move up that one spot, you would have to assume there were some other suitors on the line, and that's why the Vikings went ahead and got this deal done. So they get pick 10 and pick 203 on day 3. The Jets, they move back to 11, and then in the 4th round, they'll get 129, 157. So they pick up a couple of day 3 picks to move back one spot. I assume they'll still be able to get their guy because they were probably not quarterback hunting in this sense. So this is great if you're the New York Jets. You were basically just able to take the best offer, and that's what this one ended up being. You would have to assume for the Vikings going ahead and grabbing J.J. McCarthy, it would be the first time ever 5 quarterbacks in the first 10 picks.
Do you think that's bold of them to feel so confident in Aaron Rodgers that they just like, oh no, we good. We ain't got it. Yeah, the Jets. Do you think that's like?
I think they can wait another year.
Aaron was standing at the door while they were making this.
Aaron Rodgers is the associate GM.
Who are you going to take in this?
I don't think they had the ability.
I mean, but even respectfully keeping my ears low to the ground, Tyron Smith is there.
Right.
And whoever the other gentleman is, but they don't have anything concrete at tackle either for the future.
No, they don't.
And that's halfway why the old man got hurt. So I'm just saying what's going on.
That's where initially when we started to see mock drafts, Fuaga always at 10. It was always Fuaga at 10. It was Alt was going to go first, and then like Fuaga was going to be the next guy that was going to go. So this. Aisha's right about that. They're playing. Their offensive line was horrible last year.
But they're in a good spot. They move back a pick. They can still take, I guess, whichever tackle that they want. Although it would not shock me if they took like a Brock Bowers there to give Aaron Rodgers some fun. I think Rodgers is pulling a lot of strings there, so quarterback wasn't in play. I get what you're saying. They need a backup. I think they're just looking at it like we're all in on the Aaron Rodgers, and if it doesn't work out again, we'll be picking in the top 5 and be a really bad team and maybe circle back at quarterback there.
Look, man, I'm looking ahead a couple of picks. There has yet to be a defensive player taken in this draft. We've heard rumors throughout the course of the last few weeks about the Eagles being aggressive to trade up and grab the number 1 corner. That is still very realistic opportunity. Would Denver or Vegas want to move back, though, seeing this run of quarterbacks? Are they worried that one or the other might take Knicks? Do they want to get Knicks in the first round? I mean, there's a lot of things that are kind of playing into factor here. I think these next 4 picks will really tell a lot about where the run is going to happen here over the course of the next 10 to 15 picks. That definitely it implicates the Cowboys.
Keep an eye on Seattle at 16 as being a bailing team too. So if the runs start to happen where somebody maybe needs to get up in there, Seattle will be a team that might back out of there.
Okay,
that's 16.
That's interesting. Maybe now we finally get some of the trades that we were hoping to see with a wacky first round. But gosh, 5 quarterbacks potentially here with J.J. McCarthy going to Minnesota. The pick is in. Kevin O'Connell, of course, the head coach there. Apparently, McCarthy was his guy. Is that the case? And if so, do they end up making that selection? All signs would point towards that's got to be it. They're moving up to make sure that Sean Payton, your buddy there, Brian, can't do it after Peyton Manning outed the Broncos' plans. Here's the commish.
About 20 minutes ago. Here's the commissioner to make it official.
To help make the Minnesota Vikings selection, we are honored to have with us the surviving mother, brothers, and nephew of fallen hero, United States Army Sergeant Zachary Ewing. Zachary died after a battle with cancer. A cancer that was discovered after he was injured during his 2nd deployment to Iraq. We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. I'm now going to turn this over to Sergeant Ewing's nephew, Asher, who will announce the pick in honor of his uncle.
With the 10th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select
J.J. McCarthy,
quarterback,
There he goes. J.J. McCarthy, quarterback of Michigan, going to Minnesota. They get their quarterback, 6'2", 219, the reigning national champion. Look, this is a great fit for J.J. McCarthy. To me, it's good that he slid to Minnesota. I think Kevin O'Connell is one of these guys. You saw the impact he had on Kirk Cousins and that offense his first year. He's off the McVay tree, an excellent offensive mind. You're going to a situation where you've got Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. J.J. McCarthy, who is known for playing within the offense, is going to a place where he can excel, in my opinion. So did I love J.J. McCarthy? Did I buy into the first round? No, I didn't. I have him more of as a second rounder, but we see all the time in the draft, right? These quarterbacks are getting propped up. This is a home run fit for me. Nick, do you disagree?
Yeah, I think it's a really good fit. It works overall, and you look at J.J. McCarthy. It's really fascinating because he grew up a huge Ohio State fan, ended up going to Michigan because they prioritized him more in the recruiting. He grew up in Chicago, a Bears fan, and now he's going to go play in the NFC North for the Minnesota Vikings. So a really fascinating career for J.J. But I think he's going to need. I feel like he's going to need a couple years of seasoning, and I don't believe he's going to get it in that situation in Minnesota. I think they're going to throw him into the fire pretty early. How does he come out on the other side? That's a big question. Now, he's a winner. He played at the IMG Academy down in Florida, puts out more NFL draft picks than any other program in the country, and then went to Michigan and only lost, one game as a starter.
One game.
He's going to bring a winning mentality, winning pedigree to Minnesota. He can do a lot of things outside of the pocket, I believe. He has a lot of NFL throws. I agree with you, Bobby.
He's got the arm.
But does the physical skill set limit him to a certain extent at some point? We ask those same questions about Bryce Young right now coming off of his rookie season. Granted, he doesn't have what J.J. McCarthy will have around him, but he's going to have to rely on his weapons very early on. Thankfully, they got a guy by the name of Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, no kidding.
To me, moxie, toughness, like that
leadership,
that matters most at the quarterback position. And if you asked me to rank the traits among the top quarterbacks, those sorts of things, the toughness and the ability to be a field general, he is the most equipped, I think, to be out there and be the field general that an offense needs in terms of as a guy to command the huddle and command the offense and show toughness on the football field. I do think there's a ton of NFL throws on his tape. I think he is a good mental processor. I think he attacks the middle of the field without any fear, but it's also without any recklessness. Whereas Drake May there's no fear, but he has no healthy fear of it either. J.J. McCarthy, to me, also, if you watch from year one to now, you watch the progression and the growth, it looked a couple years ago like J.J. McCarthy had no business playing at a top 10 program, and he was in the driver's seat for a lot of the year last year in the Heisman race. And so to me, I see toughness, work ethic. Like I said, I see the types of throws along the route tree that you need to make at the NFL level. To me, he is the anti Jaden Daniels. He is the opposite of what Jaden Daniels is.
Aisha, did you have anything to add on McCarthy?
I was just thinking about I feel like he just does a little bit of everything pretty well, and it's a good starting place. I think Nick brought up the fact that he's not going to have the opportunity to kind of sit and develop, which I think would be valuable for him. But Bobby mentioned moxie. Yeah, he has the attitude, and you can tell that he is a leader, and so these guys will be able to follow him. But as far as him developing and his passing skills and all that stuff, I feel like he is going to. You see good things. You see good enough things that you feel like, yeah, he is going to develop into something legit. Now, him being under 200 pounds is something that makes me a little like, nah.
He's 219.
Okay, well, that's nice. But can he maintain it?
Yeah.
Because some guys can't. So that's my biggest thing is like, to your point, he's put on some extra weight, and that's gonna be helpful. But
yeah, he played over 200 last year. He was 210.
Okay. Jets picks already in.
2024 NFL Draft. The New York Jets select Olu Fashanu, tackle, Penn State.
So they go.
All right, there you have it. Olu Fashanu, the offensive tackle from Penn State. You were just talking about, they need some help along the offensive line. They have tried. I think it's the Giants and the Jets over the course of the last 5 years that have put more draft capital into the offensive line and just not hit. Brian, I don't know that you love Olu from our conversations on the draft show, but at this point, 11 to the Jets. How do you see this pick?
Well, yeah, and you're right about that. And I kind of felt like when I was watching him play, everybody had him just so propped up. And like, oh, no, you need to watch this guy from Penn State. He's got this, he's got that. And I just felt like, though, like as a left tackle, he was named the Remington Pace for Orlando Pace, the Big Ten Offensive Lineman of the Year. He does have power. He doesn't have problem getting movement. He doesn't have a problem staying with this guy. He had more trouble in that Iowa game with rushers than he did in the Michigan game. And it's, when he carries his hands really low and then he brings them up to a strike position. And I don't know if he can get away with that playing in the National Football League. I think with these edge rushers, you've got to get your hands on those defenders quick, or they are going to find a way to break you down, get on your shoulder. I wouldn't call him fluid. I think there's some times where, he gets in a bad blocking position and he manages to avoid holding calls. But man, the things about him though, that the hands bothered me, the run blocking didn't. I just think there's some mixed results with him as a player. With his ability.
I tell you what, if you're Olu Fashanu, you have to be absolutely thrilled about this, though, because you can go to a situation where you're able to stay in the Northeast and go play for the Jets, and then you can learn behind Tyron Smith and potentially play quite a bit whenever he is injured, or if he does get injured over the course of next season, whenever he is with New York. Yeah, I didn't mean it that way. If he does have those same type of injury concerns going into next year, but if this is a guy that can potentially sit behind Tyron Smith for a year or two and get some seasoning, he could be really good by the time he needs to be hitting the field full time. Now they do have Morgan Moses on the other side, on the right side. Maybe Olu's better on the right side, and then they'll be able to work him to that extent as well. But nevertheless, I think this is a really good fit for Olu Fashanu. I've kind of been on the Olu train as well, but I think this is a really good fit. This works out for him.
It's good because we can have a draft fat, because I think Bobby and I do like Olu quite a bit. I think that's a great point. Maybe he is better on the right side because
Bobby, did you think Wallace was better at sometimes? Though?
I think Wallace is more ready to step in and play tomorrow. I think Olu Fashanu is going to be a really good tackle. The traits are all there. It's a little bit of a question with Fashanu that the Cowboys were facing with Tyler Smith a couple of years ago, where it's like we see all the traits, we also see all the technique issues and some of the questions here. So you have to really trust, all right, who are your area scouts? Who are your connections at Penn State? Who do you trust to represent to you accurately the type of work ethic they have, the way they take to coaching, the type of teaching they take to? So the Cowboys had that dead on with Tyler Smith. The Jets, you would hope, especially with Fuaga sitting there and Fatanu sitting there, you would think that they believe that they've got those answers and that they can trust those answers. And so for me, though, I do think tomorrow, if you're talking about who's ready to step in and have fewer mistakes week one, Caden Wallace on the right side has fewer mistakes week one than I think Olu Fashanu. But Fashanu is a total prototype. He looks like he was built in a lab where it's like, build me an offensive tackle, and they spit out Olu Fashanu.
Did not allow a sack and 365 snaps during 12 games his senior season. The power that he plays with.
He does play with some power.
But you're right. He's not an athlete like some of these other tackles that we're talking about.
I hope that they can work with his hands, because I just don't feel like that you can set them low and then try and bring them. You got to get your hands on these edges, and we'll probably be watching some preseason games, maybe some regular season games, where you see some guys breaking him down a little bit. Once he gets those hands up, I think he'll be all right.
Are you saying it's like a timing thing?
I think that he's kind of waiting instead and more of a catcher than a striker, and that's why. But
I can see that
hands up. To me, you cannot let these edges get on you. You don't have time to bring your hands low and take these edges on.
Denver on the clock. Now, their biggest need is a quarterback. Now, Bo Nix is the only, I would say, the best guy left. You've had 5 quarterbacks go off the board. Now we can talk about
Twitter now, Nick. Is that what
Would
you're
you be going
No.
backwards?
I think for this situation, you look at these quarterbacks flying off the board. One team took one that you didn't maybe expect to take it. I think if I'm Denver, I'm just staying pat and grabbing my guy if I feel confident in Bo Nix. It just makes too much sense.
They have to.
It makes so much sense.
Like
Sean
Bo
Payton
Nix,
and Bo Nix makes so much sense.
Look, that's a good place for him to go if that's the case, because Sean Payton, we do appreciate his work with quarterbacks.
There's good sense, and then there's other sense.
But I just don't like Bo Nix.
I think they would be going backwards.
I think this is an E.J. Emanuel type pick.
I don't hate that comparison. I don't hate that at all.
I'll tell you what, I will say this.
J.P. Losman.
He got better at Oregon than he was at Auburn.
For sure.
I mean, I watched
He
times.
wasn't asked to do a whole lot.
I watched times at Auburn that I was going, man, I can't believe this guy's an SEC quarterback.
Yeah.
And then he goes out to the Pac-12, and then he is, and they got a good offense out there. They got a good scheme. But what you guys say, first read guy, right?
But where's Troy Franklin? Let me throw it to him.
Yeah.
I mean, look, in Bo Nix, he is an athlete. I mean, he's got a quick release, and that's something I think that's why people are comparing him to the Drew Brees, right? He gets the ball out very, very quickly. They also need a corner. You've got Terrion Arnold out of Alabama, Quinyon Mitchell out of Toledo that are still there. Maybe you finally get a run on DBs. I think it's probably Bo Nix. I think it's most likely a quarterback. Here's Roger Goodell sauntering onto the stage here, looking very, very confused. Now he's got a smile on his face. He's not sure what he wants to do. Does he want to get up to the microphone? Yes, he's going to go ahead and briskly walk up there. Let's get the Broncos selection here, Roger.
Briskly?
Briskly.
That's a lidocaine patch walk.
With the 12th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo Nix.
There it is.
Quarterback, Oregon.
Well, good luck, Bo. What do you guys got on Bo Nix?
This is the most mid quarterback room I think I've ever seen.
Say it. Who is it?
I'm serious. Bo Nix, Zach Wilson, Ben DiNucci, and Jarrett Stidham. Like, my goodness. Look, Bo Nix, let me give him some credit.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
As you said, Brian, he was able to develop at Oregon a little bit better than what he was doing at Auburn.
Absolutely,
he was thrown into the fire at Auburn
Yep.
with not a great defense, not a lot of weapons around him, not a great offensive line. He needed that time at Oregon to really develop. But whenever he got there, he wasn't asked to do a whole lot, and you never really saw anything that made you feel like he could be a highlight player, like this franchise quarterback. It makes a lot of sense with Sean Payton, though. I mean, he's taken these type of guys before, and he's been able to develop them. We can look away from Drew Brees even for a second, but I don't know. If you're looking to elevate the competition in that room, I don't know if you did that with Bo Nix.
I'm with you. All right, we'll talk more about the Bo Nix pick. We'll look ahead to the Raiders. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
Cowboys fans, after that move,
Yeah, I don't love Bo Nix there. I'll tell you that. But,
Ain't our business.
you know, hey, I get it. Like, he was the last quarterback. I honestly, I'd have taken a flyer on Spencer Rattler over Bo Nix.
At 12?
Yeah. No, not at 12. Not at 12.
I had Bo Nix in the third round. I wouldn't have been talking about him here
I
either.
did too. I mean, there's just...
I think the thing that maybe his strength, the mobility, clearly I think he does have pocket presence, and I think his pocket presence and his awareness improved from Auburn to Oregon.
I agree with that.
I think he still holds the ball too long, and it results in mistakes. And there were times where he makes a ton of throws on the move, and he's accurate doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that Sean is going to have to figure out some things with him. The kid he's an older guy. He's going to work hard. He's going to absorb everything that Sean loves a guy that he can mold. That the biggest problem Sean always had was, I got Drew Brees, and I call a play, and he wants to check every play I send in.
Mm-hmm.
Bo Nix ain't going to do that. Bo Nix is going to do everything that Sean Payton wants him to do. And there's some games where he made several clutch, big-time throws to help the club. But, man, like I said, it would be he wasn't nearly my favorite guy when it was all said and done, because I still have these flashbacks to the Auburn guy. But
yeah.
I will say he got better at Oregon, and hopefully Sean can help him a little bit more.
Look, that's a good coach to go to. That's a good offensive quarterback coach. And look, Sean Payton knows quarterbacks. Heck, I mean, Tony Romo in this building, certainly a big reason why the Cowboys were able to get him. So we'll see moving forward when it comes to Bo Nix. I don't want to just completely crush the guy, and I get it. I mean, if they loved him and they wanted a quarterback, then you go ahead and you just pull the trigger. Here, they desperately needed one. The Raiders will be interesting because I think that they were also a team that needed a quarterback. Their picks, this thing is moving fast and furious. You already have Roger Goodell coming to the stage right now to give the Raiders selection.
Can we get a defensive player?
My goodness. Can maybe a corner?
Team's pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Las Vegas Raiders select Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia.
All right.
That's value.
I'm so proud of them for taking Brock Bowers. He's such an athlete. I love him. That's my Al Davis.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I like
if you
that.
don't know
I like
that.
that.
Yeah.
This is a good value pick. I mean, when you talk about you're taking it at what, 13 here?
Yeah.
Wow.
Brock Bowers, who is one of the overall best players in the draft. I had him as my 6th best guy. I mean, there's not a lot that Brock Bowers can't do. He's just an offensive weapon. What do you think about Bowers to the Raiders here, Bob?
I mean, like you say, value here is absolutely tremendous because for me, this is player number 5 for me. Right after you get the top 2 quarterbacks, you get the top 2 receivers, you get Brock Bowers. The most impressive tape anybody put out there this year was Brock Bowers against Auburn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That is a tight end just flat out taking over a game. And it's like, somebody had to get him the ball, right? But they tried not to get him the ball. He was like literally stretching his arm out, hurt, snagging balls with one hand and making plays in the open space. There's obviously questions about like, are you built to be an inline tight end, like with your size, or are you a tight end?
That's the biggest question.
That is the biggest question
Yeah.
with him. Are you going to potentially have to be Evan Ingram? At which case, if you're standing up, you're just a big Y receiver in the slot. Do you lose the athletic advantage if you're essentially having to play receiver? But I am not going to bet against this guy. He is to me one of the most impressive players. If you ask me who here has the best chance to be in this entire draft, which of these players has the best chance to be the very best in the game at that position, it'd be Brock Bowers. Brock Bowers has a shot to be the best tight end in the NFL at some point.
Wow.
Michael Mayer's stock tanked.
Oh, that's right. They took Mayer in the second round.
But I think there is a way to fit both those guys into the offense. But, man, if you're Michael Mayer and it's struggling to open up the year last year and then seeing them take Brock Bowers here, it's very interesting. Something I want to throw out, the Saints are listening to trade offers here at 14. So
Okay, well, and I bet Philadelphia is going to try and get in the mix there with them.
You think it's an indictment on him?
Okay, thank you.
The 2024 NFL Draft continues on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
With the 13th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia.
The value of that selection for the Raiders getting Brock Bowers, who Bobby had as his 5th best player, I have as my 6th best player.
6 as well here.
Okay. What about Nick, Aisha?
Looking, 7 for me.
Okay, top 10 type of player, Aisha as well.
He's my number 6.
There you go.
Wow.
And you're able to get him at 13. You brought up a great point there before we came back, Nick, about they did take Michael Mayer out of Notre Dame a year ago, but they're looking at a situation where it's probably Aiden O'Connell, who's their quarterback. Now you've got 2 tight ends that you can deploy out there. I kind of like that because Aiden O'Connell, you go back, you watch him at Purdue. I think it was Durham was their tight end last year who also came out in the draft, and he kind of feasted up the seam over the middle of the field. Now you got 2 guys that can really go ahead and attack defenses with. They might have something here with those 2 tight ends.
I'll say this about Brock Bowers. I think he shocks defenders with how fast he's moving.
Yeah.
I think defenders watch him catch the ball, and they're thinking, okay, angle, got him. Oh, whoa, he's by me. He's got there's – you start to talk about run after catch, whether it's wide receivers or this guy is one of the best run after catch guys in the country, and he's a load to bring down running the. He just does not get denied with the football in his hands. So I totally understand why the Raiders. I could totally understand why potentially pre-draft we were hearing maybe the Rams trying to get up here and make this pick because, as I always say, I think the Raiders got some really nice value here with this pick.
Yeah, he's a fun player too because he can do things at the backfield. He can do jet sweeps, stuff like that. But also too, if you watch him, like one thing I loved about him is if you see him before the snap, he's communicating. He's seeing what they're lining up in. Like he's one of those guys that goes back to the coach and is like, hey man, he's sitting on this route. I'm about to go past him. Like that's also something too that I think you see the IQ from him and some of the things he's able to do from that standpoint. So I mean, yeah, they got a playmaker regardless. Like he can do some of everything very well. So I know Bobby said that you think he's going to be the best tight end.
He's got that potential.
I think he has the best chance. If you tell me like whose ceiling in this draft is
ceiling.
Yeah, I know you love that one. if you tell me whose potential in this draft, who has the best shot to be the best player at that position in this league, Caleb Williams can be really, really good. I think it's going to be really hard to anticipate that he's going to be better than Patrick Mahomes or when you take other players here. I could very easily see, especially with Kelsey getting older and potentially leaving soon and Kittle with his injury issues. I know a lot of people had compared Bowers to Kittle.
Kittle, yeah.
And so to me, I think Bowers could absolutely. I would not be stunned if in 3 years Brock Bowers is the best tight end in football.
Fair. Does the inline? Are we to a point to where the inline work matters? Like obviously it does, but people are willing to forfeit a little bit of that for you being a weapon.
Yes. Okay. I think so, especially since they've got Mayer, who is a good inline blocker.
I was about to say, like, this might actually...
That's what I was saying.
It's a good fit for Bowers in a sense, because he can rely on Mayer to do those inline things, for sure.
Luke Getsy runs a ton of 12, too.
Okay.
He ran a bunch of it in Chicago. He did, that's something that is definitely part of his arsenal. So he is a two tight end guy.
All right, the Saints are on the clock right now. Apparently, they're trying to wheel and deal. Offensive line certainly is another area that the Saints could go ahead and address here, which would not be good for the Cowboys. Tailese Fuaga out of Oregon State still on the board. Graham Barton still there. We're trying to navigate that minefield. Come on, Graham. Make it on down to 24, brother. We got you. We still
Saints made the pick.
Still don't have a defensive player. Okay, so the Saints are staying there. Now, they did lose Zach Bond, a linebacker. They lost Lonnie Johnson at corner. They brought in Willie Gay. They also brought in Cedric Wilson, former Cowboy, Equinemius St. Brown. They added Chase Young along the edge. So they made some moves this offseason. They don't have a ton of cap space. This will be interesting. I do have a fear this is an offensive tackle.
Yeah, if they stick here, it's got to be Fuaga. And if you're the Cowboys, you're hoping somebody made a deal.
Trevor Penning has not been the player that they were hoping he would be.
That's a guy I think we were wrong about.
Yeah.
I mean, we liked Penning.
Yep, sure did.
Yeah.
But the things that we didn't like about him, though, I felt like we were honest about.
Yeah.
With Penning?
Yeah. It wasn't always pretty from him. It's like, yeah, he's a finisher, but at the same time, like he's holding through these finishes. Like some of the stuff that you saw from him this year.
I don't think Penning was a holder, like technique-wise. Penning's biggest issue was stuff after the play. It was like a Sam Williams type energy where he is driving people into the ground and getting late penalties.
Punching a guy.
There was a lot of them. But it's the Penning. I don't think technically was the issue. It was also like, I mean, he came from a smaller school, and there was questions about competition.
Okay.
Ryan Ramczyk too on the other side, not looking great health wise. They need.
Well, yeah, they don't. I mean, he might end up missing the season. Yeah. So they're pretty desperate here for a tackle. I would assume that would be the pick, and I think for all of us, Fuaga is the best one here.
It's the best one left.
Now, I wouldn't mind it if they wanted to go ahead and.
Man, if they want to fire one of these defensive guys. It's wide open, right?
It is. I mean, they can take any corner they want.
You probably take the best corner. You could take the best edge. I mean.
Yeah, if you're the Eagles right now and you're like, oh, I really wanted a corner, you can kind of sit at 22. You might just have your pick now the way this is going.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. Okay, so Fuaga is the best tackle on the board, I think, for all of us right now. That makes the most sense is the pick here. Otherwise, if you were to go with the defensive player, who's the highest rated player that you've got defensively?
Be Arnold, the corner from Alabama.
Okay.
Be my highest rated guy.
Here's Roger Goodell to give us the New Orleans Saints selection, 14 overall in the NFL draft.
With the 14th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Tailese Fuaga. Tackle, Oregon State.
Well, there you go.
I love this pick for the Saints. It hurts my Cowboys soul out of possible hope and dreams that there was a CeeDee Lamb type of situation tonight. But this was my top tackle in the draft personally. I loved Fuaga, long arms. He's got a strong right-hand punch, smooth footwork. I think he was very balanced in both the run and the pass, but his run blocking is nasty. There's times where he can give up some leverage because he is a taller player and he can play a little bit high. But to me, the awareness, like the support blocking with Fuaga, was something that really, really stood out to me. And he's got good bend in his knees. I mean, Aisha, natural knee bender.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I also like how he can get off combo blocks and get upfield on the defender. And when he gets upfield on the defender, it's not just like, I'm just pushing him out the way. No, he's trying to drive guys out of the play. You mentioned how aware and how active he is and making sure he's helping out his buddy and communicating. Just a strong lead blocker downfield. You can depend on him to set up your play. He's not somebody that's going to mess up what you got going on. And you talk about the balance, the footwork. It allows him to keep defenders in front of him. Really strong anchor. It's just not a lot of wasted movement in his game. And if the movement is happening, he's trying to let you know he's there.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Nick, you got any fun nuggets?
Setter.
You got him. Good job.
Yeah, so
Anything fun on Fuaga?
This is the first 30 visit for the Cowboys to come off the board. He was a guy that I think this building would have been okay with at guard even. Tackle, guard, flex. I mean, there's teams around the NFL that felt he could play 4 of 5 offensive line positions, with center being the only one that he probably couldn't. But, man, the versatility and gosh, the character, the demeanor, there's not a lot that you can't like about Taliesin Fuaga. I think he's going to be really productive for the Saints. I think he's a day one starter for them too. He could potentially slide in at right tackle or right guard and really make his money there.
Bobby, did you hear? I mean, it seemed like a consensus among scouts that Fuaga was a pretty liked player.
Pretty liked or liked? Oh, liked. I thought you said,
not light at all.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know that it was a consensus at all that he was liked.
I didn't hear much negatives about Fuaga throughout the entire process.
No. Yeah, he's one of these one. I think that when you look at the top tackles on the board, like if you just take the top offensive linemen, take Fatanu, Fashanu, Alt, Fuaga, Latham. Like I think that the thing here is that it's such a top-heavy tackle class, and it's the drop after that. There's not the same depth where it's like, oh, it's top-heavy with the receivers, but then it's depth throughout. And Fuaga now coming off the board, like, okay, now you're sitting here going, that was probably the last of the, like, you have almost no questions about what this guy can be as a tackle. Fashanu, maybe you have little things about technique and stuff like that, but in general, like, you've got Fatanu left. Do you view him as a tackle? Do you view him as a guard? I mean, really left, the only guy that you're left with is Fatanu, to me, at this point, of the guys who are just, you feel comfortable with just about everything in their scouting report. And Fuaga definitely, I think, checked those boxes for a lot of scouts.
Yeah.
How's the draft room feeling right now, Brian, as you see all these offensive linemen start to come off the board? And then the Colts here as well, another team that could possibly go line. I think you might get the first defensive player, I'm hoping, taken here. Terrion Arnold, Quinyon Mitchell. They need a corner. Can we get one off the board? But what do you think the vibe is?
Yeah, I think that, there's still those teams ahead of you that are trying to potentially get up. We'll see with the Rams. I mean, the Rams just might sit there now for a wide receiver. They lost their tight end. Philadelphia might just sit there now for the, your hope for Philly might be just if they take a corner. Maybe if they don't look at an offensive lineman there at all. But I think that there's still, you're just bracing now for your guys. You're bracing to have to walk those picks from 2021, those two, the Pittsburgh, the Miami pick, you have to worry about that and maybe potentially losing your guy there. But it's just you're just kind of hanging in there and hoping for the best. Hey, we've committed. This is going to be our guy at 24, and let's just see if we can make it. Now, you can maybe get in a situation where if you want to go up, if you want to try and make sure you make it happen, maybe you can get to the Rams. Maybe the Rams were talking about going up, but it's a little bit easier going from 24 to 19. That might be a little bit more palatable for your appetite if you want to make sure that you're going to get Barton. But they're to me, it's like, boys and ladies, we're going to sit here and see if this thing will stretch to us.
See how the deck falls.
Yeah.
Yeah. record of most.
A couple of their players are still on the board, though, if you look about with Guyton and then also with Barton as well.
If you have a couple on the board, though, are you just saying, like, I'm not chancing fate, I'm taking my guy? I'm taking whoever on here, or do you say, you know what, let's let somebody, do you take the approach you did with Slater and Micah Parsons a couple years ago, where you said one of them will be there, if we happen to lose one, then the decision will be made for us, but let's pick up extra capital and know that somebody we like will be there?
I think that the pro guys in that are helping out with them in the war room are probably saying for team needs, Jerry's going to ask the question, who is likely to go? Who is going to be the one that's likely to be taken ahead of us? And if if everybody to a consensus says Barton, then now he has to make the determination if he needs to go up. That's where you look around the room and like, are you guys interested in trying to take this thing up? Do you like the way this draft is falling to you right now? If you don't feel comfortable with that, then I would be on the phone with some of those teams ahead of Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And just seeing. Maybe you can't, hey, listen, I'm back here. If my guy's there, I'm interested in coming your direction. Just keep me in mind, if you want to bail out of it. But heck, we've only seen one trade. Everybody's standing in there and making picks now. So that might be a little bit more difficult. And maybe people are holding people up.
It could be.
Maybe the price of coming up is not as cheap. And maybe we'll hear from Jerry Jones about that after their pick, if in fact that in the post draft press conference that, hey, we tried to go up, but the price was too much.
The Colts pick is in. We're waiting on Roger Goodell to announce that record for most offensive players to open a draft was 7 back in 2021, according to Adam Schefter. Now the record's been doubled. First 14 picks have all been
thought about
offensive
this.
players.
We knew this was going to happen, though, right? We talked about maybe some of the concerns that the Cowboys were going to have, that all these offensive players were going to go, and then their best player on the board was going to be a defender.
All right, here's Roger Goodell to give us the Indianapolis Colts pick. Maybe it's a corner. Can it be a defensive player at all? We'll find out here from Roger Goodell.
With the 15th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Laiatu Latu, defensive end, UCLA.
So it is.
All right, we will rejoice.
Wow.
We will rejoice that a defensive player has been taken in just a moment.
I would not have bet on him being the first defensive player.
Well, a lot of medical risks there, but certainly the best edge,
player,
in my opinion, and we'll kick that around the room. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com. Man, I like the balls there for the Colts to go get Latu.
Wow.
That is wild. I do like the kahunas as well. I mean, it makes sense. You see what he does from an athletic standpoint. Let's take the medicals away. Let's say that Indianapolis is comfortable with the medicals. You look at what he brings from an athletic standpoint, and you look at his lower half. He can still add 15 to 20 pounds to that lower half, and that will be able to help improve him in the run game as well. I think he's going to be a terrorizer in the backfield. Can he stay healthy, though? I think if you had told any team, like, hey, there's no medical concerns with Latu, then yeah, this wouldn't have surprised us, him being the first defensive player off the board. But yeah, this is a gamble, but it could be a fun one for Indianapolis.
Man, listen, he's a former linebacker, and you see that in his play. You see that in how he reads and just the way he just fires off the line. He's very decisive, and even when he strikes, there's a lot of initial flair in those strikes that you see from him. The toolbox as a rusher and the creativity that you sometimes see him rush with as well. Love the way he sheds and tackles. I think he has adequate play strength. I know you mentioned that you want him to maybe put on a little bit more weight, Nick. That's something he can do, but he can play the flats and drop into coverage at times as well. And I think, again, that just kind of ties into his linebacker background. Backside pursuit's crazy. You're getting an athlete that can do it all, but at the same token, I'm extremely surprised. I did not think this was going to be the first defender off the board.
No, I didn't either. I mean, and he went right where I've got him as the 15th best player in the draft, and he goes at 15 to the Colts. I mean, Bobby, it's interesting because you're pretty plugged in to be able to get some of the medical information. Was Latu a guy that you think just some teams were just too afraid to even take?
I mean, I think everybody had a note on him medically. You can't just ignore it. Do I think some teams had him off completely, or were just like, we're not comfortable taking him in the first 3 rounds? Yeah, I think there probably were teams like that. I'll tell you what, Latu is a really good player. The neck injury, getting medically retired, that is
concerning.
That's the biggest thing. I mean, look, there are times, if there's one consistent criticism I have on there, there's a little bit of freelance, there's a little bit of hero ball sometimes, and I think that he creates cutback lanes. I think that he causes problems in terms of being gap sound. That exists on his tape. That's something he'll have to work with. But overall, he's a really good player. The thing that stands out to me is how much has Dallas Turner's stock fallen from a guy who it felt like a couple months ago.
Watch
people
the
were like,
tape.
No, I watch Texas, and you'll go,
yes, yeah.
There is. You want to talk about motor questions? That exists for Dallas Turner.
Yeah. Why did Braswell look like a better player on the other side? And to me, this is when we were doing those shows, and I go, and he might be an All-Pro, but I'm just saying he was one of the first defensive players, edges, and I kept saying, here's a guy I have the most opportunity to be wrong about. You know, that's the guy that because I wasn't seeing it with my own eyes. I was seeing a guy on the other side that felt like was a better rusher, a better technician. You know, so someone's going to take him and figure it out.
I don't think we've asked this question.
Might be this team.
I was going to say we haven't asked this question because I think it's been thought of as so unbelievable. But I mean, we're 8 picks away now. If for some reason 8 other teams go, no, thank you, Dallas Turner, and he's sitting there, does that? Are you saying I got to think long and hard about Dallas Turner?
I think it'd be hard for them to pass him. I really do.
I had a second on Turner. I didn't buy into the hype with him, but you're talking about 24 getting him. Yeah. Look, I'd rather have Jared Verse. I think Verse is a more complete player. Yeah. Verse is still there right now. So if both of them are there, and to me, I'd argue for Verse personally.
I agree.
Wasn't there a guy last year that we felt like that about? Was it Murphy?
I think it was Nolan Smith.
Oh, it wasn't Nolan Smith.
You mean that we didn't think was that good?
That was like, everyone was like,
for me,
it
was Will McDonald.
Okay.
I wasn't a Will McDonald guy.
But I felt like Murphy was the guy last year.
I mean, the guy I remember
started off hot.
It wasn't last year, was it? Was it 2 years ago? Lucas Van Ness?
Van Ness.
That was last year? That was last year, too.
Van Ness was one that we were not nearly as high.
I felt like there was a couple of edges last year that through the process, they were just high on people's boards, and you just like, but for what?
But you're right. Miles Murphy started as a top 10 guy, and then I think he fell out of the first round.
He dropped as the process went on. It feels similar to what we're seeing with Turner.
That's actually that's a good point that you bring up Miles Murphy on that. I forgot about that situation. I wonder.
John Snyder's about to save us here in Seattle.
You think he's about to take another running back?
No, he's about to take Estime.
He's going to take this. He's going to take this. He's going to take this Alabama edge. Is what he's probably going to do.
I would not mind that. Just keep the defense going. Yeah. They need a defensive lineman. I wonder if this could be Byron Murphy. That'd be a good pick.
They could use a defensive tackle to kind of put next
Seattle?
to Hankins.
Adam Dirty.
Yeah, we talked about that already. Yeah.
Oh.
NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
Oh, the picks are flying off the board right now as the NFL Draft rolls on. Zach Wolchuk alongside Bobby Belt, Nick Harris, Brian Broaddus, Aisha Morrison. Thank you so much for spending your NFL Draft with us wherever you might be across the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network. Like to Latu, the edge from UCLA, the most recent selection, first defensive player off the board at 15 to the Indianapolis Colts. We just broke him down on the streaming side, but first winner in school history of the Lombardi and Ted Hendricks Award. Tall, lean, to me the best natural pass rusher in the draft. As we have alluded to, though, the big question mark with him was indeed the medicals. Clearly the Colts are saying, hey, forget that.
F them medicals.
We like the player enough. We're going to go ahead and take him. I appreciate that selection. Now the Seattle Seahawks on the clock. Another guy that you know pretty well running the draft over there, Brian Broaddus.
Yeah, that son of a gun won't tell me anything, man. He's my highest paid intern I've ever had. He's the only intern that's ever worked for me, by the way. He's a $3.5 million intern at John Snyder up there in Seattle.
So, wasn't he sleeping on your couch?
Yeah, John's done a lot of things. I mean, John's a great guy. John's a fun guy to hang out with if you want to go out and have some beers with and things like that. He's really cool. But John will like to move around a little bit here. And there was some talk that maybe he was going to bail out of there, but no, he's going to stand there and make a pick. And he's going to have a pretty open board. Nick, do you have an idea of like the needs though for
They
Seattle?
need a defensive tackle. Like they could really use a 3-tech. It makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
Keep your voice down.
This
with Byron Murphy.
Yeah, then Byron Murphy. That's exactly where. I don't know. You were at the pro day there in Austin, though. I don't know if you saw any Seattle personnel or anything like that.
Yeah,
but
they were there.
They were there. But see, here you go. I mean, John's going to sit there. He's going to be patient. He didn't move back. Potentially, he's going to grab the best 3 technique in the draft, in my opinion.
And they re-signed Leonard Williams, so that would be a force in the middle. Bobby, you brought up a great point. Our buddy Aiden Dirty is now over there, and their new head coach, Mike McDonald, former defensive coordinator of Michigan and the Baltimore Ravens. So that is a new defensive-minded.
They're going to get a defender.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume that this is going to, and maybe, I mean, if it's not Byron Murphy, it could be Newton, or Verse or Newton.
Yeah, I mean, to me, they've got their choice with these defensive line. I mean, these edges. We talked about Turner a little bit, and he continues to slide here a little. But man, I mean, if you gave me a shot at getting Verse or Murphy or Arnold at corner, I mean, there's some defensive players here that I really, really like.
Bobby, who did you have? Like Murphy, to me, I think I had him the highest among the group. We talked about that on the draft show the other night. I had Murphy as my 9th best player, but Newton, I think, is also a guy out of Illinois that probably has not been discussed enough during this draft process. I mean, how close did you have those defensive tackles?
In terms of how, like you're going to the wrong guy to defend, like to talk about Newton over Murphy. I think
Murphy's just way better.
I like Newton fine, but to me, Murphy, the comp that I really liked was the one that Lance Zierlein gave on Byron Murphy, which is he is like a stouter Ed Oliver. That's what Byron Murphy is. And man, when you watch some of those flashes against that borderline NFL offensive line that Washington had in that game, that he is just so impressive. He's so quick. If this team needed a 3-tech, I'd be all over it. But this is, if he goes here, this is right where I had him in my stack. I had Byron Murphy 16.
I had him at 14, and Newton I have at 33. So that I do have a difference between those two.
Okay, so they're not even. So
not
this would
in
be,
my board. I mean, again, you guys do a hell of a job with your boards.
No, I've got a difference. I had Newton at 19, Murphy at 9.
Yeah,
so
I had
to
a
me,
10
it wouldn't be
spot difference
close.
too. It's just a little bit different 10 spot.
I had Newton at 45.
What is it, like 19 and 29?
17 and 27.
Okay,
yeah.
there we go.
Bobby,
It's all right.
I had him at 104.
Had him as a 4th rounder, but hey, what are we doing here? We're picking 16 overall. That would be fun if it was Byron Murphy and Aiden Dirty, who is a heck of a defensive line coach, now the defensive coordinator there.
It's going to get the 3-tech.
Getting
He tried
coached
to transform all of our 3-techs too.
Yeah.
We just, so the pick is in here, but there's also apparently a trade coming up with Jacksonville.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Let's get some trades happening. So we're waiting to find out who the pick is for Seattle. You think it's
Buffalo?
Buffalo.
Oh, Buffalo with the
could
receiver.
Could be
Yeah,
Buffalo.
Buffalo could be wanting a receiver. Right, here's Roger Goodell with the Seahawks pick.
Thank you to our men and women who serve in the United States military. Your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom do not go unnoticed. Thank you so much. With the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy.
There you go.
Defensive tackle, Texas.
2 best value picks for me, the Raiders landing Bowers, and then this right here, the Seahawks taking Byron Murphy out of Texas. You are a Longhorn fan, Bobby Belt. Tell us a little bit about Byron Murphy, also a local kid, DeSoto High School, Nick Harris. We know about him.
Yes, sir.
Step up DeSoto. Yeah, look, I mean, obviously the questions with him. Oh, look, there it is. There's the leverage quickness Ed Oliver comparison there on NFL Network just now after the Byron Murphy pick. But yeah, I think that when you look at Byron Murphy, you're talking about a guy with, to me, obviously you're talking about an edge rusher versus a defensive tackle. To me, the second best get off of any of the defensive linemen that I've seen this draft. The only one who's ahead of him would be Chop Robinson from Penn State.
I agree with that.
But I mean, you're talking about a guy who is so quick, so explosive. To me, one thing that really stands out when you're talking about defensive linemen when they come in the league, I feel like 75% of them don't know how to use their hands when they get up here. They've oftentimes won with just athleticism, or they're just freakish ability at the college level, and they get up here and there is a learning curve for defensive ends. That's why it stands out when you see somebody like the Bosa brothers when they're coming out and you see how advanced their technique is. Byron Murphy, to me, that's a guy who knows how to use his hands. He has a pass rush plan. Like I said, the biggest thing with him is just going to be some of the size concerns.
So the stout.
Yeah, I mean, that's just it, the thickness. And there we go. We got another pick in because the Vikings traded up again.
Okay, so yes, we've got Minnesota moving up. They're switching picks here as they moved with Jacksonville. So Jacksonville is now going to be picking ahead of the Cowboys at 23. I don't know that is a terrible concern. I think they're looking more defense, corner probably being their number one need. But now you've got Minnesota moving up to 17. I did see a lot of whispers about Newton, the defensive tackle from Illinois. Now, maybe you get a run here. Could it be Jared Verse as well? But they do need a defensive lineman here. They lost Daniil Hunter.
Yeah, they also need interior line. So
I'm just trying to avoid that topic and conversation altogether, Nick. My God.
Can I throw one more thing in about
go
Byron
ahead.
Murphy?
I'm starting to get nervous. This could be Barton.
One last thing about Byron Murphy. You talked about the get-off, Bobby. Whenever he was in high school training at DeSoto, worked with a really good defensive line trainer down there and learned a lot from Myles Garrett during the off seasons. And I think you kind of see where that get-off is kind of transcended from that line of training. And you look at that upper body strength and you compare that, or you combine that with the get off that he has with his lower half. He's going to be so much fun here in the NFL. A 3-tech, but a guy that can do a lot of stunts from the inside. I think you combine him with a guy like a Leonard Williams.
Here's the pick real quick here, Nick. Roger Goodell.
Let's do it.
The Minnesota Vikings select Dallas Turner, linebacker, Alabama.
So
let's go. Let's go.
You win, Zach. Let's go.
Right. It's a party. It's a party up in here. All right, Dallas Turner goes off the board. Thought to be a top 10 pick. Now, the move up here, Nick, was not a lot. Jags get 23 from Minnesota and pick 167, Brian, in exchange for 17. So you're moving back from 17 to 23, and you're really just picking up 167. I don't know how good value that trade is, but hey, maybe Jacksonville just said, we got options. We're not worried about this.
Yeah, certainly. And now you have a new team picking in front of the Cowboys, as you mentioned. But these next 5 teams, this is where the landmines start for who is left on the board. You got Troy Faltanu left on the board. You have Graham Barton left on the board. Those are probably the two. You got Amarius Mims left on the board. That's still fascinating. Tyler Guyton. There will be an offensive lineman that I think is worth considering at 24. The question is, do they feel like they can get a guy at 32 or 30 or things of that nature? This is where we start talking about this thing.
My guys in Jacksonville are telling me they like Arnold and Wiggins. So if ahead of Dallas, that's if either one of those corners were to get to them, probably at 23, that's something that like right ahead of Dallas. We've talked about this. Remember on the draft show when we were trading up, trading back, who was going to pick in front of Dallas? We felt like Minnesota might get out of there. It's Jacksonville now. They're hunting corners, it sounds like, from their room.
Okay, Cincinnati is a team that needs offensive line help. They also need some defensive linemen. That could be a place where I think the Newton conversation, you have that. Corners in need for them. Now, maybe they want to head and go ahead and take the first corner off the board. Maybe that's an Arnold from Alabama. Maybe that's a Mitchell from Toledo. You've got to hope, and I think it'd be more of a Faltanu from Washington as a tackle if they were to go offensive line than a Graham Barton. But to me, look, I'll speak for myself in this room. I'm just hoping one of those two guys makes it to 24, and then you're in good shape. You want either Faltanu from Washington or Graham Barton from Duke, and then I think that the Cowboys are having a really, really good night.
Are we considering Terrion Arnold or Quinyon Mitchell at this point?
If you don't have any of those tackles on the board, yes, you absolutely consider that, because corner is a sneaky, sneaky need for this team. You have Trayvon Diggs that is coming back from injury. You are going to end up having to pay Deron Bland. That's a player that we haven't even talked about. That's a 4-year guy. He's about to go into year 3. We're going to have contract discussions about that. Jordan Lewis is a 1-year deal. What do you have behind that? You don't really have much.
Quinyon Mitchell could play the nickel.
Yeah,
Mitchell could.
He sure could.
Yeah,
he sure could.
Yep.
Or he can. I mean, I think he can do both if you want. And kick Bland back inside.
Yeah.
Have Mitchell play outside. Look, that to me, I watched Mitchell play, and he reminded me a lot of Deron Bland. With the ball skills, the physicality, the way that they played. To me, that was a comp that came to mind. Dallas Turner going to the Vikings, though, I know we weren't surprised that he slid a little bit because he was hyped up during this. Physically, he looks the part, long arms. Like, to me, the athleticism was there. I could see a position coach falling in love with him. But the pros and cons for a Dallas Turner, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, the pro side of it, though, is he's got exceptional first step quickness, and he's got some explosiveness off the snap. The change of direction skills, the movement, he can cover some ground when running. I felt like he closed on the ball carrier in a hurry. He's a fluid moving guy. He's got some flexibility, the arm length, the hand use. You'll see him fight off blockers with his hands. He does have some surprising upper body strength to his game and some snap. But the problem is with him is you do not see him win nearly enough off the edge. I think he is going to have to find a way to use the quickness, to use the explosiveness. But how about some more pass rush moves? I mean, Aisha likes to use the word consistency, and he lacks that. He lacks the consistency with how he is able to rush. But, I just kind of feel like, though, to me, when he rushes guys down the middle, he's got no shot. But his best pass rushes are off that right side. He was the SEC Defensive Player of the Year in 2023. But, man, I tell you what, I feel like, though, he's going to need a lot of work as a pass rusher.
I mean, the motor's there from him. I mean, and I guess that's something that you're mentioning, Brian, is like as far as, yeah, if he's rushing down the middle of people, he's going to tire out quicker because I don't know how strong his legs are to just keep going. Did you guys have any problem with his size?
No, in fact, I thought he plays with really stunning. I thought he plays with his leg drive. I think when he's bull rushing is really impressive for his size in general.
That's why I thought the size I see what you're seeing at 6'3", 247. I could see that. I said surprising upper body strength and some snap.
He did with the arm length he used to his advantage.
But like I said, he's got to take better advantage of his athletic ability, and that's what the thing that bothered me the most is that I didn't always see him. I saw the other guy winning more than I saw this guy winning. Yeah.
So, I don't know. I my biggest thing, the thing that left a sour taste in my mouth is I thought I thought there were times he would take plays off. I thought there were. He almost seems to pace himself. I think he plays with a governor at times, and I think that leaves a really sour taste in my mouth when I'm talking about what do I need from a pass rusher? I need somebody who's going to constantly fight and have the motor run hot and everything else. And I just the athletic traits are really impressive. It's just a matter of how much am I going to get the consistent effort out of you? And how much does, like you mentioned, the just general size of a guy who's 6'3", flat, 247, even though he plays stronger than a guy with that frame, how much does that potentially cause him problems at the next level?
I have a question. Mm-hmm. Do you think that a team would just move him primarily back to linebacker?
Yeah, I think it's certainly
I saw him drop, and I was not impressed.
It's certainly a thought. I keep him on the edge, but it's a thought.
Yeah, I know. I see what you're doing, but man, there were a couple times he dropped, and I'm like, why are they doing this?
He has plus traits as an edge rusher to me. I think as a standard linebacker, I don't see a day one pick.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Let's look at the Bengals here. They're on the clock at 18.
Let's say they have to take a tackle. What are you okay with them taking here?
Patrick Paul from Houston.
Take Mims.
Guyton.
Yeah,
He's still there.
Yeah. Mims or Guyton, probably.
Mims is a Cincinnati type of a pick.
It is.
Because they have the smallest scouting staff. Aisha, you can go help them. You can help them. Cincinnati scouting staff. They're a coach-driven program, so they're very, very, they rely on their coaches a lot. They don't care about character, and they don't care about number of games played. They just don't. Their way of logically thinking it through. They're going to think, okay, who's the guy with the, as you guys like to say, the highest ceiling on this, and that's going to be Mims. I could very well see them taking a guy. They don't care about the 8 games, like me panicking. They don't care. So I wouldn't be surprised if they took a guy like Mims. I wouldn't be at all.
Do you think wide receiver could be an option here with what's going on with T. Higgins? Maybe.
Yeah.
And some of their needs, defensive line, offensive tackle. I mean, they did bring in Trent Brown. They brought in Sheldon Rankins. They got a safety and a tight end, and Von Bell and Mike Gesicki. They lost Jonah Williams and DJ Reader. But maybe wide receiver.
I wait until day 2 to teeter that idea. I think I go get a tackle if I'm the Bengals here.
Trying to speak things into existence.
I respect it.
Mims makes a lot of sense, but I worry that maybe this could be Fautanu from Washington.
Well, it maybe could. I just was getting some Jacksonville. I'm hearing whispers. Jacksonville is now talking to Miami and Pittsburgh about moving back up.
Okay.
So
those teams just probably know that they don't want to move past the Cowboys.
Right.
So that makes sense.
By the way, on Miami, I do think it's important to know. I know we talked about that as a center landmine. Miami has also been connected to Newton at Illinois pretty heavily.
Newton and Xavier Worthy are two other names. All right, here's Roger Goodell with the Cincinnati Bengals pick at 18.
With the 18th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Amarius Mims.
Yeah, good job, guys.
Tackle, Georgia.
Good job, Ace. You had
That is one.
That was a heck of a call there. All right, we'll break down Amarius Mims out of Georgia. Very intriguing player. And then we got the Rams on the clock. Do we get some trades that happen here as we're getting closer and closer to the Cowboys pick at 24? You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
It's time to...
Mims is one of these guys, man. You watch him play, holy moly. I mean, the tape is good when you watch him.
Yeah.
It's really good. I mean, that makes a lot of sense when you broke down kind of the scouting department of the Bengals.
They are small. They don't have a lot of scouts. They got coaches. Coaches don't have time for your, he only played 8 games bit. Coaches I used to like to say, we ain't got time. We ain't got time here.
He's a quick watch.
But he's that good, though.
He's a quick watch.
I mean,
He's a quick watch. Yeah.
Did y'all look at Mims and think he had any left tackle flex?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think he is a left tackle. I think he's so athletic.
Yeah,
Okay.
you just need more experience from him. I think there was not a need necessarily to put him on the left side at Georgia, but I think you put him on the left side and let him develop there at Cincinnati. What do you know about the offensive line development in Cincinnati? Because he's going to need a development program. Like that's exactly what he's going to need. And
they're always chasing linemen there, man. It always seems like they're
Billy Price, Jonah Williams. I mean, they've had some picks that have not worked out.
Yeah, Billy Price is on the practice squad over here, or at least was last season. I mean, I think Amarius Mims, hopefully he's able to get at least a voice in his ear or a voice in his game that can help him develop. But, man, you see what he did the best. And I know I've mentioned this on the draft show throughout the process, but you look at him when he was at his best in that semifinal game against Ohio State, his first career start, and you see that is the floor for him, and that's a phenomenal floor that you can have for a prospect. I mean, the 6'7", almost 6'8", 340 pounds. He's athletic. He played basketball in high school. He's got the footwork that shows in pass pro. I think there's a little bit of improvement he can do in run blocking, but I think he's going to have a phenomenal opportunity to do it. Let's just hope he gets the right development. I worry about that in Cincinnati.
I'm going to ask this stupid question because didn't they take an Alabama before Cincinnati?
I think it was Jonah Williams.
Jonah Williams was there also, but they took another massive guy that from Alabama that was just couldn't move, and I'll look it up.
Oh, my gosh. It was the guy who ran his 40 with his shirt off, and everybody made fun of him. I know exactly who you're talking about.
I'm sorry.
It wasn't DJ Fluker. It wasn't Fluker, I don't think.
I'll figure it out
It
here.
was
I'm sorry. But
man.
they've taken some guys.
It's going to bother me.
Yeah. They've taken some guys before, though, that 6'8", 340-pound guys that have had some struggles. Guy held out and all that. Guy, I'm sorry, I can't remember his name, but maybe are you looking it up?
I'm looking. Andre Smith.
Andre Smith.
Andre
That's
Smith.
who it was.
There you go.
Thank you, Bobby.
Just a massive.
What year was that?
08, 09, something like that.
Alrighty, Roo.
I'm sorry about that.
Ray Malugala went in that draft.
Yeah.
That was their second round pick.
Sorry about that.
I was listening to y'all. Sound like y'all speaking the language. I was like, what's
2009.
going on?
That was the 6th overall pick.
Yeah, there you go.
Boy, they have swung and missed on some offensive linemen.
That probably means this guy's not going to be good.
Don't care. Yeah, they really don't.
Probably means Mims
he might just make them look good.
Might not be.
He's like I say. There's some good. The tape he does have. There's some good snaps. There really are.
Yeah, he does have some good tape.
I mean, to you, it is legitimately just a volume question, right? It's not the quality of what you see on tape for you with Mims.
I think it's more about the volume. I just don't have the greatest feel for him. That's the problem I have. I don't have that feel like these guys that are playing like Christian Jones at Texas. You know, I have a guy played 45 games for Texas. I can watch him play and like, I've seen this, but Man, that with Mims, I don't know if I would put my scouting reputation on the line on that one. If I was a GM,
yeah,
not on 8 games.
The 2024 NFL Draft continues on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
Getting closer and closer to the Cowboys selection, Amarius Mims, the offensive tackle from Georgia, who played all of 8 games. Right tackle, was selected by the Bengals at 18. Now you've got the LA Rams on the clock at 19. Their pick is in.
Is this Brian Thomas?
Could it be a wide receiver? I mean,
they were trying to get up to get one of these guys. They were looking at tight end.
Do they need a Donald replacement?
Yeah, defensive line is their biggest need.
You could use an edge.
Newton would make some sense. Verse or Chop Robinson would make some sense. Corner is also a need for them. They've got both those guys. But yeah, I mean, we've only had those 3 receivers go off the board.
Yeah,
I was expecting more action when it came to the wide receiver.
I just can't believe a corner hadn't gone off the board yet.
Me either.
Yeah, and I think if you're looking at Philadelphia there at 22. They're probably taking a corner.
And
You would
just
have to
chilling,
think
too.
that. Yeah, I mean, I know I mentioned it this week. I think the Cowboys, they would be comfortable with 3 guys being on the board at 24. J.C. Latham, Troy Fautanu, and Graham Barton. 2 of those guys are still available. And I know you got to get around Pittsburgh. You got to get around Miami. But, hey, this is looking a lot more realistic than it did to start the night.
This is what you need. You need the Rams to go defense. You need the Steelers to take Guyton. And then you're in.
Could the
shape.
Rams take an edge? Could Verse
I think the Rams could take an edge. Yeah, they need a defensive lineman. Verse, to me, is the best defensive end left. And then you'd go to Chop Robinson out of Penn State.
Yeah, the Verse would be. I was just looking at my stack, and I'm like thinking, maybe I'd take this guy. Verse would make a lot of sense.
All right, here's Roger Goodell with the Rams selection at 19.
With the 19th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Jared Verse.
Oh, here we go.
Defensive end, Florida State.
All right, you got the 2 offensive linemen still there. This is going to be a big pick with the Steelers on the clock at 20. But what are we thinking about Jared Verse here, crew? I mean, to me, he was the most complete end in this draft. A transfer from Albany that will absolutely ruin your day, Nick.
Yeah, I love the DeMarcus Lawrence comparisons because of how good he is in the run game. He's able to anticipate things coming out of the backfield so quickly. You mentioned the Albany transfer and going to Florida State. He was super productive for the Seminoles last season. And it's not only in attacking the run, he can attack the passer as well. I think, to me, this is the safest edge in the entire class.
Yes.
Like, this is a guy you know what you're going to get whenever he walks into the building. I think he's a guy that might even have a little bit of versatility to slide inside as he progresses and gets a little bigger as time goes on. But he's going to bring so much to that Rams defensive line. Losing Aaron Donald, that's a huge Hall of Fame piece that you miss in that interior, that defensive line. But I think you add an athletic, smart, but also physical presence on the edge that kind of allows the interior to figure out what they need to do to kind of make up that gap and run and attacking the run and rushing the passer. Jared Verse is going to be able to help that so much.
Yeah, he just attacks that outside hand of that offensive lineman so violently, and he has a few things in his toolbox as far as he has a chop move that I think is interesting as well. But I think also too his frame is kind of square, but he just has. To me, he has just enough flexibility in his hips to get enough bend. I think we saw some of that at the combine. Is like he's not super bendy, but it's just enough. They had him do a couple of stances. He put his hand in the dirt. Sometimes he'll rush just standing up, and that initial step from him is definitely takes some of these tackles out of their element. So when you talk about safe, you look at the comparison in size to him and Latu. There's similarities, like they're about the same size, but you get a lot less of the stressful things that you was talking about for as far as health and stuff like that. Taking Jared Verse.
Yeah, I mean he's to me you see the effort, the tremendous with him. He's always chasing after the ball. I mean, at worst, I think he's a long 8 to 10 year starter in the league. I mean, I think you were right there, Nick, when it comes to being a safe pick. Bobby, do you have anything to add on Verse?
Yeah, I mean, I really love Jared Verse. Jared Verse was the top edge for me. He was the 10th player on the board. I think that there's a lot that's just really complete and sound about it. The DeMarcus Lawrence comparison is interesting because you do see a lot of the similarities of young DeMarcus Lawrence where there's the cross chop move in there. There's the need to develop an inside move, which is something that DeMarcus Lawrence was trying to work for a long time. There's the, similar to DeMarcus Lawrence, I think Jared Verse plays longer than his frame says that he is. And so I think that he's somebody who, great speed to power, somebody who can bend, somebody who's willing to play the run, somebody who has the technique to play the run, shed blocks. I really like Jared Verse a ton. I think Nick nailed it. This is the safest edge pick you could make in the draft.
I absolutely agree. Now, this is going to be interesting here with Pittsburgh. This is where the nerves start to hit. We've heard about the Graham
I think
Barton
we're in good
mix.
shape, though.
Yeah, you're going to have your choice of Faltanu, Barton, and probably Guyton, one of the three.
Let me throw in a scenario. If you're married to the idea of trading back and picking up extra picks, you see all these guys that you still have on the board.
Yeah.
Can you move back and still be able to get one?
I don't think you're going to be able to get one of those three linemen if you move
probably
back.
not the lineman, and that's where you'd have to be okay with maybe taking a Jordan Morgan or maybe a non-offensive player, maybe a guy like Darius Robinson. There's a situation.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
How okay with y'all with Jordan Morgan?
I'm not with Jordan Morgan. I would rather have
right
Jordan
now,
Morgan
at 24.
than
Would you
Guyton.
be okay with Jordan Morgan right now?
No, that's a trade back for me.
Yeah, that's a trade back.
Not with these other tackles sitting on the board. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, to me,
But what if he's a guard?
I think he would be a guard with the Cowboys, and then you'd play Tyler at left tackle.
That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, no, you're
Are
right.
any of the tackles that are left right now, do you think that they're better than what a Tyler Smith would be right now as tackle?
I
'Cause then
wonder.
maybe you
I
just
wonder
go
what their
guard.
vision for Guyton is. I would say no, but I do see upside and potential with Guyton.
Okay. I just
Fatanu?
wanted to know.
Fatanu?
I think. He's a guy-
Fatanu has upside to potentially
Yes.
be better. I also think Fatanu projects better inside, though.
I do
but,
too.
But I do think he's got the potential to do it. I really have liked
I think if Fatanu and Barton are on that board, I think they take the Washington tackle.
Wow.
I wouldn't be upset
Rosengarten?
as much as I love
Well,
Barton.
I think they would too.
I'm not upset with Faltanu. I mean, the guy is super athletic. I think you have two options. You can play him, and he's going to be really good. If you want,
Man, I got him and Barton. They're tagged.
They're right there.
One's 22, the other's 23.
I'd go with Barton because I think this team needs a center, and to me, Barton's far and away the best center in my opinion. The play, they're touching for me. I got 16 is Faltanu. Barton's my 17th best player.
I don't think we need to see how much a center can help your offensive line. I'm sick of seeing it happen for other people. Lord, let it happen for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all about Graham Barton if he can make it. But this is going to be interesting because he could come off the board right here to the Steelers at 20, and I don't think we'd be surprised. They could also go with the tackle. I mean, Tyler Guyton, when you look at what they did last year, taking the Georgia tackle, I mean, this kind of fits the mold of the player that they look at for all. I mean, Guyton's big, he's athletic. I wouldn't be shocked if the Steelers are having the conversation about Tyler Guyton.
If you get past Pittsburgh here, you're the only one you're left looking at is Miami or a trade up, potentially snagging Barton. And so, I mean, it's setting up.
I feel like I'm okay. I feel like I got two tackles and a center right now on my board, right?
Yeah.
I mean, all three guys, Nick, that you told us, keep an eye on these three names. All three of them are still there.
Wow.
Two of the three. Latham was the other.
Latham was. My apologies.
I think.
But Guyton started to get a lot of traction.
There's no way you get through Pittsburgh and Miami without Faltanu and or Barton coming off the board.
One of these guys is going to go to the Steelers.
Yeah.
It's just which one. My hope is it's Guyton. But it might end up being Barton or Faltanu.
Did we make a determination about Arnold from Alabama as a corner at 24 if he was there?
If you don't have Barton or Faltanu there, I would take one of the corners over Guyton. Personally, I would. I think the corners are much better players.
I'm trading back, man.
Yep. I'm bailing.
And I'm okay with that too, because you might still be able to land one of those corners.
You just got to land an offer. I mean, there were offers coming into the day, like that has been discussed. There was a buzz around the building today about potential trade back opportunities.
Could you put a percentage on what you think they might trade back? I mean,
right now that's tough to say because the board has fallen, I think, in a way that I don't think anyone would have expected. With 14 offensive players, was that it to start this draft?
Yeah, 14 in a row.
I mean, there's still the top two corners all of the corners are still available. And
this is big. Here's Cameron Hayward going out with Commissioner Roger Goodell for the Steelers pick at number 20. I'm assuming this is an offensive lineman. Which one is it going to be?
Tonight, 32 young men will embark on their NFL career, striving to make an impact on the field. But their impacts will be felt far beyond their field, but in their communities. No one embodied that more than Walter Payton. And today, the league's highest honor, the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognizes his lasting legacy. Tonight, we are proud to welcome the 2023 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year winner, Cam Hayward.
First of all, I want to say thank you, Commissioner. And most importantly, I want to say thank you to the Payton family, the NFL, and Nationwide. The NFL draft is special. To my fellow NFL players and the prospects joining the league this week, I want to challenge you. Use your platform to brighten someone's day. The opportunity before you is a gift. And by coming here and being in this league, seize that moment. Be better in our communities, be better for our league and our world. Thank you so much. Here we go. And with the 20th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fautanu, tackle, Washington.
There you go.
Give me it. Your pen.
Oh, yeah, you want your pen throw here?
This is actually hilarious. I just got a text. This was a pen throw in the war room. So
okay,
yeah, this is the guy they wanted.
Well, and I get it, because this is a guy, played left tackle. To me, he's built like a guard, but he plays with violent intention, competes through the whistle, great body control and strength, uses his hands really well. He's got a strong punch, gets to the second level. I mean, I think he's going to excel at tackle or guard. I can understand why the Cowboys were eyeing this guy and hoping he slid to 24.
Yeah, really good player. Like you said, tackle, guard, flexibility.
And he's super smart.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll be able to work a lot of different things on that Pittsburgh offensive line. This is a really fun fit, too. And I think being able to get him in there on day one, it'll be really fascinating, because there's 3 positions he could potentially start at, and they'll be able to play with him a lot during OTAs. But you see the bulldozer mentality that Troy Fautanu has.
Mm-hmm.
He's able to create running lanes, and I think that's what makes him so special as a potential guard. And he has that wide body set frame that plays well in the interior. I think I like him more as a left guard. I think that's probably where he'll be at the next level, but it would not surprise me if he's at left tackle or right guard.
You okay, Aisha? Are you bummed?
I'm starting. No, I'm just.
I'm very tense with Miami on the clock here. Now, Miami, I was told, we know about Newton. Bob, you brought that up. I know Mike McDaniel, their head coach, loves Xavier Worthy out of Texas, the wide receiver.
Yes.
And they covet speed there,
they
right?
Do.
I mean, they've got a track team
they
with
do.
Devin A-Chain, and then you've got, of course, Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. I'm hoping that this is Xavier Worthy so the Cowboys don't lose out on Graham Barton.
The phones are buzzing. People are on the line. So phones are buzzing for the Cowboys pick at 24.
Can we get War Room Cam?
Ooh, the War Room Cam.
They control that, don't they?
Well, here's the thing. Look, if Miami takes Graham Barton, then I think that the trade back is where you're looking. Because I think that you might be able to move back and get a Guyton or a Morgan, or maybe it ends up being a defensive player.
See, what are you trading up for? One of these corners? Is that what people...
You would have to think one of these corners. Goodness.
Brian Thomas still in mix here?
Yeah, Brian Thomas.
We talk about potential medical things with him. I think, you start to look at these corners. Arnold, Mitchell, Wiggins, they're all there. I mean, Jacksonville's sitting there right now, and they're looking at this thinking like, hey, we're going to get one of these corners. I know Philadelphia, right? They're looking corner too.
Yeah, they're looking corner.
If you could survive this Miami pick, you might have a shot at Barton.
Yeah, and that's the dream. I need Graham Barton to be there at 24. Please, 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 Miami, do not do this. Do not do this.
Now, could you trade back to Tampa Bay, 2 spots?
You don't think Green Bay would take him? I'd be so nervous that Green Bay would take him.
I think Green Bay's looking for a corner, too.
Yeah, that's true.
What does Tampa have going on at center? Because didn't Jensen...
Yeah, medical retired.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so what do they have behind him? They may want Barton. I don't know.
They need offensive line. That's one of their top needs.
Man, but maybe that's the Guyton thing for them, or
that could be.
Maybe they maybe Powers Johnson. I know maybe not here for Powers Johnson, but maybe for
Frazier. I mean, maybe these guys see the center position differently. Miami, they lost Christian Wilkins, and they've been trying to replace him. So that's where Newton
could
comes into play. They added Kendall Fuller. I don't think they'd go corner because of that, but who knows? They did move on from Xavier Howard. That'd be interesting.
What do they got at edge?
At edge, they could
Bradley Chubb.
I think
they just add a piece.
They did.
I'm looking right now.
They added Jordan Brooks.
I was just
and
thinking
Anthony
about
Walker at
defensive
linebacker.
help overall, though.
They did add Aaron Brewer at center in the offseason. But yeah, that's a team that, I mean, especially in the division that they play in, they're looking to try and get after the passer here. So maybe edge is not like a Chop Robinson. Is that what you're thinking?
Who's your most explosive player? Because that's what they're all about. They're about speed, explosive.
Worthy, and then if you're gonna go D line, then
it'd be Chop.
If you go D line,
you think I think Chop's more explosive than Newton.
I'm saying
I'd rather
if you're
take
looking
Newton.
for a Wilkins replacement.
Yeah,
then
Newton's more sense there, but in terms of just explosiveness, the get off the Chop Robinson.
they're all about speed and explosiveness and all that. I can understand why they really love Worthy, but if they're, you're telling me about defensive linemen,
about Wiggins, speed at corner.
Man, these corners are surprising the heck out of me.
I think you can get a team to overpay to jump up to 24 and get a corner.
Yeah.
I think that's
I would just be so nervous about missing Barton if he's there. I don't know that you have the luxury to move out unless they just don't like Barton as much as I do, which is likely because I don't think anybody likes him as much as I do.
I'm with you on that. I can co-pilot that train. I'll let you drive it because you've been driving it since day one, but I'll sit in the passenger seat with you.
Man, this is going to be interesting. I'm hoping it's a defensive player.
I mean, yeah, does somebody love Brian Thomas or Worthy or one of the corners?
They have a clear when you watch their team, it is clear.
It's fast.
It's fast.
So
It's
Chop, I think Chop is.
I mean, Chop's the most explosive defensive lineman there.
I just think that they need somebody on that defensive line. I think they just lost somebody opposite.
Yeah, I mean, Chop Robinson, the get off that he has now, he lacks finishing ability. Right, that's the thing that's frustrating when I watch him.
But he is so explosive.
But he's so that first step quickness off the line, it's so rare. I mean, he's in position to blow up plays consistently. If he can just break down and finish, this guy can be an animal.
That's Chris Greer on the phone, isn't it? I can't tell.
Yeah, that's Greer. Their pick is in. So Miami is picking here. The question is, do they go with Worthy out of Texas? Is it Chop Robinson, the edge from Penn State? Is it Newton, the defensive tackle from Illinois? I'm hoping it's one of these defensive linemen, and it's not one of them.
I think Aisha's right about Robinson. Everybody about the explosiveness, though. That's when this guy, everybody that you're talking about, these Worthies, and they're all what? They all run. They took a running back, made him. They can run.
Yeah.
That's this Chris Greer. He's trying to get a team that is,
fast,
going to do in Paris and be a relay team.
Yeah, one thing you'll see even with Chop Robinson is that there's plenty of times on film where you realize like teams are trying to go away from him because he'll
run it down.
out.
Yeah, he'll stress them out.
Much.
You're right. You're right about that.
Okay.
Pick is in for the Miami Dolphins.
Oh, here we go. Help us, please.
With the 21st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Chop Robinson, linebacker, Penn State.
Let's go. Okay, Chop Robinson off the board there. Penn State going to Miami. We'll break that down. We're getting closer and closer. Philly on the clock. Do they take a corner? Jacksonville. Could we go back-to-back corners? And then Graham Barton rides at 24 out of Duke. We'll break it all down. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
I'm Dak Prescott, quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, my gosh.
That has to be so stressful for you. Most of our favorite players, I don't care. Like, you just don't think they're going to get there. But to have one almost there is crazy.
That's nuts. I don't know. I mean, I really
Philly's going corner. Philly's going corner. Y'all might get what y'all wanted.
I really thought Miami would have taken Barton. I really
did
thought
too.
that.
I was very nervous. I thought Miami was going to go off.
Do you think this team's going to take Barton now? You think they're going to back up?
I will. Gosh, I'd be so
This is
Cowboys depressed. If
I think they're going to weigh all options here.
I think they want to back up to add extra picks. I just think you're playing such a dangerous game to move back from 24 with Barton falling to you like that.
Do we think the Eagles could potentially take Barton?
They like to do that
If they
stuff.
want to fight,
Yeah.
Yeah, that
they
would
want
be.
to fight, they would do that. I'm not in the mood for Philly.
No, Philly.
They could end up with a really good corner, though. I mean, that's
most definitely.
And they didn't even have to give anything up to have an opportunity. I would like I said, if they ended up with, if they ended up with Arnold or Mitchell or even Wiggins, that would be a damn good pick. I mean, I have all three of those kids in the first round.
I'd love it if they took Wiggins. I think that'd be good.
Who's your highest rated player still left on the board?
Arnold.
Let's see. Yeah,
Arnold
mine's
and then
Mitchell.
Arnold, Mitchell, and Wiggins are my three, and then Thomas, Powers Johnson. Of course, Dallas is not going to take Powers Johnson.
Mine is.
Guy, you think that they would back up thinking that they could get Guyton?
You think they want Guyton more than
Morgan?
Or Morgan?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not opposed to either of those options if you move back. I just don't want to move off of Graham Barton.
I wouldn't discount Darius Robinson either.
I would be so upset.
Bang, bang, bang.
Yeah, Darius Robinson.
There's a lot of Darius Robinson.
I think Todd Archer had that one out. He was tweeting that out. They keep an eye on that one for sure.
Yeah, Arnold's my best player too. Then Mitchell, and then Barton.
The two names that I'd heard that potentially defensive, if they had to, if offensive line was off, was Darius Robinson and Nate Wiggins. So I'm curious to see one or both of those guys.
That Nate Wiggins is a competitive son of a gun, man.
He is.
He is.
And he can kind of bait you.
He's also 173 pounds.
Which did not bug them about Emmanuel Forbes last year.
At all.
Yeah.
They were fully prepared.
You think Zimmer would kill him?
Has he? I mean, I'm trying to think who are some of the corners Zimmer's played with recently. I feel like he had somebody really lean in Minnesota.
Terrence Newman. Terrence Newman wasn't exactly a
I don't
big,
think Xavier
thick guy.
Rhodes was
No, but
big.
he was a Drake Kirkpatrick guy when he was in Cincinnati, and Kirkpatrick was lean.
Yeah. Man, I don't know. I feel like we need that day 3 pick though, guys. But I don't want to trade away from.
You know what? I'll mortgage a pick next year, one of those comps to move up if I need to. Bleep it. You're gonna have 4 picks in the 5th round next year. Come on, don't you do this? Don't you move off?
Green Bay. Talking to them. Don't
play this
corner
game.
linebacker.
Don't play this game with me.
Corner linebacker kind of a thing. Just I don't know.
You want a good center? You take Graham.
Are you talking about the Cowboys?
Yeah.
All right.
Hell, man.
Philly's pick is in.
Oh, okay. Because that show was
Well,
like,
they're
dang,
gonna
take so long?
they're gonna take whoever the Cowboys want.
I mean, they do have Cam Jurgens.
They've got spies everywhere.
Surely they take a corner,
They
right?
take a
You would
corner.
think.
Sure.
Got to take a corner here. And then
take a
Aisha
corner.
will say, that kid ain't getting coached.
It's true.
The fact that they did not have to trade up to get their number 1 corner, if
Yeah.
they go corner,
Yeah. It's very
ridiculous.
It's very Baltimore of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it is. That's true.
Very Baltimore.
There's
of
something
them.
up there in the Northeast.
Baltimore. Oh, I hate this.
I do too.
But man, I mean, there's all these good corners on the board. I mean, that's. I think that could help you if you want to go back. I think that could. San Francisco could. We talked about them potentially coming up and getting one of these offensive linemen. Could they come up and, Could they come up and get Guyton, that type of thing?
I think teams might start hitting the panic button here soon.
And I can see it. I can see the panic button. I'm ready to push it.
You about to?
I'm ready to push it. This team is playing games with my heart. All right, let's see what happens with Philly.
It's an aggressive 10-second call, Peyton.
He's as juiced up as us.
That was a long break.
The 2024 NFL Draft continues on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
The Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock right now at 22, and the Eagles were rumored to be looking to move up for a corner. They've got their pick of the bunch right now. No corners have been selected. You've got Terrion Arnold from Alabama, Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo, And then, of course, Nate Wiggins from Clemson. Some of the top names that are available. Graham Barton, the offensive tackle that we project as a center from Duke, still on the board. So is Tyler Guyton, the offensive tackle from Oklahoma, and the offensive tackle / guard Jordan Morgan from Arizona as the Cowboys pick just 2 away. Both of these going back-to-back, Eagles and Jacksonville, seem to be possibly corners. So the Cowboys might be in a good spot here as Roger Goodell gets ready to give us the pick for the Eagles here in just a moment. Nick, I think you were right. I mean, it's kind of crazy. They didn't even have to move up to get, if it is a corner, whoever is their top corner.
I think these 2 corners are going back to back. I know Jacksonville really likes Arnold. So Mitchell, Arnold, whatever combination you want to go with here, I think it's going to happen.
Here's Roger.
The NFL has gone global. This past year, we played games in front of amazing crowds in London and Germany. This upcoming season, we will play our first ever game in South America, in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we will be coming to more markets on a global basis soon. The NFL's International Player Pathway Program helps foreign-born players reach the NFL. Elite international athletes have an opportunity to compete at the NFL level and potentially earn a spot on an NFL roster. One of the most successful players from the program is the Philadelphia Eagles' Jordan Mailata. Jordan is currently in his native Australia for the opening of a new NFL academy for high school football players. To make the Eagles selection, let's join Jordan live from the Eagles draft party in Burleigh Beach, Gold Coast, Australia. Take it, Jordan.
Let's go. How good is this? Thank you, Uncle Roger. Good evening to those of you from the beautiful land down under. With the 22nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Quinyon Mitchell, defensive back, Toledo.
It's a good pick. Quinyon Mitchell, who Nick, I think you had as the best corner. I've got him as my 14th best player, my second corner behind Arnold. To get him at 22, really good value here for the Eagles as they get their guy out of Toledo. What do you love about him, Nick?
Yeah, he could play outside. He could play inside. He's physical off the line. He knocks receivers off their route. I mean, he's really special. He can cover West Coast style offenses, and that you think about that with the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, he's a guy that can cover weapons that can come across the field or try to beat you vertically. He's got the ball skills, like you mentioned, is similar to Deron Bland. He had 4 interceptions in a game against Northern Illinois 2 seasons ago, but it's a kid who stuck at Toledo, honed in on his craft, and in my opinion is the best corner in this draft, and the Philadelphia Eagles think so as well, as he's the first one taken off the board.
Man, he had 4 interceptions in one game against Northern Illinois. He was really, really fascinating. Okay, we are so close to the Cowboys pick. We got Jacksonville next. We're going to go ahead and break early so we make sure you don't miss that pick. Cowboys just 2 picks away as the Jags are on the clock at 23. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and theDallasCowboys.com. Todd thought it would be... Wow.
Jacksonville's going to take Brian Thomas.
Oh, God.
So Arnold is going to be on the board when you pick.
And Barton.
Yeah. Barton, Arnold.
It's so dangerous. Like, I get wanting to move back, and I understand it, and I'm okay with getting extra picks.
I have a question, but where do y'all have Zach? Where do y'all have Frazier?
In the second round.
Nowhere near Barton for me.
I mean, it's not even. I've got Barton as the 17th best player. I've got Frazier at 42.
I'm a little bit closer.
I do. I have him at 34.
Yeah, I've got him exactly where I have him, 34.
Yeah. I think I personally think teams are higher than him than we are.
On Frazier?
Yes.
I could see that. Yeah, I could absolutely see that.
If they were to stand in and pick.
Green Bay. I think Green Bay is going to take Cooper DeJean, by the way. I think maybe if our Arnold's on the board, they won't. But they're going to take a corner, I think.
If Dallas stands in and picks and Graham Barton's there, as it sounds like he's going to be, and it's not Barton and it's Guyton, why? Like, what do you think their thought process is if they go Guyton? Is that just
they're going to play Hoffman at center?
Is it they trust Hoffman more than Bass? They don't want to move Tyler Smith off of. I think there's some. I think this offseason, a lot of this offseason for them has been about, as we see Stephen Jones on the phone here, I think a lot of this offseason for them has been about, trying to determine how they feel about some of the young guys they have on the roster at offensive line. I think that there are, healthy debates about what Brock Hoffman can do right now as a starter. I think there are healthy debates about what TJ Bass can do right now as a starter. And so if you take Guyton, I think that means maybe a certain faction that maybe they're pro Hoffman as a starter would have won out. And if they take Barton, it may be something where it's pro Bass ultimately wins out. But I think that may be more indicative than anything is whoever they take here, if it's one of those two, it might tell you who won out in terms of the debate about their actual, where they view guys currently on their roster.
Okay, we do have Steven on the phone, and he's talking right now.
Is he writing down stuff?
He's not writing down anything.
Okay.
It seems like there is a group conversation going on in the room
There
about
are
what to do.
multiple offers on the table for number 24.
Oof. I know that that's what they want to do. I know they want to move back and pick up some extra draft capital. That is such a dangerous, dangerous game.
If you're comfortable with taking that Arizona offensive tackle and playing him at guard or whatever, if you're comfortable with doing that, and I hope that Kansas City's on that phone. If you're going to do this, let's do it, and let's try and get a bunch of picks inside the top 100. That's how I would look at this thing right now.
For them to even be in this position, wow,
it's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, I think that people are. I think with these two corners being on the board, and then I do believe Jacksonville is going to take Brian Thomas. So wide receivers coming off.
Question: do you feel like you could go back to 32 or 30?
Yep.
And still have the opportunity to have Graham Barton on the board, or is that's kind of beyond the realm of imagination at this point?
I think San Francisco is the one team you have to worry about with offensive linemen, but I think they're worried about a tackle more than they are a center.
Tampa Bay needs some interior offensive line. You can make the argument.
If you want to let Tampa come up there, I mean, like I say, you pick up a 4. Green Bay, they're corner hunting. And maybe.
Well, if that's the case, then look, Green Bay would be okay. Tampa Bay, though, is a little scary. Hopefully, they don't take a center. Arizona, Buffalo's probably going wide receiver. Detroit's got a center. Baltimore would take Barton and play him at guard because that's what they do. They just take good players. So, it's a dangerous game to move off of that pick, but I understand it.
Bobby, can you read the room right now?
Here's the Jags pick.
They don't seem in any sort of a hurry to get on the phone and call anybody.
Yeah.
Okay. This looks like they're moving back.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver, LSU.
Okay, so that makes 3 LSU Tigers.
This could help too because a receiver's coming off the board. Maybe whoever is on the phone.
Maybe it's Buffalo.
Yeah.
Maybe Buffalo's the team. Like, oh wow, okay, well we need to go up and get our guys.
I don't think the Cowboys move back unless they're confident that whoever they're targeting moving back is going to be there. I don't think they leave that up to chance.
Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
All right, Cowboys are on the clock at 24. Stephen Jones is on the phone. If they stay, Graham Barton from Duke is there. Brian Thomas Jr. just went to Jacksonville at 23, the wide receiver from LSU. What do you think about that Tiger being a Jacksonville Jag now, Brian?
Yeah, it was coming down to 2 spots, and this all is about Doug Peterson and really what he wants to try and do for his offense to help his quarterback. But yeah, Thomas, and there was a couple of injury concerns that you have to deal with him, but stuff that's very, very fixable. This guy's a tall, long, he's a fluid moving guy, 6'3", he's 209, he's a little bit on the thin side. But there's separation with each stride that he takes. I think he's a savvy, reliable pass catcher. I think he's got soft hands. I think he's got very good focus. I mean, there's times where you see him track the ball, and he'll make his share of big plays, led the nation in touchdowns, and ability to play in tight spaces, high point the ball, get his feet down all in one motion. He can snatch the ball out of the air, concentration to make the acrobatic play. the length really helps him in a lot of areas. A big-time receiver of the ball, and I thought he was one of the best in the nation when it came to finishing plays.
Yeah, the Jags lost
Calvin Ridley.
Yeah. And he actually came along. It was important to what they did offensively last year. They get a little bit of a replacement in that regard.
I mean, Brian Thomas Jr. is one of these guys physically. He's an absolute freak of nature. I like the fit there with Trevor Lawrence. I mean, he can. I think the route running is good. Deep threat wise, he's one of the best. Him and Adonai Mitchell in the entire draft. Cowboys on the clock. Let's go ahead and pause 10 seconds for station identification across the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Okay, Graham Barton is on the board. I repeat, Graham Barton is on the board. He has made it to 24.
I never believed we would have got to that point.
I didn't either.
Here we are, man.
I didn't either. Back in December when I was like, I got your guy, it's Graham Barton, I didn't think that it would come to fruition. But now you've got teams that are calling about the pick. Maybe it's for wide receivers. Maybe it's for some of these corners. You know the Cowboys ideally would like to move back and try and add some draft capital. The conversation going on in that room, I don't know, are they voting right now? We've got hands being raised.
Michael Gelkin just said they've received trade interest for 24, and they're trying to decide right now if they're going to add to the stockpile or make the pick.
Yeah, the debate is going on. The debate is happening.
I mean, it's one of those things where I think they're debating the same thing we're talking about.
Steven's picking up the phone. That would seem to be
trade.
Would seem to be more Stevens calling something in. If he's picking up the phone and not Will.
You know what? And if they move back here, I'm glad to get extra draft capital. You are playing it's a dangerous game here to move off of Graham Barton, in my opinion.
Scared money don't make no money.
2:45 left on the clock.
Oh my gosh! I would stand here.
We made a trade with 8 seconds on the clock.
I would run that pick in
Forgot
so
to turn it
fast. Oh man, I don't think this would even be a consideration for me. Graham Barton should be the pick here. But hey, maybe they've done their homework. I mean, I would assume they have. They've kind of talked around. They've kind of got a feel for who the teams behind them are going to take, and this could be a huge win. They can move back and still get their guy.
Steven's on the phone, and Will's doesn't look like he's in the room. So he just sat forward. That's what it was. He's sitting back.
Man,
where are we going here? 2:15 left.
So I mean, I think it's Barton in consideration, and then probably Guyton from Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Those would be the
so.
two guys that if they stay at 24, it's got to be Barton. That would be their pick, right?
Yeah, you would have to assume so. You wonder who the voices are that are fighting in each direction. That's the curiosity that I have.
I'll tell you, I like what Aisha was talking about with Arnold, though. Maybe play him at corner, play him at safety, that kind of thing. That would be an argument that I would make if you're thinking about. But I think Green Bay is going to take him behind you if you pass.
Michael Gelkin says the Cowboys are trading the pick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's hope that you get a run here on corners.
I don't know what to say.
I'm feeling a bit sick.
I'm excited. Give me more capital. There are a ton of depth issues right now.
Do we know where this pick's going by any chance? Anybody have any intel on that?
Still in the first.
I'm wondering if it's Buffalo.
Still in the first.
At 28. Buffalo is a team that likes to get aggressive. A wide receiver just went off the board. You know they need a wide receiver.
Detroit can give you a third. Baltimore can give you a third. San Francisco can give you a third. And then Kansas City would give you a 3 and a 4. That's kind of how that would all break down if you want to. Like the Detroit pick could
be the Lions.
Okay.
Yep.
So that could be pick 73 because I don't believe they have a 4.
So they're going back to 29.
To 29.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, all right. So so you've got Green Bay. You think they're going corner?
I think Green Bay's going corner.
Tampa Bay. They did lose their center. That would be an interesting gamble. Arizona, I don't think would go offensive line. And Buffalo, you think, but Buffalo just released their center in Mitch Morse.
Okay, I have the details on the trade. 24 and a 7th round pick next season. The Cowboys receive 29 and 73.
There you go. That's the
pick
overpay.
Number 9 in the
That's
third
the overpay.
round.
Matter of fact, in the guide, you guys had the trade. I did the trade with Patrick Walker. The trade with Patrick Walker. Did the exact trade. Said it was an overpay. So what they did is they had to kick the 7 back to make it work because it was a big overpay.
Okay.
So they pick up pick 73, which is a 3rd round pick, is what they do. So now they own 73 and 87 on the chart.
All for it. I am all for it.
What was the 24 and what was the
73?
No, that went across.
Oh.
From Dallas.
7th round pick next year.
Yeah, 7th pick next year.
7 next year. Okay.
All right, well, that's a valuable pick to be adding into this thing, and it's something that they badly needed. So we're waiting for the Lions are on the clock here at pick 24. It'll be interesting what the Lions end up doing. Now you've got to just hold your breath, and if the Cowboys end up doing this, where you get the extra selection, and maybe Graham Barton still makes it to 29, holy moly.
Man, that would be
We are
wild.
having a draft night party. I'm still keeping the
we
dream
might
alive.
pop these Miller Lights.
Even
We
if he
might
doesn't.
pop the Miller Lights. I am popping a Miller Light. That is what you call an absolute hell of a night. Thank you to the Jones family. If that were to happen, I would be having a party.
29, 56, 73, 87. 4 picks you got there. So
I'm completely cool with this.
Hold on to our rears, guys.
I mean, look, 73. I mean, that could end up being a running back. That could be a linebacker. That could be a corner. I mean, you
it makes up for not having that 4th for
it
sure.
sure does.
Yeah.
It sure does.
You could honestly, I don't think I'd be that worried. I mean, it'd be upsetting, but if you lose Barton and Guyton, I still think it's worth getting the depth because they need players desperately, and they are not in the financial position right now to play in free agency.
Yeah, they do. And look, I mean, their fallback options right now, you still have Morgan, who's there. Barton is still there. Guyton is still there at offensive line. And then, look, Zach Frazier from West Virginia.
Yeah.
Am I tripping? Is Jackson Powers Johnson still on the board?
Powers Johnson is still there. I do not believe he is in consideration for the Cowboys.
I mean, I'm tracking that. Is it because
There's a lot of things going on.
Apparently, there's been a lot of red flags that have come out, whether it's the medicals.
There are teams that have, I don't know about this team, but I know there are teams that have Jackson Powers Johnson flagged off the field.
Yeah.
Which is fascinating. But again, that's kind of like we're not able to be in the war room, or in the interviews. So that's where the issue comes with not being able to get the personality twitch or some of these guys. This is going to be interesting, though, with what the Lions are going to do. I wonder who they were moving up to go and get if they wanted to be aggressive here. They need a corner, so maybe they were just
they're thinking they never have to get ahead of Green Bay.
I mean, Sutton, they just had to release. So yeah, I mean, and you're spot on because I know you're well connected there with Green Bay. So if Green Bay's wanting to go and draft a corner, maybe the Lions are moving up. You know who it is?
No, I know Terrion is there, but Kool-Aid McKinstry really fits what I think they would like.
Oh, that type of swagger.
It's the swag. Yes, it's the swagger. It's the attitude. Yeah.
Honestly, a rake straw would fit really well in Detroit as well, but I don't think that he's going to go this high.
Yeah, but I think there's some things
Kool-Aid's
about
not too
him
far
I've heard
away.
kind of some character with rake straw.
With rake straw. No, well, I mean, we know that going back to the Duncanville days.
I have never heard that with
really?
Rake Straw.
Yeah,
He went to
I've never heard-
Duncanville?
Yeah, he's a Duncanville.
I should have known that.
Yeah, I've never heard.
Cool
I've never
high
heard
school
characters.
uniforms, by the way.
Oh yeah,
really
fantastic.
cool. Really cool.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, just some temper issues maybe. Was the stuff with but I don't know. I mean, I don't know if teams really are bothered by some of that stuff.
No, again, similarly, there is at least one team I know that flagged Rake Straw too.
I think I'm more okay with Jordan Morgan than a lot of y'all.
No,
I'm okay with Jordan
with
Morgan.
you. I'm good with you.
Okay.
I mean, I know we want Graham Barton, but I just am like
That's the only thing.
I
Guyton
wouldn't
Morgan,
die.
I'm good.
If you had
I would want him before Guyton.
Okay.
I would too. I would want
before,
Morgan before
to be
Guyton as
honest.
well, personally.
Okay.
And then you play Tyler at tackle.
Do you think they make that trade if Fatano gets to 24?
No.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either.
It's close. Oh, there's that sound of
The Detroit Lions excel in engaging with local football community and growing football participation at the youth and high school levels. Joining me on stage are girls flag football players representing the first 4 schools that competed in the Michigan Girls Flag High School Football League and local high school football tackle students. These young men and women embody NFL values of respect, integrity, resiliency, and responsibility to their teams. Congratulations on your accomplishments in your academic and football careers.
Raj, the scotch already?
Now to make the selection, please welcome Ellie Fagley.
The Dallas Cowboys have traded the 24th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 24th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Terrion Arnold, defensive back, Alabama.
We've talked value picks with Brock Bowers and now Terrion Arnold coming here at 24, who Brian, you and I both have as the top corner in the draft.
Yeah, I have him as my 7th best player on the board.
I think I had him at 11. I mean, he is just clean. I mean, him and Mitchell are both awesome, but to get Terrion Arnold here at 24, that is an outstanding pick for the Detroit Lions, who have really had a good offseason. What is it about Terrion Arnold that really impresses you, Brian?
Well, let me get to him here. I'll tell you, the thing about him is, and last year they did a great job, too, of drafting our guy that was the corner, and they made him a safety.
Deion Branch.
Yeah.
And
Brian Branch.
Brian. Why did I say Deion? Oh, Deion Branch was a former receiver.
A former receiver, and I agreed with you, too. But, yeah, the thing with Arnold, though, is I love the measurables about this kid. I feel like, though, when you watch him play at 6 foot, 189 pounds, the majority of his snaps are on the left side of the defense, and I've seen him play in the slot. He's a confident, he's physical, he's not afraid to mix it up, run or pass. I respect the way he plays when it comes to the physical side of the game. He's not going to shy away from contact. He's a wrap-up tackler in the open field. He'll throw his body around in order to get the man on the ground. Very good in run support, very fluid moving player. Doesn't appear to labor at all when it comes to moving or the running aspect of the game. He plays well in coverage. He's got quick feet. He stays in balance. He stays in position. He's at best when he can play in press coverage. He does not allow an inch in this area. So able to mirror effortlessly in man coverage, the transitions, everything about him. He's played it well in some big-time games. This transition will not be difficult for him at all.
Ball skills for him as well. I mean, this is a dude who just makes plays on the football. He's always getting a hand in there to challenge the catch or knock the ball down. I love the competitiveness. And he's got versatility. I mean, he's a guy that I do think can kick inside, play some slot, or you can play him at safety as well, much like his teammate, Brian Branch, who is now teammates again as a member of the Detroit Lions.
They're going to be a terror. I mean,
those two
they
together.
both have blitzability. He has blitzability as well. Just not the biggest guy, but he'll come up and tackle. Again, like pairing him with Brian Branch is just, it's going to be insane. I think he plays with a lot of discipline, too, when he's in zone situations, just being patient and having to temper his aggressiveness, because he is aggressive. He is kind of a go-getter in that regard, but there's a lot of tenacity in his game and the way that he plays. So you see the range, you see the safety background as he was recruited as when he's doing things. So, yeah, this is a good pick for them.
Detroit did so much homework on Kool-Aid McKinstry during this draft process. You know, being at his pro day and things of that nature. Little did they know they'd be getting the other Alabama corner. And that's a fascinating development here. And the fact that the Lions can move up and still get that second corner, I know Detroit's going to be happy about this pick. I think Terrion Arnold's going to be a great pro.
We talked earlier about Jared Verse being like a super safe pick. This is, again, if you're talking about one of the handful of like safest players I think you can pick in this draft, it's this guy. Like you're talking about, the size checks out, the functional athleticism within the game. I think you talk about the physicality, the IQ, the type of demeanor you want out there on that island as a cornerback, the flexibility, like you said, Zach, to be able to play inside if you need him to. I think he's really, really good. He is, to me, the member of that secondary that I don't know that I've been as excited about a guy coming out of Alabama at corner more than since probably Marlon Humphrey. I really like Terrion Arnold.
Yeah, I think Arnold's awesome.
I don't know. I thought Diggs was pretty good.
I love Diggs.
Surtain was my guy.
Diggs just had questions.
Oh, I know.
And again, kudos to the Cowboys scouting staff. They had it pegged.
Yeah.
Well, right now, to recap, Cowboys moving back from 24 with the Lions. Lions take Terrion Arnold. Cowboys get an extra pick in the third, pick 73. Detroit also gave up a 2025 7th-round pick, or the Cowboys did. So they get an additional 3rd-round pick.
I was just laughing to myself because we did a draft show where we traded back in the draft.
Yeah.
And we didn't trade to Detroit.
Yeah, we didn't. We were like, they don't have enough capital.
They don't have enough capital. We were thinking it was next year's capital. And lo and behold, Dallas gets their 73rd, which is a massive overpay. But again, credit to Patrick Walker, because yesterday on the break, I think he even put it in the magazine or his mock draft. His mock draft. He had a trade to Dallas. So credit to Patrick Walker for getting that done. But we talked about it. But it's funny, in our trade back scenarios, we didn't put Detroit in that mix. We traded everywhere but Detroit. So I was just going to laugh.
Well, we've been battling the minefields all night. Can the Cowboys come away now with an extra 3rd and still land Graham Barton at pick 29? That would be the question. Green Bay on the clock right now. Pick is in. How are we feeling about the pack? What do you got, Brian?
I just was asking you guys, okay, reset how the names are the names different for you now? I know you got Barton, Guyton. Is there a third name that you is it Morgan? Is it Morgan? Robinson,
Yeah.
Morgan. So we got 4 names we're looking here.
I'm way higher on Suamataia than anybody else's, but I would absolutely take Kingsley Suamataia before I would take Jordan Morgan, just for myself. I don't think they would necessarily, but that's where I would.
I mean, I would take Kingsley Suamataia over Guyton as well, personally.
I would take him over Guyton. I wouldn't take him over Morgan.
I've got Morgan graded higher, but we'll see what. Like Green Bay does need offensive linemen. We're assuming it's a corner.
I trust the source across the.
Cooper DeJean. That's where we're thinking.
See, they got Nate Wiggins on this board too.
Okay, yeah, Nate Wiggins is there out of Clemson.
Yeah, Nate Wiggins is on this board, and there was some discussion. Like say, the name that I heard this morning them talking about was Cooper DeJean.
Okay,
that's the one that, but they didn't know Nate Wiggins was going to be on the board either too. So we'll see how this plays.
Okay, so
or they might go offensive line. I mean, like
they could.
Yeah, they've got
because they lost Bakhtiari, right?
Right, that's a tackle situation right there. They like this guy Tom.
Zach Tom.
Oh yeah, Zach Tom.
And they feel like they can kind of move him around a little bit. So we'll see. Maybe they take Tyler Guyton and that'll get him out of your guys' hair.
With the tackle. I mean, look, and I'm not trying to
I got him better than you guys.
I'm not upset. I think Guyton, this is a fair range for him to go. Kind of top of the second round, bottom of the first. Here's Roger Goodell with the Packers pick.
Not booing you, Kamish. With the 25th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers and hosts for the 2025 NFL Draft.
Wow.
Select Jordan Morgan, tackle, Arizona.
Oh, wow. Okay, they went with Jordan Morgan from Arizona.
Wow.
And they did say as a tackle, so I wonder if they do have plans to play him at tackle, where I think others would have him as a guard. Jordan Morgan, 6'5", 325, allowing 1 sack and 670 total snaps a couple of years ago. But this is a guy, I mean, Brian, I think you brought him to my attention. You watched him right before I did.
Yeah.
Him going one-on-one versus Laitu Latu was some of the most fun tape to watch in this entire draft process. He can handle a variety of pass rush moves well. I think the most impressive thing for me, guys, is his adjustments. I mean, there's times you'll see Jordan Morgan, and it's probably not the best thing to try and be blocking a guy on 1 foot, but he finds a way to get it done. Like, he will get off balance, and he finds a way to still make it work and make the block. His ability to contort his body, but just get his hand placement where it needs to be is pretty uncanny.
I literally said that. I said that sometimes I think he trusts his recovery a little too much, but to your point, the low center of gravity and the balance from him stands out. I think you're looking for more consistency with him just shooting his hands and stuff like that, but other than that, man, like, he traps and seals well. The lateral quickness from him, he plays with burst, he's aware. I think he's going to make a team better as well, but he's not the fastest out of his stance though. It's not just this super pop, like, right out of his stance. Sometimes he can be a little slower out of his stance. He looks just like Terrence Steele. I don't know if anybody cares about that, but he does.
Got the same hair. Got the same hair. I really love Jordan Morgan during this process. I mean, he's durable. He's reliable. He's another one of those guys that you know what you're getting whenever he arrives in the building. It's surprising that Green Bay swung on him here, especially with Cooper DeJean still on the board.
Like I said, there was talk today. The offensive line was like third on the list this morning, but it was all about corners, and I really did feel like that they were going to corners and linebackers were the two things, but they made it. They went a different direction here with Morgan. Good for them.
Yeah. Here's Tampa Bay now on the clock at 26. Now, this was the team. I was like, man, I don't know that you can go ahead and risk losing out on Graham Barton because they did just lose Jensen, who is their center. So for Tampa Bay, I mean, they've got a variety of different needs. Offensive line being one, corner, maybe they could go Cooper DeJean. They need a linebacker. I think this is a little too high for that. But what are we thinking?
I don't know. Maybe.
Didn't someone talk about Newton here?
I thought it was I thought maybe they were in the need of.
They could go with Newton.
Jer'Zhan Newton is from the Tampa area. Grew up in Clearwater. He's a local guy for them. They did a lot of research on him throughout the process. I think I think Jerzon Newton would be the beauty pick for the Cowboys.
Did you say that Newton looks like he's a guy that you could see him in a Tampa uniform?
Yeah, we talked about it.
We talked about
it the other day on the show.
Yeah.
So they've added Randy Gregory. They lost Shaq Barrett. They lost Carlton Davis, the corner. But they've lost 2 guards, Nick Leverett and Aaron Stinney, not to mention, Jensen retiring. So interior offensive line does seem like this would be an area where the Bucs
Maybe they'll take Powers Johnson here.
Or Zach Frazier.
Yeah.
The phones are alive for pick 29, so
For another trade back?
for a potential opportunity.
Load up. Stockpile.
So, hey, you could stockpile the picks, especially if Barton goes to Tampa Bay here. That's not a bad option.
Especially since if you feel how you feel about Suamatia, then if he's going to be there, because I have Suamatia in like the 35, 34
or Zach
range.
Frazier.
So if you decide to wait, or Zach Frazier,
if they're comfortable with it, I don't know that they would pick him there, but I would like it. To me, I like I said, I like Barton. I generally have come to the point where I trust the scouting process of the group that Will McClay's put in there. And if they looked at this and said, we're willing to potentially sacrifice Guyton and Barton for the capital and the opportunity, it tells me, well, then they didn't love Guyton and Barton enough if they were willing to walk away from those and stockpile the picks. And they need depth. They need cheap talent. And that's something that this scouting staff has been able to replenish. So, like I said, I love Graham Barton. I would have been fine with Tyler Guyton if they would have picked him at 24. Fatanu, I would have had a hard time trading away from. But otherwise, bring me all the picks you can in the first 2 days of the draft.
I asked this if trading back is a legitimate scenario because we haven't discussed trading back twice.
Like completely out of the first round?
The answer, yes, very much.
Yeah.
So they must have an expectation of how these picks are going to fall coming up to 29. I wonder though if they're trading back into the second round, then
is this your Commander's deal?
Is this your Commander's
or
deal?
Carolina? Didn't you have a Carolina's
potential? I mean, Carolina could maybe want to go ahead and jump up and grab a receiver before Buffalo or Kansas City do.
Sure.
Or not Buffalo. It would just be Kansas City at that point, right? But
if you trade back again and let Guyton go off the board and other stuff, I think at that point we're talking about the name that has been most connected to them. If you're just going to do these multiple trade backs, you very well might be looking at Jonathan Brooks.
Are you
in the early
real?
30s?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's more Robinson. I think if it's a trade back, I think it's Robinson.
The defensive end from Mizzou. I wonder about Edgerrin Cooper, the linebacker from A&M. I think
Cooper's a good player, and he'd fill something for them.
And that's definitely an area where I think he would get into the conversation for me. You're talking top of the second round.
My goodness.
I know.
Wheeling and dealing.
I'm not.
Wheeling and dealing tonight.
All right, we're waiting for the Bucs pick here at 26. Arizona, Buffalo. Why are you looking at me like that?
Because we talked about chaos, and it's controlled chaos right now at the very least.
Look, the Cowboys are stockpiling picks if that's the situation they want to move back. At some point, though, you're moving away from players that you're
still want a first round pick.
I think would be better than the players that you're going to end up drafting. It's a risk and reward situation there. But, hey, I understand it. There's a lot of needs to be filled here on this roster. So getting that extra third, having 2 third-round picks tomorrow night is something that I'm sure they're very excited about. Waiting on Tampa. I think Roger Goodell's about to come out here and announce the Bucs pick. We're thinking corner. We're thinking maybe offensive line. Could it be DeGene? It very likely could also be a Graham Barton. Maybe a Jackson Powers Johnson can go here from Oregon. Here's Roger Goodell with the Bucs selection.
The 26th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Graham Barton, center, Duke.
Yeah, you played with fire on that. It's,
again, maybe. They may have been eyes wide open. Like I said, if I looked at it and we all looked at it here and went, Ryan Jensen's gone, Graham Barton can absolutely go there, then that means they likely did too. Like I said, they need cheap, talented capital, and they got to stockpile as much of it as they can. Let Will McClay work. I don't have a problem.
I trust in Will McClay. That is a gut punch. We will recover. We've got the Cowboys pick coming up at 29. We've got the Cardinals next. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com. What
Man.
the hell? Are you kidding me?
Man, that's like the
They had him
perfect
there.
tease. The perfect tease.
They had him there, and they moved
don't
on.
cuss. Whatever you do, don't cuss.
Just, hey, maybe you can still get Zach Frazier. I mean, there's definitely other options at center. Center
Sure.
stretches. So it's not like you can't still get a center. But, man, that guy would have been a great pick.
I mean, as it stands now, if you potentially, you have 4 picks in the next 2 days?
Yeah.
So if you move back and you get 5, I know you said you don't want to walk away from Barton, but if those 5 turn into...
If they hit on all those picks, then it's worth it.
Let's say, but even forget hitting. Just like in a vacuum, you get to the end of day 2. If those 5 picks are Zach Frazier, Jonathan Brooks, Edgerrin Cooper, start throwing in whoever else you want, Tavondre Sweat, and I don't know, Blake Fisher. Aren't you feeling pretty good about that haul?
Yeah, it's not a bad haul at all.
No, it's not a bad haul at all.
It's not a bad haul
That
at
to me,
all.
this draft is deep. This draft is deep through the first 2 days, and so to me, I'm all about stockpiling it.
Yeah, try and get as many picks as possible. I just sat there and taken Barton, and then you don't have to worry about.
I wonder, Nick, help me here. Help me
wow!
here.
Darius Robinson just goes to the Cardinals.
That's painful.
That's a good pick for Arizona.
That's a little
Yeah, it is,
painful.
and it
That's
sounds
painful,
like
but-
Buffalo might not be picking at 28.
Or is Buffalo going to move out?
They just quit.
San Francisco.
I wonder where San Francisco would want to go. I mean, you still have Guyton
How about this?
around.
I was going to say the Washington Guyton conversation.
Yeah.
If they see the Cowboys there at 29,
that's interesting. I like the go ahead and just move back again now.
this is what X is saying. Twitter is that potentially there's a move at 28. So
Okay. I mean, yeah, I like if you're the Cowboys at 29, you get a good offer. I'm totally cool with moving back again now in this situation. Now that Barton's gone.
And Darius Robinson's gone.
Yeah, and Robinson's gone. And Mitchell and Arnold are gone. I mean, Newton, I could have a conversation about Newton.
Oh, I agree.
I mean, you need
haven't-
defensive tackles. I think that dude's definitely the best defensive tackle left.
You think he?
Golly. That was so close to possibly happening. You freaking kidding me? That's defeating.
You know what? I'll say this: would you rather have Wiggins than Guyton? For you guys that are not Guyton fans,
I'd probably rather have Guyton than Wiggins.
that's an interesting one. I'm going to take Guyton.
Yeah,
I'd take Guyton. It's close. It's close though.
Guyton or Wiggins?
I'm just gonna go by my board. It would be Wiggins.
Yeah, I thought so too. That would be my board too. If you told me, if you said, okay, I do worry still about San Francisco. I still worry about them. Maybe with Buffalo. You said Buffalo might be moving around here. Buffalo
Potentially.
Yeah.
Buffalo's got their pick of the receivers.
All along,
really.
San Francisco was trying to get ahead of Dallas for Guyton. And this might be their
Yeah,
opportunity.
the Chiefs are trading up to 28 with the Bills.
Chiefs.
The Chiefs could take a tackle too. They really could. The Chiefs could be in the business for an offensive line.
There's been a lot of talk that
Buffalo.
they would take a receiver though.
Yeah, there has been.
This
Everybody's
that could be
been
Worthy.
It could be Worthy. Oh my gosh, could you imagine Worthy in Kansas City?
It would be unreal. It would be
Wow.
unreal.
Gosh, that'd be fun. That would be a lot of fun.
I think I tweeted that in like October. I'm gonna have to pull the receipts on that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest. It's going to take me some time to get off of this Graham Barton situation.
No, you'll be all right.
Let it out.
You'll be fine.
Let it out.
Darius Robinson, good player.
The 2024 NFL Draft continues on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
All righty, Graham Barton, the apple of my eye, went off the board there to Tampa Bay. And yes, I am a bit distraught, but this is going to be okay. The Cowboys have an opportunity now. Maybe they even move back again from 29, and you just go ahead and you stockpile a bunch of picks for day 2, where there is a lot of meat in this draft. But I do want to just show some love to the tremendous pick the Tampa Bay Buccaneers just made with Graham Barton, who is a guy that will absolutely flatten you, and he will let you know about it. He's mean. He's tough. He's extremely intelligent. He plays with good pad level. He's a player that, I wouldn't have wanted to move away from. But this team does lack some depth, and they've got a lot of holes to fill, Bobby, I can understand the need to want to just move back and acquire as many picks as possible. I am hurting a little bit, but I think this can be made into a positive depending on the players the Cowboys use with these added resources.
Brian, you remember we did that mock draft exercise the other day, and we took Barton. And then we did everything else. And then what we did was we traded back like twice, collected a bunch of second and third rounders. And when we got done with the draft, he said, I think I like the second and third round draft pick better.
I mean, there's a lot of good guys to take.
But by the way, this is fun from an earlier conversation. Kirk Cousins' agent, Mike McCartney, not Mike McCarthy, gave this statement to Mike Garafolo tonight. It was a big surprise, them taking Michael Penix. We had no idea this was coming. The truth is the whole league had no idea this was coming. We got no heads up. Kirk got a call from the Falcons when they were on the clock. That was the first we heard it. It never came up in any conversation. So, a little bit of tension already with Kirk Cousins in Atlanta now.
Yeah, there was a video that I saw circulating of Arthur Blank talking to the Atlanta Falcons GM, and the GM was explaining to Arthur Blank why they made that pick. I think there's a lot of people that are frustrated.
Is this a draft day scenario? Was this
this was
Sonny?
interesting?
Was this Sonny going on his own and the owner coming in? What are you doing?
He said, Michael Penix Jr. no matter what.
What are you doing?
All right, Darius Robinson.
It's Bo Callahan.
Let him finish.
Darius Robinson, the defensive end from Mizzou, goes to Arizona at 27. That was another player we had heard could be a trade back option for the Cowboys. Robinson's one of these guys. You talk about some of the complete defensive ends. Him and Verse, I thought, might be the two guys for me that were the most complete players. I mean, he was an all-SEC selection, battled through injuries in 2 of his 5 seasons, but he's a guy you watched him on tape.
Oh, wow.
I think his best football is ahead of him, really.
Oh, no, absolutely right. This guy's got excellent balance. He's a flexible player. I feel like he can play the 3, the 5, the edge. It doesn't matter. The coaches will line him up at different spot. He's got quickness off the snap to deal in the running game. He'll make his share of plays behind the line of scrimmage. Power, quickness. Feel like he got too many personal battles in the LSU game. That was kind of a back and forth, but he was able to, too much fighting, but with the blocker. But he was super productive in the Senior Bowl practices. I know, Nick, that ideal size, athletic ability. You got to like this kid.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with the way the board is falling here and the way the Cowboys could be looking at potentially Tyler Guyton. I mean, what are some other names we're thinking of here?
I mean, I think Zach Frazier should be in the conversation.
Edgerrin Cooper?
Edgerrin Cooper,
Guyton,
I think, would be in the conversation.
Suamatia.
I would still have Kingsley Suamatia in the conversation as well.
We got the war room here.
The Cowboys are on the clock because the Chiefs pick is in.
Will's on the phone.
Well, the Chiefs coming up.
That's usually with the player.
Yeah, no, Will's at least looking around the room and has the receivers here.
Yeah, Aisha, what do you want to say about the Chiefs?
I was going to say with the Chiefs, I'm just still being mindful of the fact that their newly discovered number 1 receiver is a little bit of in a spot right now, so they might be coming up to get their guy that they feel like they need right now.
McConkey.
I mean, Lad McConkey as a route runner, a technician, my gosh. Adonai Mitchell from Texas. Xavier Worthy, though. I mean, you talk about Tyreek Hill replacement.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
Xavier Worthy, the speed. Can you imagine him there with Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid offense? That is Madden-esque right there.
Well, it's they also have been, obviously, they've been not lacking that, but you can't replace the Tyreek Hill speed.
If they're standing in here, I think it's Guyton.
The Cowboys are staying at number 29.
Okay, so the Cowboys are going to stay in pick. I think it's Guyton too. I think Guyton would be the pick there at 29. At 29, I can get on board with Guyton there. If the Cowboys evaluate an offensive lineman to take in the first round, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt.
I like him better than you guys do. So if you want me to
Guyton.
I like Guyton right at 29 and picking up an extra third. I do like that. And now I'm upset about moving on from Graham Barton. 100%. That will eat me alive until we get to see maybe he doesn't end up being good, and then I'll be wrong, and that's fine. But that was a tough one to move on from. But you got an extra third, so I do think you're still in a good position with how center stretches. There's some guys that you can still land.
I'm fake smiling.
You don't like Guyton.
Jerry's on the phone.
I just don't like his hands.
I think you're right. I said, well, if he's the pick, I said we'll need to get better with his hands and his feet.
I mean, that's something that.
And you're right.
They probably look at Tyler Smith and they say, okay, well, I can do the same thing again, but it's.
Because there's some traits there with Guyton where he's a good athlete.
Oh, he can get some movement one-on-one,
really
and he stays on his feet. I mean, there's things. I mean, he can make the easy reach, the cutoff, stuff like that, the movement skills. I think there's snaps where they've asked him to pull and clear paths, and I feel like he's done a pretty good job with that. I think pulling part of it and playing in space, that's not a big problem for him.
When I saw him at the Senior Bowl, the first day there in Mobile, he was phenomenal. He was able to go up against guys that were a little bit bendier than what he was probably used to during his one
let's
season.
hold that thought real quick.
Go ahead.
Roger Goodell with the Chiefs pick.
That Make-A-Wish grants. One important wish was requested by a young man by the name of Justin Laverne, who was diagnosed with renal failure at age 15 and received a kidney transplant from his father just last year. Justin's love for football and the Chiefs got him through those treatments. Please welcome Justin to the stage, whose wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his beloved Kansas City Chiefs. I'd like all of you to join me in cheering on Justin as his wish comes true. The floor is yours, Justin. Go get him, baby.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 28th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 28th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the back-to-back Super Bowl champions Kansas City Chiefs select Xavier Worthy.
Wow. So you've got Hollywood Brown, Xavier Worthy, and Rashee Rice at what? Plus Sky Moore. That's pretty incredible. Okay, the Cowboys pick is in. The Chiefs offense just got that much more dynamic. You look at Tyler Guyton still being on the board. If they're going to stay in here and make this pick, which they are, I would assume Tyler Guyton is the selection. He's got snaps at both left and right tackle. Now, he's a transfer from TCU.
Yes, he is.
Now, he's a freak athlete, 6'7". I think he's got room to fill out. But one of the most impressive things, I mean, you'll see him hustle his ass off. He goes 30 yards down the field to make a block. The hustle, the effort, the play temperament's there. It's just technique issues for me, right? I think the technique can get a little bit sloppy at times, but he's got massive upside. And, the arm length, I think, is something that he can use more to his advantage. But in the run game, once he gets his hands on you, this guy's very, very tough to get away from. So you move back to 29, assuming Tyler Guyton ends up being the selection, and you pick up an extra third. Sure, yes, I'm bummed to move on from Graham Barton. But to get at tackle, I think there's a pretty big drop-off. Once you go from Guyton and maybe Suamataia, there's a big drop-off from me to the next tackles. I think getting a guy like Guyton with the athleticism and the upside here at 29 makes a ton of sense.
The upside is unreal, and I mentioned it before the break, but the first day that I saw from him at the Senior Bowl was phenomenal. He had great work handling against guys that were a little bit bendier than what he was probably used to. He was good at handling speed. He's a former basketball player, and you see that mobility out there on the edge. The next day is where he had some struggles. There was a rep that he lost against Darius Robinson where power in the lower half kind of surprised Guyton, and he was able to get around him on both the outside and the inside. I think there's just a couple of things with Guyton that are going to take some development. It might take a couple of years for him to be what you would want from Tyler Smith, from 2023.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't expect rookie Tyler Smith here, but what I would expect 3 years from now, this guy to be a legitimate tackle and to still be playing for the Dallas Cowboys or starting for the Dallas Cowboys. I think he's a guy that gets a fifth-year option. I kind of guesstimated yesterday some guys that I believe would get fifth years. He's one of them. I think he's got that mobility. He's got that athleticism on the other side. I guess we'll see if that's the pick and if that's where the Cowboys would like to put him. Also, only one start at left tackle during his time in Oklahoma. I wonder how they play with that.
Yeah, it's I like him better than what we're hearing right now.
I like him a lot,
and I can understand because there's some faults to his game, but I see a guy that's 6'8" and 322 pounds,
massive man. The
length, the athletic ability, the movement skills for a guy that tall and that heavy, it's pretty impressive. I think there's some fluidity to his game and his frame. Aisha's right about the hands. The hands have got to be better there. And hopefully, we talked about the hands in Tyler Smith. What was the problem with Tyler Smith? The hands, the holdings, things like that. And, hopefully that's something that they can correct. But, there's times where he is so tall, it is hard for him to bend his knees.
Yes.
And that's something he can
play high.
He can play a little high.
That's
and
what
All right, here's Roger Goodell with the Cowboys pick.
NFL Draft. the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton, tackle, Oklahoma.
There you go. I had 8 tackles in my top.
Hey, I mean, he was one of the 2 best tackles left for me. If it was him and Kingsley Suamataia. And Guyton seemed like a pick that the Cowboys would be eyeing based on the skill set, right? I mean, he's a guy. The traits are there. There's certainly areas where he needs to improve, but he is a freak athlete. He's got size. To move back and get him at 29 and add an extra third, I think is a good night at the office.
Yeah, you gotta be happy.
I'm 100% bummed about moving on from Graham Barton. I wouldn't have done that. Personally, I would have stayed in. I would have picked him at 24, and I would have been like, hell yeah, we got our center for the next decade. But to move back, to get Tyler Guyton, who clearly they liked, and the Cowboys taking first-round offensive linemen tends to be a home run. So I really do think that they will have a plan in place for Tyler Guyton. The War Room was very, very excited about this decision. Bobby, what do you think about Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma?
Look, I mean, he is raw. There's no doubt about it. He's still developing. But, you know, Nick just said it a second ago, like if you have Tyler Guyton here, you don't necessarily, you're not going to expect him to have Tyler Smith's rookie season. But I'll say this, like, I know we didn't expect Tyler Smith to have Tyler Smith's rookie season either. In fact, I think that if you're asking me who did I feel was more raw coming out of school at the time, I felt like Tyler Smith was more raw. But there's definitely similarities here. Look, I'm going to trust the Cowboys if they take an offensive lineman named Tyler from an Oklahoma college.
Yeah, no,
that's what I do. But no, to me, this is a guy who, you're talking about all the traits are there. Yeah, the pad level, he's 6'8". The pad level, it takes work. It's not that easy to get low and to keep your pad level low. He's inconsistent with his technique. He's still learning that, but all of the traits are there. And again, this is like the Tyler Smith pick where you knew all the traits were there and you trusted your scouting staff to know this guy has the mental makeup to put it together. And he takes to the teaching, and we trust that he'll be able to do this. So if you give me a traits pick and tell me that the scouts and the coaches are comfortable with, no, we think that he's got the mental makeup to do this. They've got a history of hitting on these traits picks. And so I'm all about this one, especially picking up an extra pick at 73, because I think they would have been happy to take him at 24 in certain situations.
Yeah, no doubt. Tyler Guyton allowing 16 quarterback pressures, just 2 sacks in the last 2 years with 513 pass blocking snaps. Certainly, there are some areas where he needs to improve, but an exciting pick along the offensive line, again, in the first round, replenishing for the Cowboys. Okay, we'll react more to the Tyler Guyton selection. We've also got now the Baltimore Ravens on the clock at 30. We'll go back to what's going to happen in the final picks of the first round. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
If you shout, how about them Cowboys?
Yeah, hey, you get Guyton, you get an extra third.
See, that's what I'm saying. That 73,
you can make that a good player.
I'm trying to that to me that you've got to find a way to hit on that thing.
Absolutely.
They you were looking for a 4 going into this thing. You picked up a third on an overpay. And the Barton thing, that's going to be one of those things we're going to look back in history and go, was that really the right move? And
if Guyton pans out, then it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. And just got to figure out that take advantage of that player. Take advantage of those 2 picks, of the 3 picks. 56, 73, 87. Do some damage with those 3 guys.
Yeah.
This is where Will McClay and this group needs to really shine, with those picks.
I think, I think there are some people who really believe in Brock Hoffman at center. I think there are others who think he has high upside and that he can be the guy at some point, but maybe he isn't ready for it yet. Here's what I do think is important, though, and what I think is what partially ended up with you were comfortable walking away from Graham Barton and taking Tyler Guyton, is I think that your offensive line coach really believes in Brock Hoffman starting at center.
Yeah.
And I think that matters. And when I say I don't necessarily want to take a defensive tackle because I feel like you need to move resources and stuff, I think your offensive line coach looking at it said, hey, if we're going to talk about what resources we need to use, it's redundant to take a center because I think we've got a starter already. And so I think that's partially what played into it.
Yeah, I mean, look,
I'd still like to take Frazier if it was me because I think
I would too.
I think Frazier.
It's the Ravens, Brian.
Dude,
it's the Ravens.
What do the Ravens do? They sit around. They take a good player, Nate Wiggins, going to Baltimore. And honestly, I like
it's a tradition like no other.
It is, right? The Masters, the Ravens selecting.
Man,
picks.
I can't wait to watch him lose in the divisional round.
I actually love that comp, Dominic Rodgers-Cromartie from Daniel Jeremiah.
Is a fun one.
That's a good comp, I think, for Nate Wiggins, because he trusts his speed so much. He baits quarterbacks.
He's a good player.
He really does. But he's a guy. He gets the ball in his hands. That's a house call the other way. I mean, he will return for touchdowns. I think Wiggins is a very, very good player.
Yep, I'm all about that too.
Okay, we got San Fran and Buffalo. Okay,
yeah.
I wonder, San Fran. Do they go offensive line? Do they take Kingsley Suamataia?
They were. I wouldn't be surprised if they take Rosengarten from Washington.
Oh, okay, yeah, I
can
see that.
People like Rosengarten.
That's their kind of. They always play with. Don't they have the undersized tackle, the thin right tackle? Who's the?
Oh, the McKivitz.
McKivitz.
Yeah, that's not that good.
Yeah, but that's the kind of guy they play with. That type of body.
Okay, our hard out just
People
so you
like
all know.
Rosengarten that much.
Rosengarten's good.
Oh yeah, I think there's some
it's
people.
pretty good too, but.
Yeah, I think there are people who
They
like
took Bo
Rosengarten.
Nix. I mean, they're going to take Rosengarten.
Yeah, I mean these quarterbacks are flying off the board.
People like Rosengarten in the top 40, I think.
Okay.
Because if you don't take him here, you're not going to get him.
Do you grab a wide receiver here thinking you're going to trade Ayuk? If you're
That's
San Francisco,
fascinating. That's a fascinating thought as well.
I mean, we got them all. We got all those run after catch guys. You got Corley. You got McConkey. Pearsall. We talked about him as a potential guy, maybe a sneak in the first round type of guy.
Corley's comp is Debo.
A.D. Mitchell falling is interesting.
Mitchell is exactly there. You go.
I heard some
on.
whispers about Mitchell maybe falling a little bit, but
tracking that.
At this time he's the best wide receiver left for me. But I mean, maybe Ricky Pearsall.
That's what me. If they're interested in moving on from Ayuk, there are some run after catch guys right now here. I mentioned Roman Wilson from Michigan is another guy. Or what about Leggett? Could they go and get another pair? Yeah. I mean, could they go get another
strong? Leggett would be a great replacement for Ayuk. Yeah, he would be.
I want to hear Leggett do every media availability for the rest of his career. That Southern accent.
It is wild.
I've never heard nothing like that unless in the movies.
And when he started talking, he's just like, "Yeah, team said I did really good." I was like, "Whoa, that's
underselling."
It really is. Like it's very. I mean, it's wild.
Okay, our hard out will be 54-47, just so you all know.
And just so all the listeners on the stream know.
The stream, you guys are family. We love you.
What's 54-47?
Like
that's
10.
when we have to leave.
Thank you.
Get off the air.
Oh, tater tot. Okay.
Are we going to get?
The 2024 NFL Draft continues on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com.
With the 30th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Nate Wiggins, defensive back, Clemson.
Yes, as Brian Broaddus said during the break, a tradition unlike any other. The Baltimore Ravens just sitting back and letting a good player slide to them. Nate Wiggins, the best corner left in the draft. Super long and athletic, returned a couple of 3 interceptions for touchdowns last year. That's a good pick there for Baltimore.
Absolutely. And, that's a guy could play press, guy could play off. He can run exceptionally well. You mentioned the ball skills. He can track. You run him inside. He can cover. He's physical. He's not a big guy weight-wise, but he's super competitive. He does not want to give you the ball at all. And the Ravens, they'll do really nice with this kid.
You think he could work some nickel for them?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I do too.
I think so
That's
as well.
where I think he should be.
Yeah.
Anyway,
They got some speedy slots in the AFC that I think he could cover, and he'll have a couple learning lessons. There's no doubt. There is no doubt he'll have a couple of learning lessons, but I think he could be a really good nickel as well.
Man, he takes some calculated risks.
He does
in coverage, but
he tries to bait. He trusts his speed,
he knows,
man.
Yeah.
I think he's really smart. I think he's a high IQ corner.
Yeah.
But I mean, there are times where he's like, let's take a calculated risk here, and it's like, well, that didn't work out so well.
All right, the Dallas Cowboys selected Tyler Guyton at 29. They moved back from 24. They get an extra third-round pick. Here is the secret audio of the selection of Tyler Guyton.
That's fun.
Hey, Tyler.
Hey, what's up?
Tyler, this is Jerry Jones.
Nice to meet you, Jerry. What's up?
Hey, man. Listen, I just wanted to be maybe the first to tell you you are no longer a Sooner. You're a Dallas Cowboy.
Oh, my God.
And we're proud to have you.
Thank you, Coach. Oh, my God.
Well, we sure are proud. And my coach is sitting right here. Our coach is sitting right here. But we really are consensusly. And your position coach is sitting there. He's a great guy. You met him. We're glad to have you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, Tom, here you go.
Hey, Tyler, Mike McCarthy. Hey, congratulations, man.
Thank you so much, Coach.
Hey, where are you right now? You home with the...
In Austin, Texas.
Oh, you're back in Austin. Well, I know you and your dad are fired up. You just bring that big smile, that personality here, man. All right?
Oh, my God. Let's go.
All right, hey, I'm going to pass along. You got a bunch of people who want to give you some love. Congrats. So excited to have you here.
Thank you.
All right, my man. Here, hold on again. Tyler, Mike Solari. Hey, congratulations, man. Excited to work with you. We are excited to have you being a Cowboy, and I know your dad's fired up. So I'm going to call you a little bit later, and it's a bit more quieter. But again, congratulations.
Yes, sir. What's up?
You celebrate, and you have a great celebration, all right?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Wow, the secret audio there of Tyler Guyton. We are expected to get him on the phone here hopefully very, very soon before we get off the air. We'll be able to talk with your newest Dallas Cowboy, 29th overall pick in the first round, now former Oklahoma Sooner, Tyler Guyton, who is a monster of a man and is very, very athletic for his size. Now, he's joining quite the foundation of former first-round picks. And, oh, wow, we've got the San Francisco 49ers pick in, and it's Ricky Pearsall out of Florida.
I'm done. I don't want to talk anymore.
First rounder.
Yeah.
I told you.
Right here. That was a good one.
That's a good pick.
That's
a good call to you too, Brian. That's a good call to you too, Brian.
That's a good pick right there with Ricky Pearsall. Wow. Oh, man. He had probably the catch of the year in Charlotte. We've talked about that before. But
He's a hell of a football player.
He is just smooth. I mean, it's like he's got stickum on his hands. But his ability to create separation, pretty uncanny. He is smooth off the line of scrimmage as well. Ricky Pearsall. Aisha, I know you were a big fan of Ricky's game.
I know, this is hurting me. And then to our nemesis.
I know, yeah. He goes to San Fran.
Of course. Of course. But we talked about it, like, some of the things that they have going on there with Ayuk and some of those guys, they're looking to make sure they can replace that talent. And respectfully, here you are. Like, very explosive, out of his breaks and things like that. I mean, I really love his game.
He's fun. He's
interesting to watch. It doesn't seem like he's trying very hard. And that's not an insult. It just feels like it's just very natural for him out there as a route runner. So, oh my gosh.
The Panthers are moving up to 32 with the Bills. So the Bills moving back twice. They're getting out of the first round.
Bills are saying, no, thank you. We're good here. As Carolina moves up, maybe Carolina's thinking, okay, they need to go and get themselves a wide receiver as well. We will have Tyler Guyton here in just a moment as well. We'll try and get a couple of minutes with him before we have to get off the air here on the Dallas Cowboys radio network. It'll be fun to talk with the newest Dallas Cowboy here in just a moment. I wonder what Carolina's moving up for. Okay, so here's the details on the trade. Panthers get pick 32. They also get a 6th round pick, 200 overall. Buffalo getting pick 33, first pick of the second round. Of course, they move back a slot. They also pick up their 5th round pick, 141 overall. So Buffalo's going to get to start day 2 tomorrow. That's kind of a fun spot to be in.
There you go.
Okay.
Sleep on your board.
There it is. Carolina now on the clock, and there are still some quality players here available when it comes to wide receiver, if they want to do that. You've also got, is Cooper DeJean still out there?
He is.
Yeah, Cooper DeJean still available. Newton, Johnny Newton from Illinois is available as well. There are quietly some very and Kingsley Suamataia, Rosengarten. If you want, maybe they should go in ahead and replenish that offensive line a little bit. Go ahead and help out Bryce Young.
We're begging you.
That could be a possibility there. You need to keep him upright.
We need to go find some 2019 Arizona State tape with Jaden Daniels throwing to Brandon Ayuk and Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah.
The fact that you could even say that is just nuts.
What were you doing, Herm? What were you
doing, Herm?
Benjamin was on that team too.
Benjamin, Wiley East.
Mm-hmm.
And Ricky Pearsall, I can't get over that
Benjamin
one.
was a fun player.
He was.
He really, really was. Ricky Pearsall, though, are you doing okay?
I'm holding on.
It's going to be all right. You got this. Don't worry. Bills, though, man, I'm a little bit surprised the Bills did not end up taking a wide receiver here in the first round.
I mean, they flipped just one spot.
What is Carolina's center situation? Or what's their linebacker situation, too, is another one I'm thinking of.
Oh, could they go Edgerrin Cooper, you think?
Well, Cooper, Peyton Wilson, from that area, something like that.
Why trade with Buffalo if it's one of those two spots? That's what makes me think it's a receiver.
Yeah.
Because they would have known Buffalo.
This could be a Keon Coleman then, right? Some of the big.
Potentially.
Yeah, Carolina, Dallas played them last year. It was they didn't have enough receivers. So.
Adam Thielen helped out in the third quarter, and that was about it.
This could be a big body guy like you're talking about, Aisha, with the Keon Coleman. I think that would make a lot of sense for them. Guy that could go out and go get it. From the ACC, everybody's kind of familiar with his game at Florida State and what he was able to do. So, wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, so we're waiting on what happens here with Carolina for the final pick in the first round of the 2024 NFL Draft, and then we will turn our sights to day 2 with the second and third round. Cowboys now have 2 third-round picks.
There you go.
After moving back from 24 to 29. So hopefully able to add some quality talent in day 2 tomorrow.
Someone tweeted at me and said, the Bills might be stacking picks to go trade for Brandon Ayuk. That'd be fun.
Hey, that could make some sense.
That might be
Because he
fun.
still has not been traded yet.
Yeah.
So that would...
And they need a guy right now.
They're in desperate need. I mean, they just lost... They traded Stephon Diggs, and they also lost Gabe Davis. So certainly wide receiver would be at the top of mind. Maybe it ends up being Adonai Mitchell from Texas to Buffalo tomorrow. I think that would be a pick that makes some sense here. Carolina trying to see some of the team needs that they have here, and they do need a linebacker. Some of the other needs they need, offensive line. I mean, they've got a lot. They got a lot of holes. Okay, right now let's welcome in the newest Dallas Cowboy, the 29th overall pick, Tyler Guyton, now former Oklahoma Sooner. Tyler, welcome to the Dallas Cowboys, man. How you feeling after getting that call from Jerry?
I'm fucking ecstatic, bro. I couldn't be more happy. This is my hometown team. This is the best team for me my whole entire life. I couldn't have wrote it any better way, man.
Well, how much interaction did you have there with the Cowboys? Did you have a feeling maybe you would end up playing with the star on your helmet?
I was dreaming about it, man. I saw it, and it kind of was happening, and I was meeting with them at the Senior Bowl and the Combine, and I didn't go on a 30 visit because they already knew me. I was talking to the O-line coach a bunch of my pro day. I kind of had a feeling that I might go to Dallas. I just didn't know who would take me before, but I'm so glad it was Dallas, bro.
Man, we're excited to have you. Of course, the Cowboys have a great history of taking first-round linemen. We're hoping you fall right in line with that. For Cowboy fans that maybe aren't familiar with your game, how would you describe what they're getting with Tyler Guyton now?
You're getting a player that really loves football and loves to compete and loves the Dallas Cowboys, and I'll do anything for this star on my helmet now. I can't even put into words how appreciative I am of the Dallas Cowboys drafting me and the fans welcoming me with open arms. I'm going to do everything in my power to make this team better.
Tyler, walk me through the scene at your home there in Austin. Were y'all kind of sitting on pins and needles, hoping it would be Dallas? And then whenever you got the call, what was that moment like?
Man, we were sitting on pins and needles for sure. Dallas was the dream, but we didn't know who else was going to pick. But we were ecstatic when we heard that phone call. It was like a dream come true.
Yeah, what's the story with your dad? Everybody was talking about your dad. Your dad a huge Cowboys fan too? What was the story?
My dad is a diehard Cowboys fan. He made me a Cowboys fan as soon as I was born.
Man, that is awesome. Tyler,
we're so excited.
man, we really, really are excited to have you here as a Dallas Cowboy. Oh, what do you think the first order of business will be for you once you get here when you talk to Coach Mike Solari?
Getting down to the playbook, man. I want to get down and dirty. I want to put some work in. This is what it's for. You know, getting drafted is amazing, but it's time to get to it.
Well, welcome to the team, man. We are really, really excited to have you, and I'm sure we'll catch up with you very, very soon, man. Congratulations. What a special night.
Thank you so much.
There he goes. Tyler Guyton, your first-round offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. Gosh, he was fired up. He was super
ecstatic,
excited.
as a matter of fact.
As he should be. As he should be. A special moment there, I'm sure. And Tyler's excited to be a Dallas Cowboy. You could tell this is where he wanted to be. TCU kid, then transfers to Oklahoma. I mean, that's awesome.
Now, him and Tyler Smith next to each other might be a little bit of a problem.
You got the law firm of Smith & Smith now, man.
I must concede.
It's a lot of strength, size, and athleticism. All right, we'll be back tomorrow night. Draft coverage starting at 6 o'clock here on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network. Until then, you're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network and DallasCowboys.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Peyton. Great job, brother. Thank you,
Appreciate
man.
it,
Thank
guys.
you.
Thanks, Beam. Thanks, Peyton.
That's cool. Okay.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
I wonder if he's actually going to start next year.
You think there'll be a
You're listening to DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh-wee. Welcome to the 105.3 The Fan NFL post-draft game for post-draft right here on day one. 105.3 The Fan. I'm Chris Arnold along with Blake Elliott.
Yes, sir.
And on the ones and twos, we got Chris Strong in the Pimp Cup. And we are here for all the Cowboy fans and the Tolos as we follow up on outstanding coverage. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt, and the DallasCowboys.com staff roundtable as they guided you through the entire first round, day one of the NFL draft. We've got reactions from you, the fans and the Tolos. That's right. We've got the biggest surprises of the entire draft, the biggest disappointments. We've got the way too early draft grades. Yeah, what we think they did, what some of the national reactions think what some of the teams did. We got lots of audio, the secret audio from Jerry Jones talking to the first round draft pick. We also have your thoughts. We're going to take phone calls and read your texts on what you thought about the Cowboys not only not picking at number 24, collecting an extra third-round pick, but also selecting this man. Here's Roger Goodell with the Dallas Cowboys' first-round draft pick.
With the 29th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton, tackle, Oklahoma.
And Blake, it was the player that most experts thought the Cowboys would select, but they were able to trade back to number 29, collect a third-round pick, an extra third-round pick to go along with it. Do you think that was a great move? Do you think the player that they selected was who you wanted?
Yeah, we'll wait to see on that one. Graham Barton sitting for you there at 24. I texted Wolchuk and Broaddus when the pick went down, and I know Wolchuk was just distraught. I mean, you were in a space where you let go of your center, you let go of your left tackle, so there's two holes. You have two needs, and when you're in a draft full of O-lineman talent, it's kind of a pro and con. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of guys, but also other teams see a lot of guys, and you see Tampa Bay, I believe, pick 25 or 26, ends up taking Graham Barton, which is a guy that a lot of people have projected as the best center in the draft. So you were in this conundrum before the draft started at pick 24. Do I want the 7th or 8th best tackle, or do I want the best center? And
Biotish is gone.
Yeah, positional value, some people will debate, but I think most people would say left tackle is probably the most important position on your O-line. But I would have loved to have Graham Barton. I don't hate getting another day 3 pick. Just to recap on the picks that the Cowboys now hold. The Cowboys have obviously they traded back and got Tyler Guyton at then they also had the 56 pick at 29. They have the 56 pick.
And now
tomorrow.
They got 73.
73 from Detroit, 97, 174, 216, 233, and 244. So they end up getting that day 3 pick, which I think is a win at the end.
Can you see them trading back again? I'm only bringing this up because they need help. They lost a lot of depth, and we know, in my mind, you can draft all day long, but that doesn't mean you have plug-and-play guys.
Yeah.
Do you think they might trade back a little bit more to get a few more picks?
So their next pick's going to be at 56, and I could see them trading back, but I think they really like Jonathan Brooks.
I do too.
We know how zoned in they've been on him, and that
running back from Texas.
That feels like a sweet spot to get him at, and I don't know if you want to play with fire and move back again on a guy that you were honing, because I would assume, don't know, that in a perfect world they would have loved to have Graham Barton and Jonathan Brooks.
I will say this. They need more players. I would not be surprised if they, add to this collection of picks they just made today. But for those who did not hear again, they pick up Tyler Guyton, who started his college career at TCU, finished it up at OU, and that means that Tyler Smith will likely stay at left guard. You will have two Tylers on your left side protecting Dak Prescott on his blind side.
Yep.
And I will say this, Tyler Smith, he earned a Pro Bowl berth. He surprised a lot of people when he was drafted. Like, oh man, with Tyler Smith, he gets all these flags, and the Cowboys get too many flags. He actually played very, very well. And the guy that I noticed that endorsed Tyler Smith early on was Micah Parsons and Oxnard. I'm going to wonder how Micah Parsons feels about Tyler Guyton. I think we got some audio, but not yet. Keep it on this show. We'll be here till 1 o'clock in the morning. We have that audio from Micah Parsons. He's got a reaction.
Reacting.
Yeah,
He was doing the draft show with CJ Stroud on Bleacher Report all night. So he did a lot of reactions. We're going to get to how he reacted to the Eagles pick, how he reacted to Tyler Guyton, a lot of stuff tonight.
Guess what? Super producer Chris Strong. He's got it right now. Here's Micah Parsons reacting to Tyler Guyton.
I'm not mad at the pick. I think.
Cut him off a minute.
Guyton was like my fourth guy, as I said earlier in the show. I think this is a productive pick. Obviously,
buffering issues, but guess what? We're going to let it catch up a little bit. And Chris, you let us know when Micah Parsons can spit it all out at one time. Let me say this.
Micah's just nervous.
Let me say this about Tyler Guyton. Of course, since I went to OU, I'm somewhat biased. I think he's going to be all right. But immediately I was telling you, my comp for Tyler Guyton, and I'm surprised no one has mentioned this yet, but watch them start mentioning it. He could wind up like a guy the Cowboys drafted in the late 1990s who had a long 12-year career with the Dallas Cowboys, one of the best offensive linemen they've ever had. 6'7", Flozell the Hotel Adams. Flozell Adams wasn't, he's not going to the Hall of Fame like Zach Martin and Larry Allen and Larry Allen's going in the Hall of Fame and we're talking about Tyron Smith. He's not necessarily that great, but guess what? He was extremely productive. He lasted all these years. He made big money in the mid-2000s when Bill Parcells took over. He actually made his career even better. He wound up being a 5-time Pro Bowler. He actually got a second-team All-Pro. We're talking about Flozell Adams, just to refresh everybody's memories. He lasted until 2010, and I think there's only Larry Allen, Zach Martin, Tyron Smith, Rayfield Wright, Nate Newton, and John Nyland to have more Pro Bowl selections amongst Cowboy offensive linemen. So he only missed 14 games his entire 12-year career. I'm bringing up Flozell the Hotel because in my mind, that's the comp for Guyton.
Yeah.
He could be extremely productive, but that doesn't mean he's a Hall of Famer. Yeah. He's not going to say, he's better than Tyron Smith. He could be, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
But 6'7", that's not unusual. The guy was awesome. By the way, he did wind up playing in the Super Bowl. His last year, Cowboys cut him. He winds up signing with the Steelers. He played with the Steelers in the Super Bowl at AT&T Stadium where Green Bay Packers and Mike McCarthy beat Flozell Adams. So I'm bringing that up about Flozell because in my mind, if you're going to say Tyler Guyton, that's who immediately I thought of. Chris, is Micah's ready yet? Not yet? Promise you
He's
that's
nervous.
a tease.
Micah
that's
is
a
nervous.
Tease you don't want to miss. Micah Parsons' thoughts on Tyler Guyton because I thought he was dead on about Tyler Smith when everybody was doubting Tyler Smith.
And you know how a lot of Cowboys fans are enamored with Tyron Smith that went to the Jets.
Yeah, they should have never let him go.
What do you think his measurables were? How big and tall you think he was? And everyone was enamored with his size, 6'5", 320. Cowboys fans, what if I told you the guy you just drafted is 6'8", 322?
See?
6'8".
That's Flozell size.
And what I wrote for him doing my little little draft comp, I wrote tower, physical specimen in the first year of a building process. So it's a really nice tower. You got it down in New York. It's in a nice spot. It's got all the tools to be great, but it's early on in the building. So a lot of people have talked about he's a raw prospect. I mean, it is what it is. It's nothing to, everyone's got their knock on them. Some guys are just ready day one, throw them in their technician. I think Graham Barton to me is that technician guy where day one you throw him in there, not a lot of flaws in his game. Tyler Guyton, he definitely's got to work on his handwork, his footwork, and get a little off balance. A real tall dude. And in another segment, we'll kind of break down some more pros and cons to his game in particular. But I think he is a raw prospect that could end up, he's got a really high ceiling.
Yeah,
he's
just like Tyler Smith.
Yeah, and another guy that got drafted today that he reminds me of is Amarius Mims. Both of these guys played a handful of snaps due to injuries and playing time. Like you said, he mentioned transferred from TCU, went to OU. He only had one full season starting last year at OU where he earned a bunch of honors, obviously shot him up the draft board. So this is a guy that a lot of people weren't too known about during the season, but then when the draft process starts and these scouts start getting into it, like, whoa, look at this guy. He is a tower. Him and Amarius Mims shot up draft boards because of their just raw talent, their physical specimen, just their frame, which is something you can't build in the NFL. I can't make a guy 6'8", 320.
Exactly.
I can teach him footwork.
Right.
I can teach him scheme, how to lock in, but I can't make him bigger, stronger, faster. And this guy's got all the physical tools. It'll just be if he's able to lock in that Cowboy system.
What you're hoping, if you're a Cowboy fan or a Tolo, is he's a plug and play because literally he fills a major need, and they're going to need that help immediately. Pete Prisco from CBS Sports, here's his national comment about Tyler Guyton. He says, this is a move that had been predicted by a lot of people. He played right tackle in college at OU, but can play and move to the left side. That fills the major need. And again, a lot of people are saying this is what they should do, and that's primarily because they've lost some players like a Tyron Smith. They lost Tyler Biadasz. They've lost those guys. Oh, we got a press conference. Here are the Cowboys front office talking about this pick.
Well, before we get started, I don't want to be defensive, but let me talk to you about this cap. All right, go ahead. Take it away.
This is for the non-defensive Jerry and Steven on David Morrell's morning news. What's your name? Would it be fair to say your objectives going into tonight were to address the offensive line and to pick up an additional pick if you could? And if that was your objective, just the patience and discipline to be able to do that when you're at 24 to get that accomplished?
You'd like to think, from my perspective, that with the depth and the offensive line for the draft, that you could, in my view, this is just me, that you could narrow the difference between the top players and the other players, which if you can, and be satisfied that you can be a little patient, then you can pick up in lower rounds possibly a player that could do the same thing for you. Biadasz, 4th round pick, Pro Bowler last year. So you can get, then that's 4th round pick. Now obviously everybody's juicy about the tops, but if you could do that when you're lacking 4th round pick, so that you could pick up a pick, then you're in a position to trade down and yet still accomplish what you'd like to do with a deep draft in the offensive line, and if you will, need. And so that's a perspective, but that did work for us there.
Can you talk this back before television? Can you talk about the risk of maybe losing your guy? Clearly, you guys probably had multiple guys that when you moved down that you could have picked, but the risk of potentially losing your guy by taking a chance of getting that extra pick. And Tyler, can he played mostly right tackle in college? You talk about his ability to move to left tackle here.
I'll take the first part and I'll let Mike take the right to left, or Will, however y'all want to do that. But yes, we had, when we made a conscientious look-see into it when we were fielding the trades, and it happened with Detroit that we were, going to have 4 players go, and certainly at that point, we had 5 players were going to get picked, and we had 4 up there we really liked, and so we felt good about making the trade. Now it's tense waiting, and there's no question you're taking some risks there. You're believing in your board and you're having patience, and certainly that paid off for us. And we were wanting to accomplish certainly with some of the good offensive linemen that we felt were worthy, of a 1st round pick. It was great to get that done and pick up a pick, which we were really wanting to do in this particular draft, because where it has depth and where we think we can get good players. You might talk about.
Yeah, definitely. I think with Tyler playing the right side, I think we all understand, because I know, particularly you, Clarence, the in-depth study that you do in your draft process, that they have a left-handed quarterback in Oklahoma, so he is the backside tackle. So that'll definitely be an easy transition for him as far as the responsibility of playing the backside of the quarterback. And I just, it's just like anything, it's footwork, and there's things going to be new anyways. But God, what a great pick for us, and just just to feel his enthusiasm and passion on the phone, and the excitement of being a Cowboys fan, and just to fit, and Austin, Texas native and all that. So this is a great add to our offensive line room.
Well, won't you?
I mean, when you build an offensive lineman, you look for athleticism, the feet, the ability to, we've got a history of having guys that do things at a high level at that position, and there are some traits that definitely showed us that was there. And you talk about the athletic ability, And left tackles are usually your more athletic, and this guy is an athletic guy and basketball background, some defense in his nature, so the way that he plays the game will add something to us as well.
You would hope, it's hard to do with offensive linemen, you would hope to have a little sexiness to this pick using your first-round pick. And I actually thought we had that with Tyler Smith 2 years ago. I think we got it here. This is a sexy pick for an offensive lineman because it's got a lot of upside. And so I'm excited about that.
Todd, Stephen Todd Archer with ESPN. How much when you were looking at the positions, if Barton was a guy you liked, that it was the premium position of a tackle versus the center there that helped make the decision to maybe move down?
Well, we had a big discussion about that, and certainly Barton, he's not our guy now. We can't really talk about him. Kidding, but no, he was certainly a guy that was one of those guys in that list of players that we felt like, if he were there, we'd still be happy, to get one of them. And so, obviously, but to get the left tackle is a big, big deal. And I know, we had these same discussions with Larry Allen when he was here because he would have been a great left tackle, all-pro, Hall of Famer at left tackle or left guard. Certainly Tyler, played really at a high elite type level at guard, and this certainly allows him to kind of entrench there. And that's certainly up to the coach, Mike and his staff. But feel good now that we can move Guyton out there and have Tyler stay where he is. And obviously we still got a lot of picks and a lot of work to do still in terms of improving this football team.
Scott Dixon with the AP. Stephen, you kind of alluded to this recently, but kind of the evolution of the offensive line. You've lost starters over the last several years, and this kind of puts the spotlight on it again. How do you feel about the way this line is evolving over time and where you all are with that as you kind of move forward?
As we add to that, you look at the young group, that we have there that will be pushing these guys. And I take a look at guys like Let's-Go and Awesome Richards and Ball and TJ Bass and Hoffman. And then you put Chuma, who's a good veteran up there at tackle and has proven he can go in, and play, give you a winning performance to win a football game. This thing's shaping up pretty good. And like I said, we still have a lot of picks to improve this team. But you're right, you can't, I think if you look around the league, you can't do what we did when Dak was young, which is probably pay 3 offensive linemen top dollar. You've got to keep evolving and keep bringing young players along. And, it's a tough deal because we think the world of Tyler Biadasz. We thought a lot of Connor McGovern and a lot of Connor Williams. But, at some point you got to make tough decisions. And if you keep drafting and keep bringing these young guys in, then they can step up. And you can afford to make those tough decisions. Now, you also get a little reward back when they get paid because you get compensatory picks, which allow you to keep adding to what you have.
We looked at interest. I did when the Jets took the tackle. And there they are. They've just signed Tyron. Yet they took a first-round tackle. And so therein lies just a – when you look at it where you were, you need to make sure that you're, if you have a chance to, bolster up out there at talent at that left tackle for now and in the future.
John Michaud with The Athletic. For Will, when did you kind of first, I guess, Tyler Guyton catch your eye, maybe stood out to you in the pre-draft process, and then also, why do you think that you guys have had success with the first-round offensive lineman?
Well, Tyler stuck out, I think it was during the season, but the guys that went into the school were talking about the athletic ability and all that. We went to the Senior Bowl and got to see more and then visited with him more to find out more what he was all about. The unique part about this draft to me is that, there's a bunch of offensive linemen that can contribute at some point in time somewhere, and the tackle premium was unique, and a guy that can play the way that he does. And again, feeling good about him moving to the left side. That was, and the way he plays the game. There's a little nasty to him. Sure, they've all got to grow and learn. But playing at Oklahoma with that coach and what he's learned, and then spending time talking to the coach over the time and finding more out about the kid, you feel really comfortable about that. And the athleticism and all that stuff is there. And then the offensive line is, we get players that have attributes that we feel like we know what it takes to pick a good lineman. The thing is the work ethic and them being able to do that and then coaches that are willing to work with guys that are young guys instead of, saying I need to have a vet. I appreciate the fact that the coaching staff will say, here's a young guy, we put him in and give him an opportunity to earn the stripes.
Gentlemen, Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. And this question is kind of dovetailing off of what you're saying, Will, as far as what attracted you guys to Tyler Guyton. I'll pivot this to McCarthy. So, Mike, when it comes to Tyler Guyton, obviously you've coached a long time in this league. Are there any previous player comps that Tyler Guyton kind of reminds you of coming into the league?
Well, I think just like anything, I mean, the first thing you look at is the length, and being 6'7" and has great feet, and I just go back to the first 6'7" tackle that was around was John Alt, and ironically his son Joe was drafted by the Chargers. So, and I think there's a lot to it, but gosh, I mean, you got to be so excited about his athletic ability. I mean, you can see it in his footwork, and that was evident really from day one with Will and the scouts, and when you have the preliminary reads, before you go out there. And I know Mike Solari going up to Oklahoma, was very impressed with his work out, and obviously the feedback from the Oklahoma coaches was extremely high. So, but yeah, I haven't had too many tackles over 6'5", 6'6". So different body type than John Alt back in the 90s.
Michael Gelkin, Dallas Morning News. You guys have made a lot of emphasis and continued emphasis on improving your run game. Can you focus on that aspect of where is Tyler? Is that part of it? That's my first of two questions.
Tyler Guyton?
Yes. Oh, yeah. How does it improve your run game? Along with obviously keeping Tyler at left guard, but Tyler Guyton at left tackle, what does he bring in the run game?
Well, Michael, we like to get him through rookie orientation first before we put the pressure on him about our run game. No, he'll do great in the run game, because I think just like anything, our schemes fit our players, and I think that's why it's important. The staff takes January, February, and March. We've gone through this now, and now we're concept teaching with the players that are here, but. I've done it every year. There's players that you're going to acquire in the draft that you got to make sure that there's a place for them, and if you need to tweak anything, you do. So we got a number of picks left, and whatever we got to tweak and adjust, we will. But I think he'll be able to do everything we ask of him here.
In his football experience, he was kind of a late arrival there, which is consistent with some other players you guys have taken in recent drafts. Mm-hmm. What's the pros, cons to? I'm sure it represents the potential of maybe the player being closer to his floor than his ceiling. But how do you view it, and are there any negatives that come with it, or what are the positives?
I think they're all you're good. Yeah, good. That's fine. Mike, go ahead. Yeah, they're all positive. I think you answered the question in your opinion. The ceiling. He's got a tremendous ceiling, and to me as a coach, if that doesn't excite you to coach, then you need to do something else. So we're about developing these young players. We're draft and develop is a baseline for us. Your youth has to step up and play early than ever in this league. It's a young man's game, and this is another great example. So I think as a coach, we're excited about all the promise and that he has in front of him. The 14 starts to me is a positive. It's not a knock against him. It just shows, all these kids, more than ever with the NIL and the portals, more than ever, these players take different paths and different courses, and there's different thresholds and directions that they go. So I think it's important for us to look at the potential, and we feel strongly about how our offensive line room is, and he'll be a great fit in there. And so this young man has a very high ceiling, as you said.
And if they're athletic, have the work ethic that you need, and they're willing to learn, that's an opportunity to grow and improve. You get in college football, they're not playing football the way you do in the NFL all the time, so you got to be able to teach them, and you got to be able to do that. So they got to want to do it, and they got to have the ability to do it. So I think that's one of the things too, is you got to be athletic enough, and you got to have the work ethic and the willingness and the mental capabilities to handle this. And so we feel like going through that with Guyton gives us an opportunity to do that.
Yeah. Well, left tackle, position flex is a great trait. Position flex, many positions, but a left tackle needs to really be able to get man in terms of sliding his feet and have that length on those arms to do the protection. Most offensive linemen relish getting to run block. That's when you get to give it out. It is the skill of keeping them off that quarterback. And this guy has those long arms and that basketball type fluidness and those being able to shuffle that feet out here. It's a sexy pick.
Sanji's at The Athletic. Jerry and Steven, the other day you guys were mentioning that trading back would mean that taking a look at your board, but also what kind of offers you guys got. So when the phones were going, were you guys looking at accumulating more picks, the highest pick that you could get in the third, fourth round, whatever? Just what were the conversations like when you were trying to trade back?
I can start. The biggest thing was not to go back too far. I mean, we kind of knew we had a group of players there that we were still going to walk away and be very fired up, regardless of which player fell to us. I mean, we love Tyler, but, there were others, as long as we walked away with one of those. So the biggest thing, and we did have a lot of different options and opportunities, but the fact that we only had to move back, to the 29th pick, was a big influence, not to mention the fact that you pick up the third round pick with doing that, made it even more enticing to pull the trigger. And so, I think that was probably the most important thing. We didn't want to move out of the first round, and that was very important to us. And we had a couple options there that you didn't move out of the first round, and because we felt like that's where you still get a first round type player in terms of what we had left on our board.
You need something special to happen to be within hitting distance of where we're picking for the phone to light up. And that happened. The defensive pass rusher was there. And so, boy, that phone started lighting up, and clubs started looking at how to get up there and get that. And it wasn't the biggest fire sale I've ever seen, but it was nice enough to effectively get what we hoped would happen, and that is have some serious opportunity left on the board, yet be able to come down and get us those extra pick. We don't have the 4, so boy, we wanted to pick the pickup. Well, sure enough, that pass rusher dropped down there, and most thought that was too low, and the phone started lighting up. And it's when they start lighting and coming to you is when you have time, when you can do some business. And that happened.
Sounds obvious. The only thing better than the 4 is getting a 3. So
that's right.
When you're considering those other picks that could be coming, I mean, are you looking at, can you get multiple of later rounds, or are you trying to get as high as you can in terms of getting that third round pick?
I think it's the full body of work.
This is a good draft. To have middle round picks. This is where this draft is shaped and what have you. I'll show you our draft board. What do you think?
It's your board. It's your
board. But seriously, this is a good one, and we were a little naked when we looked at it and didn't have that 4th round pick. This is a good one to have those picks there.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com for Mike and or Will. From your conversations with Tyler, whether it be at the Combine or Senior Bowl, what did you take away from that, whether it be on the board watching film or just evaluating him as a person that made you feel comfortable with this pick? And then Jerry and Steven, were there any preliminary conversations with Detroit going into the draft?
I mean, yeah, my first exposure was the Zoom because I was at the Combine, but I love his personality. I enjoyed his story. I think that anything like these young men, I mean, their path and what they go through, I think it's important. It tells you where their foundation is and what you have to build on too. So, I mean, Will can go into, I know the visits at Oklahoma, everything was very, very positive. And I just keep going to upside and ceiling and excitement, because obviously the gifts that he has physically, he's definitely a profile pick for us at left tackle.
And to me, when you go through this process, we talk about it all the time. There's X number of players that are in the draft, and they're going, okay, so now you're not going to be able to spend time with every one of them. So where are you at, and which guys do you need to find out more about? Which guys do you want to get in front of the coaches? Which guys do you want to find out if they can learn? Whatever. And you go through and we pick out if it's at the Combine, at the formal meeting, can we get him in for a 30? Can we get a coach to go work out? Whatever we can do to increase our exposure to that player, to know who he is, to get a better feel for him fitting into our environment.
For Jerry and Steven, were there any preliminary conversations with Detroit going into the draft about a potential opportunity if it were to arise?
Actually, they were probably one of the later offers as we were moving toward our pick, the conversations start to heat up once teams see that, hey, their guy may be there. So, 2 picks out, 1 pick out, you're starting to get calls. I mean, Detroit's call didn't actually come till we were on the clock.
We had 4 trades working here at the same time.
That was fun.
4. And coming in and going back, giving us more, that type of deal, all of them active trades going on all at the same time on the clock.
Kevin Sherrington, Dallas Morning News. Will, the last 4 first-rounders that you made picks in the offensive line have all been a pretty formative bunch. Where does Tyler's potential rank among them?
I think I saw where we have picked 5 players in the first round, and counting this one, and all of them have been Pro Bowlers. So we do good when we're in the first round.
Yeah, and I think it's, when you get an opportunity to pick someone with those tools, I mean, I think we've got somewhat of a proven history and kind of what we're looking for, and then to have that opportunity to do it, and not, like Mike said, we hadn't even put pads on, but we think that there's an opportunity because of his skill set, spending that time with him, understanding what he's all about, that he can achieve, and we're putting him in a room with people that will teach him how to be a pro and improve as well.
Garrett Cordell, CBS Sports. Mike, what experience do you have? Are there any specific examples of moving a player from one side of the line to the other? And what specifically are some of the challenges of flipping around your footwork?
I mean, the biggest thing is, footwork. We moved Tyron from left tackle to right tackle. Was at 22, so that's recent. Moved Brian Balaga from right tackle to left tackle. Moved Josh Sitton from right guard to left guard, and he gave the best description of the difficulty of going from right guard to left guard, because it's like wiping your ass with the opposite hand. So that was his way of telling me, he wasn't real excited about the move. So
you're taking my spot on these.
Oh, sorry about that.
These colorful illustrations. Don't be doing that.
Yeah. Tyron Smith was a right tackle too.
Yeah, there you go.
Tyler Smith.
Yeah, when he came
Tyron
out,
Smith, right tackle, moved him left tackle. Southern Cal.
Jerry, the other day you told us you wanted to see some more leaves fall when it comes to some of these contracts. Since we talked to you, a couple of receiver deals have come through. What are your thoughts on what you've seen happen with those 2 contracts to Amon-Ra St. Brown and what Philadelphia do with AJ?
Yeah, I haven't had time to think about them in terms of, I saw the same ones you saw today with Philadelphia, I guess. But bottom line is I haven't had time to think about them, but that's exactly what I was talking about. That especially in those receivers now, nobody was moving too fast to get involved. Now, I just don't care to or even will express any thoughts about the contract at that time or the impact of the contract. But so they all impact though.
This is for Will. Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. A lot of times you guys bring guys in for 30 visits and you draft them. Was all the the pre-visit work with him at the combine, was that enough for you guys in your mind to say we don't need a fan?
No, I mean, we continued it. I mean, and the thing that's great about our coaches and our scouts, when we find out the guys that, they may have an opportunity, we go through the meetings and we battle it out. And if the coaches like them and we like them, we got to find out more about them. And just every opportunity to spend that time with them, made us feel more comfortable with doing that. And, the guy that, we feel like that he is, picking him.
One more for Jerry and Stephen. How would you guys characterize your discussions with Zeke's agent yesterday?
We spent a lot of time with Zeke yesterday. Stephen did.
Yeah.
And then we had some. We had a good visit with him.
We just
at dinner
bumped into one another.
We bumped in last night with the
visit a little bit.
He visited and gave his opinion on the draft. Visit when we had our annual scouting meeting. He came in and joined us all, and his agent, and we thoroughly browbeat him. But seriously, we did see a lot of Zeke yesterday. But it was a combination of being over at D's and our whole group over there, as well as Stephen's personal
Well,
visit with
Zeke's,
him.
as we all know, is one of our favorites.
Yes.
I mean, he's laid it on the line for this franchise. He's the ultimate competitor. He's the guy that we obviously think a lot of. And it was good to run into him and Rocky. And, we just had a little beer and moved on.
We don't have any issue. He's laid it on the line for the Dallas Cowboys, and the Dallas Cowboys have laid it on the line for Zeke. This is one that you can
This is
smile when you see
reciprocal.
each other.
Michael.
All right, that sounds like interesting Ezekiel Elliott. You're listening to the Cowboys post-draft show here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Chris Arnold along with Blake Elliott. We're going to come back with more coverage next on 105.3 The Fan.
Say your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com fan text line at 877.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
.105.3 The Fan, Chris Arnold, Blake Elliott, and Chris Strong in the Pimp Cup. This is the Cowboys post-draft show. Day one, and we got somebody special on our line. As a matter of fact, we're going to be talking about not only what happened in the draft, we're going to give out some grades for the entire draft, the NFC East, who won day one. We're also going to talk some more about the Dallas Cowboys trading back and acquiring the pick that they had. But, you know, that draft day coverage that we have is bar none. Nobody's close. You got the Woolly Bully, Zach Wolchuk. You got Bobby Belt. You got the DallasCowboys.com staff with a roundtable. But, of course, you got the beast himself, Brian Broaddus, former Cowboys scout, Super Bowl winning scout, part of the G-Bag Nation. He was there at the start. With all of this, you saw his pre-draft predictions, and he's driving home right now. B, how you doing?
I'm doing great, gentlemen. Thanks so much for having me on. Kind of an exciting evening there at the Star. And again, as you mentioned, Wolchuk and Bobby Belt, Aisha Morrison did a hell of a job, and then Nick Harris as well with DallasCowboys.com. And these guys and gals super passionate about the draft, and it can tell by the way that the coverage tonight and their interactions and their opinions and all that, I think was top shelf for sure.
Oh, yeah, you guys did an outstanding job. You're driving back home. I'm sure you had a chance to listen right on these airways, 105.3 The Fan, the presser, where Jerry Stephen, Will McClay, Mike McCarthy talked about how they did tonight, why they picked Guyton, and their strategy on moving back. What were your thoughts about that presser and anything to you that stood out that we need to pay attention to for tomorrow?
Yeah, I think the most important thing out of this is Dallas doesn't have a fourth round pick. And they moved it on in the Trey Lance deal. So really going into the draft, you're trying to think about ways of maybe obtaining getting a fourth round pick if you can. And it just so happened that Detroit, and it's so funny because we did some draft shows where we traded back, but we didn't use Detroit as an example just because Detroit didn't have a fourth round pick. And they also, your third, you're thinking, well, that's a big overpay on the trade chart. For them to give pick 73 was a big over trade there. And so, good for the Cowboys. I mean, that's the fact that they come away, Guyton was a guy that they targeted. Graham Barton was a guy. We were sweating that a little bit. I know that Zach and some others, Aisha, Graham Barton was pretty high on their board.
They wanted a center.
So they wanted the center, and the center is something that they absolutely need to have, I believe. And we'll see how it all completely plays out here. But Guyton was a guy that was going to always be in the mix for them, and the board fell in a way that Guyton was there for them, and then again Barton, all that. They had opportunity. I mean, they really did. They could have stood there in 24 and made a pick. But, when Detroit offered 73, again, a huge overpay on the trade chart, you got to take advantage of that. So Dallas now, with that pick that they made in the first, to have pick 56, 73, and 87, that is going to be a good day for them tomorrow, for them to be able to grab three players inside that top 100. So, good for them for getting that done.
Yeah, speaking of tomorrow, I'm actually really intrigued to see what direction they go, because you mentioned they didn't have that fourth round pick. Now they currently hold the 56 overall pick, the 73 overall pick that they got from Detroit in that trade back, and then the 87th overall pick. That 56 spot to me is really interesting, with guys still on the board like Zach Frazier, Jonathan Brooks, Cooper, Wilson, and Colston, the linebackers. Who do you think, if all those guys are available, now there's a chance that some of them are, but if they are available, who do you think they prioritize in what position at that 56 spot?
Well, yeah, that's man, and you named all the guys. And so the thing that we have to really dive into tomorrow is some of these medicals, and then some of the character things. I guarantee you when you listen to Sean and RJ in the morning here in about, 5 hours, Bobby Belt's going to come on there and he's probably going to talk to you about, okay, why would you take this guy or why would you not take this guy? And there's some plenty of things that we're kind of learning about with medicals. We're also learning some character things about some of these guys along the way. So, yeah, it's going to be some of the guys you named kind of fall into those categories. But if I had to prioritize the position, I don't think, like I say, with the Jackson Powers, the center from Oregon, he was a guy that a lot of us had.
You still there, Brian? You might have hit a dead spot under a bridge. Is Brian still on the line? If not, we're going to try to call you back. He's listening to the show as he's driving back from Frisco from the Star. He's been there all day, all night. He is a beast. This is his element. And when he talks, it's knowledge bombs. That's why we say it's not just a conversation. It's an investigation of really going on. We got him back. Brian, are you there? Brian. Wi-Fi is a beat. That's all I can say. Brian, call us back if you get a chance. One thing about the Cowboys on this draft pick, Guyton, I've given him a comp of Flozell Adams. I'm going to ask Brian, what does he think about that comp? It's an early comp because both of them 6'7". And like I said, Flozell wasn't a Hall of Fame player, but he played for 12 years here. He was extremely solid, 5 Pro Bowls. He did everything you needed. He also played left tackle. They moved him over from the right side, just like they're doing with Guyton, Tyler Guyton. One thing about Guyton, this Cowboys front office, with Will McClay leading the charge, he becomes the 5th offensive lineman that they picked in the first round. They did Tyler Smith last year at number 24. They got Zach Martin in 2014 at number 16, Travis Frederick in 2013 at number 31, of course, Tyron Smith in 2011 at number 9. These dudes are batting 1,000. I'm talking about this Cowboys front office when it comes to offensive linemen in the first line. We got Brian brought us back. Hey, Brian, got a question for you. Are you there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Man, Wi-Fi, it's late at night. You never know how it goes. So we appreciate you getting back to us.
Yeah.
I was making the comp after you guys wrapped up your end. The immediate comp for me is Flozell Adams for Tyler Guyton because they will both be switching from right side to the left side. Both of them are 6'7". Again, I'm not saying that Guyton's going to be a Hall of Famer, but neither was Flozell. But Flozell was a pretty good player for the Cowboys. What do you think about that comp? And is there somebody else that you're thinking?
No, I think you're absolutely onto it, Chris. And, you're old enough like me to remember when Flozell Adams was a player. And so, yeah, if I was in that room, I would sell Jerry Jones on this type of Tyler Guyton being that Flozell Adams. I would absolutely do that. So, Jerry's really good when you tell him, okay, this player reminds me of this guy. And if you can paint that picture of Flozell Adams, massive guy, really good athlete, really strong, good run blocker, those are all things I think that are very, very similar between the two players.
Brian, Zach Frazier, Jackson Powers Johnson are both sitting at you. Which one are you picking at 56?
I'm sorry. You had a great question there, Blake, and I went out on the phone went. Yeah, the thing about it is I don't believe they're going to take Jackson Powers Johnson because I think there's some things that have come up medically. I think there's some character things that have come up there. This one seems to be that the more I dug in, and I know I have him on my board where I do. I have it's a first round grade. I think he's a first round player, but there's a lot of things to unpack there, and I don't think that they were willing to do all that with that. So Frazier would be my next center on that board. Yeah, so that's kind of where I would look at.
At the end of the press conference, Stephen and Jerry were talking about their flirtation with Zeke today. Ezekiel Elliott was at the Star. They said had to have beer with him and Rocky Arsenault. Let's say they're kicking the tires. Let's say they do bring him back. Does that impact whether they take Benson or Brooks? Do you think they would do it all?
No, I don't think that impacts them at all. And I know there's people, it's funny because Nick Harris and Bobby Belt are adamant that they absolutely love Brooks. And I've heard that. And I've also heard from the other side that maybe they don't connect the dots there. Now, I don't know if somebody's trying to throw me off the trail with that situation, but I don't feel like I said, I'm a little bit concerned. I know Nick Harris and Bobby both are saying, yes, Brooks. And I've had people say, nah, don't connect the dots, Brian. And so I don't know right there. I do know they're going to need a running back. I do know they like this kid Davis from Kentucky as a possibility there. But he would be a little bit of a later guy, maybe not there at 56.
Brian, I can't thank you enough for calling in before you wrap it up. When do you sleep? Real quick, because we're about to wrap this thing up.
Yeah, I'm going to go. I've actually got to do a podcast tomorrow morning with Voch Lombardi at 9 a.m. So I'll be up. I'll get a few hours here. We'll be good to go. I'm sure some people start calling me here in a minute and kind of talking about what happened. But, hey, this time of year you really don't have time to sleep. We'll sleep when we get to Saturday.
That's right. You're in your element. That's why we always say when we talk to Brian Broaddus, it's not just a conversation. It's an investigation of what's really going on. Appreciate you calling in.
Thank you, guys. Have a great evening.
The great Brian Broaddus. And we will continue with our coverage of tonight's NFL draft, Cowboys coverage, but also we got questions and answers on the other side, including Micah Parsons' reaction to Tyler Guyton being drafted in the first round. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
You're listening to DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Wee! It's midnight. This is 105.3 The Fan. I'm Chris Arnold, along with Blake Elliott, Chris Strong on the ones and twos in the Pimp Cup. This is the continuation of Cowboys NFL post-draft show. Day one was actually yesterday, and that was hours ago. It is already Friday all over the United States of America. And let me tell you something. The draft was exciting. Coming up next, we're going to get into the surprises of the NFL draft first round. All 32 teams, there was some movement. The Dallas Cowboys actually moved down. And that's where we're going to start. We're going to continue with our Cowboys draft coverage about the Cowboys night. And if you thought it was successful, 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin & Frankel Injuries Attorneys text line. We might even take some phone calls before the hour is over with. I will say this. They did kind of make it interesting, even though they selected a guy a lot of observers thought they would pick at number 24.
Yeah, they had a couple guys on their board, as you heard in that post-draft press conference. Guys like Barton, guys like Guyton. They didn't name any other guys. Now, if you're listening closely, they did kind of tip their hand maybe on some other guys that they were interested in. Maybe a guy from Texas that I don't know if you exactly want to do that, but I assume they know what they're doing, and I trust Will McClay. And I thought all of our draft analysts have hit it on the nail. When the Cowboys draft a offensive lineman in the first round in recent years, it has quite honestly been 100% hit.
Yeah, they bet 1,000.
Like it is not like, this guy was all right. It's been like all pro.
Can I name
Hall
the
of
names?
Famer. Go ahead.
Tyler Smith, Zach Martin, Travis Frederick, Tyron Smith. There you go.
So even if you feel a little uneasy, which if I'm being quite frank, this guy, as I said in the first, he's a little bit raw. He's not the exactly just plug and play, nothing wrong with his technique. He's got some hand stuff and some technique stuff to figure out. But as I was talking to Carter in the break, who watched a lot of OU film, the Cowboys did a 30-day visit with this guy. They met him at the Senior Bowl. They've done their homework. So if they're going to draft an offensive lineman in the first round, you expect them to know what this guy is bringing. They're not just taking a swing in the dark and it's going like, oh, I hope this guy is good. They obviously have a great understanding of his medicals, a great understanding of his character, and a great understanding of how he plays on the football field, and a guy that's going to be hopefully blocking for Dak Prescott for a long time at that left tackle position.
So you got a Tyler and Tyler left side, the Tyler wall on that side.
Tyler got away from the Smiths, and now he gets another Tyler.
Exactly. You went from Tyron Smith next to Tyler Smith to Tyler Guyton next to, you know what's so crazy?
We had a
I just
Tyler
realized
too.
this. Wait a minute. I just realized this. Tyler Smith is going to stay at left guard,
Correct.
which means the Tyler switches from the center, Tyler Biotish, from his right side to his left side.
He was like, all right, well, there won't be another Tyler. Oh, now you're on my left.
You got another Tyler on the left. This, by the way, Tyler Guyton is moving from the right side of the line to the left side. It's not going to be the first time an offensive lineman, a tackle, has moved from swinging tackles. That's what they do. And he's one thing about Tyler Guyton, for those who don't know, he's 6'7", 322 pounds of man.
I mean,
he
he's
grew
a
up in
beast.
Austin, so he's back in Texas. He did go to OU, but he started his career at TCU, so there's been a lot of people following him. You mentioned this earlier. You found the audio. Micah Parsons, he was on somebody's show, and he actually was watching the draft, and he had a reaction to Tyler Guyton. What show is he on? Set this up.
Bleacher Report's little draft day show. So if you saw, remember right after, this made a lot of Cowboys fans mad, right after the Cowboys lost in the playoffs, he did his little Bleacher Report show when he went on with Jordan Love and CJ Stroud.
It's like, what is he doing? Talking to the enemy.
And
we're still grieving.
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It wasn't my favorite thing to see either, but he did it. He's a grown man. He decided he wanted to do it, and he's still doing a similar show going on during the draft coverage with CJ Stroud. And here's what he had to say when the Cowboys picked Tyler Guyton.
I'm not mad at the pick. I think Guyton was like my fourth guy, as I said earlier in the show. I think this is a productive pick. Obviously, losing on Tyron Smith, we need more depth out there on that left tackle. So I think it's very interesting. We still got a lot of room. I think he had some great guys to look after. You got Tyler Smith, who could teach Zach Martin. We still got some veteran leadership. Terrence Steele bouncing back. So I like the pick. It's not a bad pick. We picked up depth. We needed O-line help, and we went and got him in the first round. And I'm never going to question Will McClay and what he's done. I mean, Tyron Smith, Zach Martin, Tyler Smith. I mean, he really hasn't missed in this department. So I agree with the pick, and I like it.
You can tell it. You can tell. Wait. No, you can tell that Micah Parsons from the East Coast. He don't even say Martin. He says Martin.
Yeah.
Zach Martin. Martin, not Martin. Martin.
And Chris, you're more than welcome to disagree with me. I'm gonna read between the lines. That wasn't Micah's favorite pick.
Well, put it like this: Micah's gonna make this guy prove it in Oxnard. And in fact, that's what he did with Tyler Smith. I'll never forget this. A lot of people were like, Tyler Smith, man, yeah, we know he's from Fort Worth, but man, when he was at Tulsa, he had all these penalties, man. We can't be getting all these penalties like we used to. Everybody was like dogging out Tyler Smith before even a snap. And he's not a plug and play. You already had Tyron Smith. Yeah, we already know Tyron's not gonna play 17 games, but they needed to get somebody. I remember because I got receipts. I remember all the people doubting Tyler Smith. Well, guess what? It kind of worked out. In fact, he made the Pro Bowl this year. In fact, he slid over to left guard, and it's worked out perfectly. Yep. With that being said, I just know that Micah Parsons was the one in Oxnard saying, hey, this guy's good. He got something. I mean, he was like, he was like, look at this.
I mean,
he's stuffing Micah.
I mean, obviously Micah and Guyton will get to know each other quite well in the offseason, probably have a couple reps against each other at that tackle spot and at the end spot going against each other. So I just think that we'll play some audio later of Micah reacting to another pick in the draft by a rival, and you can see kind of the difference in reactions and whatnot, because Micah Parsons is very vocal on social media. He's not shy away from it, and he's more than welcome to do that as a player. But Tyler Guyton, for me, I like I said, raw prospect, so maybe to the close eye, to the naked eye, wasn't Micah's favorite pick. I don't know who he was favoring. He's obviously a defensive guy. He's always going to want defensive guys to join his tandem out there, whether it be an edge rusher, a linebacker, a corner, whatever it may be. So it's a pick that we'll have to wait and see. I think it's something we can't judge too hard because it's not like we're going to get any reps. We're going to see how well he does fit into this program. Tyler Guyton, like you said, is a guy from Manor High School out here in Texas, was a 3-star recruit coming out of high school. But funny enough, he actually played a little bit of defensive tackle in high school. So he's got some nice little swim moves.
Oh, okay. We got Tolos texted in, 214 said, by the way, texting on the Frankel and Frankel Injuries Attorneys text line. 214 says, Guyton seems to have a solid base but looks slow off the ball and will be a project. I would love the pick in the second round. What's your thoughts?
I can agree with that. To me, I had him graded as a early second round guy. He is a guy when I have kind of some of his pros and cons. For me, I have a towering athlete who stands often too upright, which hampers his capacity to generate focus and maintain blocks effectively. He has amazing athleticism, but sometimes he fails to connect with those targets in open space. And another one, his physicality, he needs to get better leverage with it. So he is a guy where we mentioned it, 6'8", 322. If he gets a hold of you, it's over.
Exactly.
It is over. The lane is blocked, home run hit, whoever they drafted running back, or if it's Zeke, Royce Freeman, or me and CA running back, it's going to be a touchdown. But if it's an open space, maybe there's some different stunts, maybe not exactly something that he is going to be as fluid at first. It's going to be something he has to work into. Definitely a little bit of a project. So I think that's why a lot of people are saying maybe a day 2 pick. Usually with your day 1 guys, you want them to be plug and play starters. But you're seeing, like I mentioned earlier, Marius Mims also got drafted early when they kind of grade out similarly 6'8" guys who didn't play a lot of snaps but have great physical traits. These teams are taking upside. And I think this is maybe a long-term play for the Cowboys to hopefully have a really upside, as Jerry said, sexy pick at left tackle.
214 says, what's a good comp for Guyton, or tell me some successful 6'8" tackles? I've been saying it all night. My example in my brain is Flozell, the Hotel, Adams. Cowboys drafted him in the late 90s. He had a 12-year career here. Bill Parcells grabbed him and made this dude second-team All-Pro, 5 Pro Bowls. He was very, very solid. Earned himself a big contract. Again, he's not a Hall of Fame guy, but guess what? Flozell don't play. He started on the right side just like Guyton is, and he moved to the left tackle, and he held it down. He held it down for unfortunately for those 5 and 11 years, but then he moved to Tony Romo and made sure Tony Romo didn't get hurt. So again, that's my comp. We got another Tolo from the 469. He says Dallas should have picked Barton. We need a center. Your thoughts? And by the way, another Tolo said, man, Willie Bully, Zach Wolchuk cussed me out because I was saying that they should get this guy, and he wanted a center.
Yeah, so this is the problem that the Dallas Cowboys had. They had too many needs going into the draft.
Well,
So while I agree with you, text line, that they could have drafted a center and I wanted them to, they had just as big of a hole at left tackle.
exactly. And they needed more picks.
They needed more picks. So I'm assuming in the Cowboys thought process was we need a center, we need a left tackle, and we need to gather picks. We're going to move back and we're going to either get the center or we're going to get the left tackle, and whoever falls, then we'll follow suit with our board. And if you're a Cowboys fan, you got to feel really well about how those first 22 picks fell, 20-ish picks. Like
left you a lot of talent.
They were drafting receivers, quarterbacks. Like none of the guys that were really on your board were getting drafted until a little bit right before, and then you still had 3 or 4 guys that were on your board as one of your top options right there at 24, and they're like, whoa, we thought maybe just Barton would be here, or maybe just Guyton, or just Jordan Morgan, and all of a sudden 3 or 4 of those guys are still sitting there, so you have the availability to draft or trade back. But yeah, I wouldn't have been mad if they drafted Barton, but you also get another pick out of it, and we'll just have to wait and see how Barton's career plays out.
940 says, who are y'all thinking for tomorrow's picks? Got to be running back, D-line, linebacker. I feel, but it may get, let's say, D-line first, then running back, then linebacker in the third. What are your thoughts?
D-line, I feel pretty confident will not be the next thing that's picked. I think it comes down to 2 things, and Brian kind of hit on it. I think it comes down to if Zach Frazier's there, and then it comes down to Jonathan Brooks. To me, that's where I think the Cowboys be going, and I think if I had to put money on it, I would go Jonathan Brooks. We know how enamored they are with him. With Jonathan Brooks, we know the connections. They even talked about it in the little press conference. And if he's sitting there at 56, I personally have him graded as the best running back in this draft. I know you think of him highly, CA. He's a great pass catcher, 6 foot 216 out of Texas. This is a guy
even though he's injured.
He did come off that injury. We saw him go down, so a little bit hampered, but he had the surgery done here in Dallas with the Dallas medical team, so they obviously feel good about that checking out. So I think if he's there at 56, we've been asking for a prolific running back. Haven't had much since Zeke has left. I know Tony Pollard had his little spurt, and we all appreciated that, but he has moved on, and he's in Tennessee. So I think if you're sitting there at 56, I think a lot of Cowboys fans would be happy with the Jonathan Brooks. Another thing to monitor, and we asked Broadus about this, if Edgerrin Cooper from A&M, the linebackers there, Peyton Wilson out of NC State, and Junior Colston out of Michigan, if all 5 of those guys are sitting there, I think you have a debate. I don't think there's a clear cut, you just get this guy, because I think all those guys are, the linebackers I just named are all possibly the best linebacker on the board. Zach Frazier, possibly the second best center on the board. And then Jonathan Brooks, Trey Benson, to me, 1 and 2 is running back.
We're assuming that Tyler Guyton is a plug and play. Anybody else that you just mentioned, a plug and play?
Yeah, I think all the running backs, Jonathan Brooks and Trey Benson, are going to be plug and plays. I think the linebackers, especially a guy like Peyton Wilson is, I think the best linebacker in the draft. The only thing holding him back is the medicals. When you have 14 plus surgeries, you have your ACLs blown out, it's obviously going to cause some caution. Just kind of reading around, it seems like some teams either have them completely off their board or they have them graded quite highly. So obviously those medicals are going to push teams one way or the other. And then I think a guy like Zach Frazier from West Virginia, I mean, he is a finisher. If you saw when he had that season-ending injury, this guy's crawling off the field in the middle of the play. Like, this guy is going to fight through. If you wonder why West Virginia ran the ball so well last year, it was because of Zach Frazier. I think he is a really good player. So if you can snag him at 56, I will not be mad at that. Any of the names I just said, I would be super happy with. And if you're just joining us, the Cowboys do have the 56th overall pick tomorrow. They have the 73rd overall pick they got from that Guyton trade from Detroit, and then the 87th overall pick. So 56 to me is going to be a really, really interesting spot. Do they go center? Do they go running back? Do they go linebacker? I think I'm happy with any of the 3. And if you can get another guy, because you still have 73, if one of those other guys falls, I'd be really happy as well.
806 says if the 3rd round pick they got turns out to be a good player, then the trade makes sense. If not, Barton is a beast. Fans going to regret the move. The 360 says getting an extra 3rd round pick makes up for the quiet free agency. In other words, the fact that they didn't do nothing the last couple of months. This ensures your team needs will get addressed.
I don't think it makes up.
No, it doesn't.
For the quiet free agency.
Because they lost a lot of depth.
They lost a lot of depth.
It wasn't even about adding to it. They lost depth.
Yeah, I don't think it makes up. I think it helps going in the future, like it's better than having nothing, better than zero. One's better than zero, but you were at 7. Let's just say that.
Exactly.
And now, like, it is better than where you were at currently. I don't think it makes up for the lack of not really doing anything in free agency, but we can hindsight and feel bad all day long. It's not going to help your football team. And I think gathering that third round pick, I think is going to be big because I think they're going to get one of those guys I just mentioned, one of those linebacker slips. Maybe you get Junior Colston and you plug and play him with DeMar and Overshawn. I think people don't talk about him enough. I mean, he was your second round pick last year.
Dude,
didn't play a snap.
He was great until he got hurt in training camp.
Yeah.
I mean, he was killing it.
And you talk about a speedster. I mean, if you get him and Edgerrin Cooper together, I think Wolchuk mentioned this on the draft show earlier. You probably have the fastest linebacking duo in the league. You have Edgerrin Cooper and Demarion Overshawn, and whoever they match with Overshawn, I think will be a good fit. But I think it's interesting to see what they do with that linebacker spot.
Oh, by the way, when the 806 was talking about, they might regret if the third round pick doesn't be anybody, and that Barton is a beast. Barton still may be a beast, but I don't think anybody's going to say the Cowboys blew it the way a few years ago everybody wanted T.J. Watt and they drafted Taco Charlton.
Yeah,
that's when everybody was mad, and Will McClay fell on the sword saying, "No, I'm the one that made the pick." No, he made the pick for Rob Marinelli, the defensive coordinator, who did not want T.J. Watt because he didn't have his knuckle on the ground.
And you know what? I just did a little bit of thinking while you were talking. I'm gonna go out on a limb, and you know how Jerry was kind of tongue in cheek saying it was a sexy pick with Tyler Guyton
because of the upside.
I'm gonna kind of agree with him.
I am too,
because I think Cowboys fans would expect Graham Barton. He was mocked a lot to go to, and he's the safe pick. He is a day one starter.
Yep.
Probably not like this huge upside all-pro Hall of Fame guy, but just going to be solid for you, better than Biotish. Great player. When it comes to Tyler Guyton, is the floor lower? Yeah. Could he bottom out? Is there a possibility? Yeah, the technique and stuff. But is the ceiling higher than a lot of guys that were drafted around him? I would think so. I think if he fills out his frame and gets the technique and footwork out, Cowboys fans are going to be looking back and be like, wow, we got this 6'8", 320 guy traded back and got a third round guy, and he fills out. Now, I'm not saying that this is going to be done in year one.
This is not going to necessarily impact and help them go through the playoffs.
Yep.
Put it like this. This is what we're mad about, the lack of movement in the offseason and just depending upon the draft.
Yeah.
We're a draft and development team. You got to be more than that. You got to use all your options. You've got to fortify your roster, especially if you're coming off of 3 straight years of 12-5. You got to fortify. You can't be losing guys that give you depth and then expect to go any further.
I think when you have a lack of, I'm going to say talent on the roster right now at certain positions, you got to take that upside, and I think they did that with Tyler Guyton.
We're going to talk about the entire draft. The first round, what happened tonight or last night, because it's already the next day. We're going to talk about the biggest surprise. We're going to talk about who in the NFC East killed it. Who had the best pick in the first round? And we'll also let you know a couple of other big surprises and disappointments next on 105.3 The Fan.
Miss any show segments? Tisk.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
I call that. I'm gonna have to repeat what Emmanuel Acho said. Emmanuel Acho, he actually went to St. Mark's High School here in Dallas. He's, UT, and he's a big commentator now. This dude said it best. What you had was chaos.
Oh, chaos. NFL draft, chaos. Michael Penix to the Falcons. I love it. If Penix wouldn't have had injuries, he would have been a top 5 pick. He's the most accurate quarterback from the pocket. But when I think about him in Atlanta, he doesn't have to start right away. Mahomes didn't start right away. Josh Allen didn't start right away. Lamar Jackson didn't start right away. Jalen Hurts didn't start right away. More often than not, the great quarterbacks currently playing don't have to start right away. And you can learn from a 13-year vet like Kirk Cousins, and you ain't got pressure. The roster's loaded whenever it is time for you to step in and start. Ooh, I think I love it. But this is chaos.
Yeah. I mean, he made some decent points, but you want to guess how old Michael Penix will be when Kirk contract expires?
See, he's old. He's going to be what, 20? Oh, he's already 24 or 25.
He's 23 right now.
He's 23. He'll be 27.
He will be 27 when Kirk Cousins' contract expires. That would, I mean,
okay. So here's the
what
deal.
Are you going to do?
This is why it's chaos. Think about this. I bet people would not be so alarmed if they hadn't given Kirk Cousins 180 million. If they had given him, because he's coming off an Achilles surgery.
If he'd have been on that 2-year deal that he was just on, the one he had just did with the Vikings that last year, just a little 2-year deal, then you're and see, that's inside the top 10 is crazy. CA, if you do that and you're at the Cowboys pick in the late 20s, and you're like, okay, we got a guy that's got 1 or 2 more years, and we're gonna get our backup. Cool. You have the 8th overall pick. There's Roma Dunze sitting there, who I don't think would have been great fit. But I'm just saying, Brock Bowers is sitting there. Every defensive player on the board, or a trade back, and you go, we're going to get Michael Penix. And I think Sleeper put it best. Atlanta must have been on auto draft. They just did best player available. Didn't even realize who was on their team. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm sure people will come up with rationales and try to be the smartest one in the room. I don't think it makes sense. And apparently the multiple sources Kirk Cousins was stunned.
Oh, he had
by the
no
pick.
idea.
He had no idea. And why would he?
They called him while they were on the clock to tell him.
I mean, Kirko changes.
He's a knee jerk.
He's just sitting in his crib watching the draft. He's like, okay, we're probably going to get Dallas Turner, Jared Verse, one of these top defensive
To
players.
help him.
We're going to be real solid.
Yeah, to help him.
A quarterback with injury history that's a 6-year starter when they just gave me all this guaranteed money.
Again, I think it's chaos, but at the same time, if it wasn't the big money involved, it's almost shrewd, but it's Falcons going Falcon. Let me tell you why I say that. Remember when Matty Ice was on his last legs? Everybody knew Matt Ryan had barely anything left, and they should probably get a quarterback, trade for a quarterback, draft a quarterback, and they didn't. They drafted the tight end. What's the tight end's name? Who's the superstar?
Are you talking from the Falcons?
Yes. You know what I'm talking about.
His name's crossing my.
Yeah,
Chris. What's his name?
He's arguably Chris.
Oh my! Now I can't think of his name.
Bottom line is, you know what I'm talking about. It's like, oh, this guy's got all the skill sets. He's gonna be. It's like, wait a minute. Matt Ryan can barely walk, but he's tied up to that contract. So the Falcons, in my mind, knowing
Kyle Pitts.
Thank you. Thank you. Kyle Pitts. It's like you need, and then Matt Ryan eventually wound up with the Colts because he had nothing left. So in my mind, they're like saying, you know what? What if Kirk Cousins has nothing left? That ankle is bad. He gets hurt again. What is his Achilles? What is the problem? They're like, okay, we'll take Penix. He should be good to go. We know he's not some young guy. Again, he has nothing. So I was listening to Ochi. I was like, he might have a point. If it wasn't for the money involved, it would be a low risk move.
To me, eight just feels a little rich for him.
And by the way, let me say this one little part. Who says you can't trade Michael Penix? Or you can't trade Kirk Cousins?
Kirk Cousins
because
does
they're quarterbacks.
He does have a no trade clause.
Well, I mean, let's say he's unhappy.
4 years, $180 million, $100 million guaranteed, and a no trade clause.
Notice everybody's upset about the money, and I'm not mad at you. I'm just saying, on paper, without the money, if you're talking about in strictly football terms, just football terms, I'm like, that's not a bad move. It doesn't make sense when you put 180 million reasons on it. That's why it's chaos.
I don't think it makes sense in football terms, money terms, whatever term you want to put it in. I just think that was a terrible pick from the Falcons. The Seahawks, Saints, and Raiders all try to get in the top 10 for Michael Penix, and obviously the Falcons did not budge on it. But maybe it'll prove us all wrong, and it'll pan out, and he'll be great.
What if they make that move? I'm saying even before the season starts or midway before the season. In other words, it's still an asset because it's a quarterback. You follow what I'm saying?
Now, they might have done that. They might have been like, hey, maybe they heard talks that Penix was going really high, and people want him. Like, we'll take him, and now we have this asset rather than being up in the air. That could be a thing, but the Falcons, to me, they must feel really good about their roster. They must have, because they've been needing an edge rusher for years.
Right.
And you had whatever one you thought was the best. Chop Robinson, Jared Verse, Dallas Turner, whoever you thought it was. You had a plethora, every single defensive player to choose from, and he chose none of them.
Okay, so that was the big surprise move. That was a shocker. Who do you think won the first round?
I think it's got to be the Vikings, man. I mean, they move up from 11 to 10, move up one spot. They get their quarterback in J.J. McCarthy.
Who replaces Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins.
And McCarthy, by the way, Michigan State, for those who don't know, he's a hell of a leader. They won the national championship.
Barely lost at all in his whole life.
Michigan, I said Michigan State, Michigan.
And they was being heavily mocked and talked about by the media scouts and the real scouts that J.J. McCarthy might go top 3, might go top 5. Teams are going to be trading up left and right to get him. He ends up being the 4th quarterback taken off the board, and the Vikings get their guy all in all. And then they move back into the first round at pick number 17 and get Dallas Turner, who a lot of people had as the best defensive player in this draft. So they give up some capital next year. I believe they only have 3 picks in the 2025 draft, but they get probably the guy they were eyeing the most at quarterback, and then arguably the best defensive player. I think that's a win for the Vikings. I thought it was a really good draft for them.
I personally think Washington, the Commanders, won the first round when they took Jaden Daniels. Again, it may have been an obvious thing, but it was the smart thing to do anyway, because that team, in my mind, offensively was loaded. Their only problem was their quarterback. Even though Sam Howell was decent, he was healthy, he was scrambling for his life all the time. I think it's going to excite the fan base. I think the ownership group's going to be happy. Magic Johnson is going to be, oh, we got us a stud. And I think the upside is tremendous for them. And if I think they won the first round, I think they made the best pick out of all of the NFC East. Your thoughts on, first of all, I thought the Giants pick a wide receiver was like, oh, hell, you needed a quarterback. You still got Danny Dimes. They picked a wide receiver. Your thoughts on the Giants pick, and then we'll talk about your thoughts about the Eagles pick, and then we got Micah's thoughts.
Yeah, I thought the Giants picking Malik Neighbors was interesting. I tweeted it out. I said, I've been talking about it all draft process. Malik Neighbors, to me, is going to be the best receiver all in all when all these receivers pan out in the NFL. I think he's the most explosive receiver.
But can the quarterback get him the ball?
That's the question. Wait to see it.
And by the way, he's LSU. He's the guy that Jaden was throwing to.
Yeah, Neighbors reminds me a lot of some LSU guys. He reminds me a lot of Jamar Chase, and then even a little bit of CeeDee Lamb. Just a guy that's got the full route tree, can take anything to the house, really good deep threat as well, can make those contested catches, can kind of do it all. Struggles a little bit getting off the line, kind of gets pressed a little bit, but there's not a lot of knocks on the guy. But when you go to a team that already kind of has some shaky, explosive receivers, I don't really get it. They already have Slayton over there. They have a couple different guys. Yeah. I would have liked Roma Dunze better there. I like Malik Neighbors more as a prospect, but just a fit for the Giants. But you hit it first. Who's throwing him the ball?
Right.
Because I don't believe in Daniel Jones. It doesn't seem like the Giants really believe in him. They were getting talked about trying to trade up and get JJ McCarthy and Penix. So I don't. Maybe they think they're going to be bad again next year. Now, what I've learned in this draft process is maybe they didn't think they were going to get the guy they wanted. And so they're thinking of next year. They're like, hey, Arch Manning, Quinn Ewers, whoever it may be, whoever you think the next quarterback is, they might be thinking, we're going to be bad next year. Let's get our best wide receiver now. And then next year, we're going to have the cream of the crop pick and go get our quarterback for the future. So I think them and the Patriots have a lot of holes. So they weren't going to be fixed. They're not going to be championship contenders now because of this draft pick, but I think they're really good players.
Eagles, Quinyon Mitchell, the cornerback from Toledo. Your thoughts?
That guy's he can play east to west. He can play all over the field. Played at Toledo.
They needed to fix the defense.
Played in the MAC. Obviously, there was a lot of questions. How can he play against that Power 5 talent? Goes to the Senior Bowl and is the best corner there. Tested really well. Shot up draft boards. A lot of people had some various takes on him, but he was probably one of the early rise as far as the draft process, but late in the season as far as it. A lot of people were talking about Nate Wiggins and Kool-Aid McKinstry and Terran Arnold, and Quinyon Mitchell came out of nowhere. It's just this guy that can cover, can play zone really well. It's just kind of an all-around great corner. A little undersized, but we see that a lot with corners.
Who did you think won the NFC East? I just said I thought it was Washington. Who do you think out of the NFC East team?
It's definitely not the Giants.
No.
And the Cowboys we've already talked about. The
Eagles or the Washington? Who do you think?
I think it's got to be Washington. Jaden Daniels to me is a game changer. Yeah. I think that's a really good pick.
How did a guy who grew up in Pennsylvania, right outside of Philadelphia, he plays for the Cowboys, what did he think about the Eagles pick? We got some more Micah audio, right? This is Micah Parsons talking about the Philadelphia Eagles pick. And remember, he is from Pennsylvania. Don't hold it against him.
I mean, I'm honestly utterly disgusted on how lucky the Eagles are. It's just like Chris, I do not know how he fell that far with this run of offensive tackles and quarterbacks. That's the only thing that makes sense. I thought he was a top 15, top 12 talent, and he just fell right into their laps.
And he was your favorite player?
He was definitely one of my more favorite players in this draft. Like I said, he rose in every bar. He hit he checked every box. And he could play inside or out. I think this is a great pick. I mean, I think this is a terrific pick, man. I don't know how Howie and them get so lucky. That's how I'm gonna put it.
Oh, he says he's gonna be a problem. See if he can handle CeeDee Lamb though. Bet he can't.
I love Micah, but I just know I'm very aware that he's giving fuel to the people that want to have something bad to say. I don't personally care.
Right.
But I know when you're speaking on another rival making a great pick and how did they get so lucky and their team is so good, it's not going to sit well with some fans. Some fans may not care.
I'm going to tell you one. This is not a team rival, but I'm going to tell you who I was impressed with. Because I didn't think they won the draft. I was like, the first round draft. But, man, Kansas City got Xavier Worthy from UT. That wide receiver is the next Tyreek Hill. Not built like him because he's much taller.
4.21.
But the dude is the fastest receiver in the draft. And they got him to stretch that defense. You know Patrick Mahomes will never outthrow him. It's gonna be sick. I feel bad for everybody like, How in the world did Kansas City, again, he's in the AFC, he's my favorite team that's not in Dallas. You feel what I'm saying? Kansas City? My grandma and them and grandpa on my daddy's side, they lived across the street from Municipal Stadium, the original home of the Kansas City Chiefs, the Kansas City Monarchs, the Kansas City Royals. They were there, and I used to help them park cars, just kind of like Cotton Bowl over there in South Dallas. So I've always liked the Chiefs as an AFC team. And they got Xavier Worthy. I'm like, man, Patrick Mahomes, he's going to be eating some more. He's going to be eating.
Yeah, that first round was definitely a doozy. I think it was pretty chalk at the beginning, and then it got kind of crazy towards the middle and the end of the rounds, but it was definitely one to remember.
Any other surprises you want to mention about that? Because we got some secret audio and some funny comments from the presser to get into. Anything else?
No. Let's get into that secret audio after this.
Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-485-7220. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-485-7220.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Operator since 2005. Dodge City, McKinney, where our people make the difference.
105.3 The Fan, Chris Arnold, Blake Elliott, and in the Pimp Cup, we got Chris Strong. This is the Cowboys NFL post-draft show. Of course, last night was already the next day. It's already Friday. Thursday night, you had the NFL first round, all 32 teams picking. Cowboys moving down from number 24 to number 29, trading with Detroit. And they also add in that move, where they get a number 73 pick.
Correct, 73. 73,
yeah, they're going to try to, what they say, draft and develop. We're going to try to fill in some holes with some guys they hope to plug and play. We've done an outstanding job. So we got to give props to Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt, Aisha, Nick, from the DallasCowboys.com staff. They had a round table. They were walking you through all the coverage. We had all the picks. Nobody does NFL draft coverage like your home of the Cowboys 105.3 The Fan, and we killed it again. And nobody has like the secret audio immediately. Nobody has a phone call from the first pick. In fact, most of the picks, we do this all the way through the coverage. We have audio of Tyler Guyton's reaction from Zach Wolchuk. We had him on the phone, and let's just say we had to beep out the very first word he said because he was excited about being the Cowboys pick.
I'm ecstatic, bro. I couldn't be more happy. This is my hometown team. This is the best team for me my whole entire life. I couldn't have wrote it any better way, man.
And let me tell you why I couldn't write it any better. His dad's a huge Cowboys fan, and he said that turned him into a Cowboys fan. So just like Tyler Smith in 2022, it was meant to be. He's very happy to be here.
Yeah, I loved hearing that phone call. He seems really excited. Seems like a fun-loving guy. Can't wait to see him around the star and get to know him a little bit better. But yeah, it seems like a high-character guy. It's funny saying that after he was just like, he seems like he
was excited, man.
He just seems like he's excited. You love to see that from a draft pick. You know, sometimes, some of them are too cool for school. And
right.
It's cool. It's whatever. I'm happy to go wherever I
met
go.
with him early. I already know what's up.
Yeah,
man.
no, he seemed like a guy that genuinely is excited to get better. And I think if you're the Cowboys, you got to look for upside. You got to look for guys that are wanting to make this football team better. And it seems like Guyton is the guy that when they met with, probably shared a similar sentiment to what we just heard. I'm really excited to be a part of this program, so can't wait to see it on the field.
And by the way, there was the secret audio when the Cowboys called him to let him know that he was going to be their pick in the first round. Well, Jerry Jones broke the news to him.
Hey, Tyler.
Yo, what's up?
Tyler, this is Jerry Jones.
Nice to meet you, Jerry. What's up?
Hey, man. Listen, I just wanted to be maybe the first to tell you you are no longer a Sooner. You're a Dallas Cowboy.
Oh, my God.
And we're proud to have you.
Thank you, Coach.
Coach.
Oh, my God.
Well, we sure are proud, and my coach is sitting right here. Our coach is sitting right here, but we really are consensusly, and your position coach is sitting there. He's a great guy. You met him. We're glad to have you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, Tom, here you go.
Hey, Tyler, Mike McCarthy. Hey, congratulations, man.
Thank you so much, Coach.
Hey, where are you right now? You home with the...
In Austin, Texas.
Oh, you're back in Austin. Well, I know you and your dad are fired up. You just bring that big smile and that personality here, man. All right?
Oh, my God. Let's go.
All right. Hey, I'm going to pass along. You got a bunch of people who want to give you some love. Congrats. So excited to have you here.
Thank you.
All right, my man. Here, hold on again. Tyler. Mike Slurry. Hey, congratulations.
Hold on, Coach.
Man, excited to work with you. We are excited to have you being a Cowboy, and I know your dad's fired up.
God.
So I'm going to call you a little bit later, and it's a bit more quieter. But again, congratulations.
Yes, sir. What's up?
You celebrate, and you have a great celebration. All right?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay.
They got the party going down in Austin.
I mean, you can't make it up, man. I mean, I can't really relate, but getting drafted's got to feel like a great time. Man. You're with all your family, all your friends, your support group, and you get that call from the most well put together franchise. I mean,
the most valuable franchise in the world.
You can't really put it better if you're a draft pick. Now we'll see how play goes, and I'm sure we'll have our critiques down the road in years. But in this moment, you are absolutely on top of the mountain and you could hear it in his voice. I mean, he couldn't stop with joy and excitement. So I'm happy for the guy. He seems really excited to be a part of this franchise.
And, at the presser, and we carried the Cowboys post-draft presser for the first round. And Jerry, Will McClay, Steven, and Mike McCarthy, they were all there in the war room at the press conference area in Frisco at the Star. And Jerry was talking about how this was a sexy pick. And he was talking about, offensive linemen aren't necessarily sexy picks, but the Cowboys are batting 1,000 when they draft an offensive lineman. This particular front office, they drafted Tyler Smith, number 24 in 2022. Zach Martin, number 16 in 2014. Travis Frederick, number 31 in 2013. And by the way, that pick was a trade back as well. And I remember that I remember this because that was actually Jerry's personal pick. It wasn't Will McClay's idea. It wasn't Steven's idea. Jerry said, we're going to trade back and go after Travis Frederick. And I mean, media and fans lost their damn minds. They're like, Travis Frederick, he's not that good. He's not worth. Travis Frederick was a beast. And also, Tyron Smith, 2011, he was the number 9 pick. That's batting 1,000. Here's Jerry talking about the sexy upside of one Tyler Guyton.
This pick using your first round pick. And I actually thought we had that with Tyler Smith 2 years ago. I think we got it here. This is a sexy pick for an offensive lineman because it's got a lot of upside. And so I'm excited about that.
Okay, you want to hear the funny one? You got any thoughts on that?
No, I would love to hear the funny part.
I'm listening to this, and they're talking to Mike McCarthy at the press conference. And McCarthy, they were like, well, what about him switching from right tackle to left tackle, and how quick can he have an impact? I mean, you've got some experience moving guys from one end of the offensive line to the other end, and McCarthy had a good one.
I mean, the biggest thing is, footwork. We moved Tyron from left tackle to right tackle. Was at 22, so that's recent. Moved Brian Balaga from right tackle to left tackle. Moved Josh Sitton from right guard to left guard, and he gave the best description of the difficulty of going from right guard to left guard, because it's like wiping your ass with the opposite hand. So that was his way of telling me, he wasn't real excited about the move. So
you're taking my spot on these.
Oh, sorry about that.
On these colorful illustrations. Don't be doing that.
Glory hole.
Colorful illustrations. I love it. McCarthy lightening up.
Let me tell you something. It was funny to me because I'm like, okay, I like where he's going with this. Is painting the picture. But at the same time, I think he's going to be fine. One other note about Tyler Guyton. Yeah, he went to OU.
Correct.
But he started at TCU. He's from Austin.
Mm-hmm.
Dad's a huge Cowboys fan. He's a Cowboys fan. It's almost like, he's got every incentive to do everything he wants, but he's not someplace where he doesn't want to be. It's not a total surprise. They've been talking to him for a long time about this. And because they were able to get him by trading back down to number 29 and not at 24, he was still available for him. They get the extra pick. And now, because they claim their draft and development team, they have the opportunity to do even more things this weekend in the draft.
I think, and I've hinted at it a couple times, they have that number 56 pick and 73. And what they do with those two picks, I think will be very important. There's guys like Jonathan Brooks and Trey Benson there.
Those are running backs.
Let's
talk about these positions.
Texas running back Jonathan Brooks, and then Florida State running back Trey Benson, who I'm a little bit higher on Brooks. He is coming off the injury. I saw a couple people on the YouTube asking about that, and there's always going to be injury history with guys, and obviously he had his medicals done in Dallas, so they feel comfortable with that, and they've been connected to him a good amount, so I would feel really good about that. We asked Brian Broaddus about the centers. JPJ has been slipping, not only for the Cowboys, but obviously a lot of other teams. He didn't get picked in the first round. Out of Oregon, Jackson Powers Johnson.
Yep.
And then, so it seems like Zach Frazier from West Virginia might be the top center on the board now. So it'll be interesting to see if they go and get him, or if they get one of these linebackers, Adrian Cooper from A&M, Junior Colson from Michigan, Peyton Wilson from NC State. I think if you're a Cowboys fan, I would be glued to your TV or your phone or 105.3 The Fan and figure out what they do at 56 and see how they bolster the roster.
It's really amazing that, Will McClay does a great job normally getting guys that, can help out immediately or wind up headed towards the Hall of Fame, or, they're all pro, Like I remember a couple of years ago when everybody's like, well, the Cowboys, they need a cornerback. This is before they got Diggs. They get a cornerback. They need to move up a little bit. Just where they're sitting is a little bit too far back. And then when they didn't move up and the corners got all taken, they're like, well, they need an offensive lineman. And then out of nowhere, Will McClay and the Cowboys draft Micah Parsons. Oh, hell. Who is this Micah Parsons? I was doing the post-draft show, and I'm like, just because you didn't get to really see him play at Penn State because of the pandemic does not mean this picks up. They needed an offensive lineman. And I say you got to let it play out. And again, I wasn't saying the same thing when they drafted Taco Charlton instead of TJ Watt. Everybody knew they should have got TJ Watt.
And Carter brought up a good point to me. Who was the last Oklahoma player that the Cowboys drafted?
His name was CeeDee Lamb. And that's another guy that fell in their lap. But guess what? They have other needs out there. They're not going to draft a wide. They had never even talked to CD because they didn't think he was going to be available. So a lot of people initial knee-jerk reaction was, there must be something wrong with him. Why was he still on the board? The Cowboys draft.
I know what was wrong with him. He was really good. Going to be an all-pro guy. And sometimes things just fall into your lap, and I trust Will McClay
I do.
and this front office to make the correct pick. What they do on day 2, I think, will also be really important. I don't think the Cowboys were a team that's just day 1 dependent. They need to nail this whole draft. I think we've talked about this offseason. Some teams are like the Chiefs. I think obviously you want to do good throughout the draft, but the Chiefs, those are teams where it's like, okay, get your day 1 pick. That's probably the only guy that we're going to see too heavily. The Cowboys are a team that's going to still need starters to fill out.
Yes,
they need to nail this whole draft. Not only did they let people go this offseason that we've highlighted, they didn't do too great in last year's draft.
Right.
So you're making up for two blocks of
talent,
and losses.
And loss of talent, because you lost a talent and the talent that didn't pan out as a draft and development team.
So you're 0 for 2 in the last 2 talent pools.
Right. They're pushing all the chips in on this draft and development, where a year ago they actually did moves in the offseason. Like, wait a minute. The Cowboys don't normally sign a free agent or make a trade. You know, they brought in
Gilmore, and
for
4th and 5th round pick.
Exactly. It's like, okay, they're doing some things. They act like you're trying to get out of the first round of the playoffs. It looks like they're trying. And they put all this pressure this offseason by doing none of those things. So it's like these picks have got to hit, because not only did you not make trades, not go after free agents, you lost talent. And so Will McClay, a lot of people are expecting these draft picks to be plug and play.
And something for the Tolos to chew on as you're going to sleep tonight or walking around your job tomorrow is, remember, a lot of the people that are important on the Cowboys are on the last year of the contract. Dak Prescott, Mike McCarthy, the defensive coordinator Zimmer, the whole coaching staff.
Yeah, even believe it or not, Jerry even mentioned that even the salary cap room.
I was about to say the equipment manager and the water boy.
No, they don't have a contract. But the salary cap guys, that's what Jerry considered all in. He's putting all the pressure on them to get it right.
And we know how much draft picks have to go with front office stability. Like if you're a guy that you're in the last year of your contract as a coach, you're not drafting some project quarterback or project receiver. You're like, I need to impact now so I can keep my job. So keep an eye on who they're drafting, and are these day 1 starters, are these projects, and that kind of all goes into where you think the coaching staff is, or how long or short you think it'll be there. You can make that determination yourself. I'm not going to throw any of that out there, but I would just keep an eye on it. Just remember, a lot of these guys are on the last year of their contract.
What's also interesting is for Cowboy fans who are saying, well, Dak's got to go. Just let him walk. He's going to cost too much or whatever.
He's still going to cost whether he's on the team or not.
That's where I was going with this. They do not know the salary cap. Those that are, emotional and saying, well, just let him go and start from scratch. Get in somebody else. You're going to be paying him $40.16 million.
No matter what.
No matter what.
It's whether he's a quarterback or they sitting in the studio with me and CA.
Yeah, it's kind of like when they cut Zeke last year. Guess what? You still paid for him last season, and you will be paying him $6 million this season. So when you cut him, I was always like, keep him for the dirty yards. Because guess what? People conveniently forget. He scored 17 touchdowns his last season with the Cowboys. 17 touchdowns on the goal line, and I knew Tony Pollard couldn't do that. With that being said, at the tail end of the presser tonight, they asked him about Zeke. They said, well, we heard that Zeke was in the building. Zeke was up here to star. And Jerry and Steven let the cat out the bag that, oh, yeah, they visited with Zeke all day today.
We spent a lot of time with Zeke yesterday. Steven did.
Yeah.
And then we had some. We had a good visit with him.
We just bumped into one another.
We bumped in last night with the
visit a little bit.
He visited and gave his opinion on the draft. Visit when we had our annual scouting meeting. He came in and joined us all, and his agent, and we thoroughly browbeat him. But seriously, we did see a lot of Zeke yesterday. But it was a combination of being over at D's and our whole group over there, as well as Steven's personal.
Well, Zeke's, as we all know, is one of our favorites.
Yes.
I mean, he's laid it on the line for this franchise. He's the ultimate competitor. He's a guy that we obviously think a lot of. And it was good to run into him and Rocky. And, we just had a little beer and moved on.
We don't have any issue. He's laid it on the line for the Dallas Cowboys, and the Dallas Cowboys have laid it on the line for Zeke. This is one that you can smile when you see each other.
I'm going to tell you this, whether they bring him back or not, I don't have a problem bringing him back because they're already paying him. and he would not be taking snaps away from a Brooks. Let's say Brooks is not 100% at the start of the season. I don't see Zeke starting for them. Yeah, still got Rico Dowdle. I don't have a problem with him being on the roster and using him in dirty yard situations. He's not counting how many yards he gets. He's not getting bonus money. He's not trying to go to the Pro Bowl. He is beloved in that building, and I'm like, well, why not have him in there? Believe it or not, they brought back Herschel. People forget about that, but they brought back Herschel.
I mean, they really wanted to get that Zeke information out there. They kind of were just asked about Zeke, and I think you could have easily avoided it. Yeah. They were like, no, let's tell him everything. We got a beer. We did this. We would love to have him back. This is what we think of him. He was part of our draft process. Like, they in my mind, definitely weren't holding their tongue with the Zeke.
If he's going to take, what a veteran minimum, but they already, it's like that. It ain't about the money with Zeke.
Yeah.
And again, he's great with the knowledge and encouraging the younger guys. I don't have a problem with there are people to this day like, no, he's washed. That's not the point. He's not taking snaps away from anybody, and the defense still has to respect him on the goal line. I'm serious.
I'll ask you this to close that last thing for me. What's your prediction for what the Cowboys do tomorrow with their draft pick?
I want them to get Brooks. You got to get a running back. You definitely got to get a linebacker, and hopefully they get somebody to help stop the run on that D line.
Okay.
I don't see them doing anything else. I can't imagine any other position.
Maybe center.
Yeah,
if one of their guys falls.
Yes. I still don't think that anything that they do this draft is going to propel them
I would agree.
to the playoffs.
It's a couple year thing.
If they would just fortify the roster the rest of the way. In other words, if there's a few free agents you can get on the back end that get cut, June 1st cuts or those kind of deals, or if they at the trade deadline in the season, if you see something like CY did for the Rangers, just like Nico Harrison did for the Mavericks, they did for the Stars. If they can do some of those things to make you feel good about them in the middle of the season, I'm all for it. If they will do that. In the meantime, we want to thank all of y'all for listening to the post-draft show. We're talking about the post-Cowboys draft show in the NFL. Listen to Sean and RJ 5:30 this morning and the rest of the draft coverage right here in your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. We out of here.
The Fan continues to grow because of you, our listener teammates. Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Well, for some time now, about 40 years, you've heard what Autoflex Leasing has to say. Now let's hear what Autoflex customers say. Mr. Farrell says, I just want you to know that Autoflex is great. Car shopping's a hassle, and I can't stand the rush of salesmen when you walk into a dealership. I get to avoid all of that with Autoflex. They're true professionals who make this such a pleasant experience. Autoflex made it possible for me to test drive the cars I was interested in during my lunch hour, so I could compare all aspects of every vehicle I was considering. Autoflex took all the pain and hassle out of the process. They saved me time and energy. We've worked with Autoflex on several cars now and wouldn't want it any other way. We'll let you hear more later, but isn't it time you called Autoflex today to lease that new or used vehicle? Let us show you why our customers keep coming back time after time. Simply call 972-234-1234 and we'll show you the best way to get your next car time after time.
Autoflex Lease, oh yeah. The key to unlock the next breakthrough in cancer research could be sitting in your driveway. Stand Up to Cancer's vehicle donation program makes it easy to turn your unwanted vehicle into funding to support innovative cancer research. So when you're looking to get rid of your old car, truck, motorcycle, RV, or boat,
CBS Sports Radio. KRLD FM HD3 Dallas Fort Worth.
An Odyssey station.
American woman, listen what I say.
This is After Hours with Amy Lawrence.
Well, what'd you think? I think Detroit dazzled. I think Detroit was all decked out. Good for you, Detroit. That had to be a rush, unlike you have felt as Lions fans since, know since maybe Detroit finally won a playoff game at home in decades. Terrific scene in Detroit. I wish I'd been there. Record. These are estimates, of course, because there were no people counters. Well, maybe there were. But the estimates indicate upwards of 275,000 fans who were packed not just into the draft itself, but outside, in the weather, in the elements, and then all around the area. And the aerial photos, they were awesome. I'm so happy for Detroit, and I can't wait to hear from our guest who will join us, not just because he was in Detroit, but because he's from Michigan. And this was, according to his social media, a dream come true. So Russell Brown will join us from Detroit. We'll talk about the scene there in the Motor City, hosting the draft for the first time in its history. And boy, the surprises and the records, the sheer shock and awe value did not stop with the way that Detroit showed up for the draft. And I hope it continues over the weekend too. The NFL does a really good job catering to fans, does a really good job making sure it's a full body experience, if you will. And so there's always the fan experience everywhere the NFL goes. The fans are welcome to follow and spend the money, of course. And with that, you know that there will be opportunities for fans to hang out and engage. And they invited fans from every single team to make sure they were all represented, but none represented quite like Detroit. And Jay, as soon as you have, I don't know if you have it or not, but if we have Detroit's pick, I would love to hear it. I'd love to share it because the crowd was nuts. Of course, the Lions fans make up the majority of the audience, and they were thrilled to represent. But to hear their pick in the first round, that was epic. So I love it. I like the way that the NFL has determined to move the draft around now. I like the fact that even though it works so well in New York, just like the Combine in Indy, it's really neat for other fan bases to experience it. And every setup is different, just like every stadium is different. And so this is cool. It makes the draft even more of an off-season event that fans can't miss because it's something new every year now. It's After Hours with Amy Lawrence. Glad to have you with us. Happy almost Friday. Oh, I'm telling you what, I need it to be almost Friday. It's been one heck of a week. Lots of good stuff, personally and professionally, but whoa, hit me right upside the head, knocked me on my rear end. But we have so much to talk about in these next 4 hours, and so that'll give me energy and keep us going. So I'd love for you to find me on Twitter, A-Law Radio. If you're in Detroit and you're listening on our affiliate, please let me know what you think, how proud you are maybe, how neat it was to see the draft in your city, or all of the above or none of the above. And then for the rest of you, like you Atlanta Falcons fans, how are you feeling about your team drafting Michael Penix Jr.? It's not quite like when the Packers blindsided Aaron Rodgers by moving up to get Jordan Love in the first round of the draft a few years ago. I don't know that, and there's a couple of reasons it's not the same. Number one is because Kirk Cousins just got to Atlanta. It'd be different if he had been in Atlanta his entire career and they just given him a $100 million contract and, look, we're bringing in your replacement. Aaron Rodgers was Packers football for all of those, 15 years that he was there. And so to compare the two is not exactly Amalgamous? No, oh, no. I think I got that word wrong. I'm going to have to look it up. I'm always good for one of those. Anyway, it's not exactly the same. It's not a perfect comparison. It's not a perfect amalgamation. Oh, that might be it. However, it's an SAT word, if you will. But it's got to be something similar in that Kirk wasn't expecting it. According to his agent, he didn't find out that the Falcons were drafting a quarterback until they were on the clock. And also, the most he knew is that Atlanta would be, quote unquote, considering a quarterback, not leaning toward a quarterback. So this one was a shocker, not only in Atlanta, but elsewhere. I love Michael Penix from what I saw of him this year. Once he got healthy, he has got not just a really strong arm and great field vision, but he can thread the needle. I love the accuracy. But Falcons fans, he's not expected to be ready anytime soon. This is not a competition with Kirk Cousins. At least it isn't right now. I suppose it could be. But that's what we get from Terry Fontenot in Atlanta, because there are a lot of questions about drafting Michael Penix after paying Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins is our quarterback. We're very excited about Kirk, very excited about this team. And Michael Penix we're talking about the future. The draft is, you look at the future and you look at big picture, but we are very excited about that quarterback room. And again, Kirk is our quarterback.
When you get Kirk Cousins and you talk about short-term winning, you talk about winning right now, which we know we're going to be in a position to do, which we want to be in a position to do, we won't have the ability to be picking this high again with the guy that we got. And these guys go off the board pretty quickly, and we thought it would be important for us to address